Darkness. This is the first sensation that Kvera experienced after regaining consciousness. It was not a void or emptiness, but a viscous, oppressive darkness, as if confined within a frozen coffin where even breathing solidified into sharp shards of ice. Oh, am I dead? The final memory was the excruciating pain of cardiac arrest following a 72-hour overtime, the dazzling hospital ceiling lights, and the frantic shouts of colleagues. Then came this silent, frozen darkness. Oh, no, this isn't right. Kvera suddenly realized that he was breathing. A faint, icy air flowed into his lungs through a narrow passage carrying the biting chill unique to liquid hydrogen. He tried to raise his hand only to find his limbs ensnared by a gel-like substance rendering him immobile. Oh, what is happening? At that moment, he heard a second heartbeat. Thump, thump. Slow and powerful, it resonated along his back, making the surrounding gel tremble with each pulse. Oh, is there someone else here? Kvera struggled desperately, finally managing a slight turn of his neck. Then he saw a pair of eyes. Purple, vertical pupilled eyes that glowed with a cold luster in the darkness. Infantile eyes. Oh, Frieza. This revelation struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. The iconic head contour, the almost translucent pallor of his skin, and the overwhelming aura of a cosmic emperor clinging to that small body. Have I become Frieza's twin brother? Experimental subject K02's vital signs are stable, a muffled voice announced from beyond the ice, accompanied by a mechanical hum. Kvera strained his eyes, and through the semi-transparent ice coffin observed several figures in protective suits operating instruments. Oh, a laboratory. Wong's gene experiment. The Dragon Ball paradigm from his memories quickly pieced itself together. The Frieza clan had acquired their power through genetic modification, and as a transmigrant, he seemed to be an unintended product of this experiment. Suddenly, the entire ice coffin violently trembled. The gel encasing Frieza began to boil, and the small body arched unconsciously as a terrifying surge of energy erupted from within. Boom. The ice coffin shattered. In a moment of sheer crisis, Kvera instinctively summoned his chi, weaving a delicate network of icy blue over his body to shield himself from the splintering shards and liquid hydrogen. Oh, is that chi? Do I truly possess the power of the Dragon Ball world? Soon the detector's piercing alarm sounded warning. Energy peak exceeds 120 million. Warning. Experimental subject K01 has lost control. Researchers fled in panic while Frieza, the monstrous being of infant size, hovered at the center of the shattered ice coffin, his body enveloped in a golden aura of chi. Oh, what a joke. To be born with 120 million combat power. Before Kvera could even register his shock, he saw Frieza's fingertip coalesce into a tiny orb of energy aimed at the fleeing researchers. He is going to kill everyone. Stop. In the instant the command escaped his lips, Kvera was stunned. Though the infant's voice could only produce indistinct syllables, Frieza's actions truly paused for a second. The purple, vertical pupilled eyes slowly turned toward him, their gazes locked. Oh, can he understand my words? How intriguing. A deep voice suddenly resonated within the laboratory. With difficulty, Kvera turned his head to see a tall figure stepping into the ruins, Wong. He grasped Frieza's energy orb with one hand, crushing it as effortlessly as extinguishing a cigarette. K01's initial energy value is 120 million, while K02. The detector then turned to Kvera, its readings fluctuating wildly before fixing on combat power assessment 1. 35 billion. Oh, higher than Frieza's. This result clearly surprised Wong, who squatted down and grasped Kvera's chin with his metal-gloved hand, asking, "Can you control your power?" "I must not reveal my transmigrant identity." Kvera deliberately allowed the icy blue aura on his skin to become chaotic, feigning a loss of control over his power. Tisk defective specimen. Wong dismissed his hand and ordered the arriving scientists send K01 to the gravity chamber for training and continue to observe K02. After the crowd dispersed, Kvera was sealed once again into a new cultivation chamber. Through the ice-blue liquid, he observed Frieza being led in the opposite direction. Those purple eyes remained fixed on him until the very end. Oh, I am being watched. But Kvera closed his eyes with a bitter smile when suddenly he heard a voice. The Frost twins shall ultimately devour each other. Oh, who? Oh, who? He suddenly opened his eyes only to see that outside the cultivation chamber, condensed ice crystals eerily formed into shapes resembling ancient characters. And in a surveillance blind spot, a droplet of liquid hydrogen silently seeped into his cultivation fluid, transforming upon contact with his skin into spreading icy blue patterns. At 300, the number flashed with a piercing red glow on the display of the incubation chamber. Kvera curled up in a refrozen ice coffin as liquid hydrogen seeped into his skin like countless fine blades. With every breath, ice crystals formed on the inner walls of his trachea, and each heartbeat brought the piercing pain of frozen blood through his veins. Is this Kurt's test, eh? Through the semi-transparent ice, he saw that only 3 researchers in specially designed protective suits remained in the laboratory. Thick white frost had accumulated on their masks, and their fingers operating the instruments had turned a stiff bluish hue despite the protective gear. The extreme cold was enough to kill ordinary beings. K02 vital signs. Core body temperature at 250 is still declining. Energy reaction. Stable at. Wait, the values are fluctuating. Kvera gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to manipulate the chi within his body. The numbers on the detector wildly fluctuated: 90 million, 110 million, 70 million, reminiscent of an old voltage meter suffering from a poor connection. Excellent, let them believe my power is unstable. Suddenly the alloy door of the laboratory slid open. King Kurd strode in with heavy steps, followed by Frieza, who hovered on an anti-gravity device. The young demon was enveloped in golden flames, even turning the surrounding liquid hydrogen into twisted mists. Father. Frieza's voice, though youthful, was icy cold. You summoned me to look at this defective specimen. Kvera's pupils suddenly contracted. Has he begun speaking fluently? King Kurd offered no reply, merely pressing the red button on the control console. A sharp crack resounded as the ice coffin encasing Kvera split open. Liquid hydrogen surged in like a flood, instantly engulfing him. The excruciating pain inflicted by the extreme cold nearly rendered Kvera unconscious. At such temperatures, even carbon dioxide would solidify into dry ice. I must not use chi defense or be discovered. He desperately suppressed his instinct for survival, allowing the frigid cold to ravage his internal organs. The detector's readings plummeted to 5 million, and the alarm shattered the laboratory's silence. Truly a waste. Frieza let out a light laugh, his fingertips conjuring an energy sphere the size of a cherry. Allow me to help dispose of it. Wait. King Kurd suddenly raised his hand. He bent down close to the observation window, his metallic mask nearly touching the ice, and said, look at his left hand. Kvera's heart trembled. His left index finger twitched involuntarily, each bend etching fine blue traces in the liquid hydrogen traces that formed a perfect Fibonacci spiral. Damn, that's the habitual motion of a programmer in deep thought. What is he calculating? King Kurd's voice carried a dangerous edge as he continued, lower the temperature to 320. Absolute zero. Kvera could no longer maintain his guise. As the refrigeration system emitted a horrifying roar, his survival instinct finally overcame his reason. Boom. Ice blue flames erupted from every pore, shattering the liquid hydrogen into a cascade of ice crystals. Amid the researchers' screams, Kvera did something even he had never imagined. He channeled all his chi into his feet. Chi meridian diversion. In a thousandth of a second, the floor froze into a fragile honeycomb structure, and from 300 meters below the planet's core, heat surged upward through the cracks. Boom. The entire laboratory was catapulted skyward by a volcanic eruption of molten lava columns. When Kvera crawled out from the ruins, the first sight that greeted him was Frieza hovering in midair. The young demon, his clothes untouched by dust, looked down on him with a peculiar expression. That move of yours just now. Frieza tilted his head. Were you protecting those insignificant ants? Following his gaze, Kvera observed 3 researchers encased in a perfect ice crystal pyramid. Though unconscious, their vital signs remained stable. Damn, completely exposed. Interesting. King Kurd strode out from the molten lava, utterly unaffected by the searing heat. He grabbed Kvera by the neck and hoisted him up as the detector let out a piercing sound. Battle power assessment 135 million. Masquerading as a defective specimen. The metallic glove tightened. It seems I underestimated you, K02. As Kvera's vision darkened at the brink of suffocation, he felt a sudden release of pressure around his neck. Frieza's tail coiled around King Kurd's wrist. Father, he said in a saccharine tone, could you give me that toy? Silence fell. King Kurd's gaze swept back and forth between his 2 sons, then burst into a deafening laugh. Excellent. From this day forward, you will train together. He hurled Kvera toward Frieza, adding, let me see just how far the Frost twins can progress. Kvera landed heavily at Frieza's feet, looking up into a pair of vertical purple eyes. The young demon crouched down and tapped the ice blue pattern on his forehead, a mark left by the mutation of liquid hydrogen. Did you hear that, little brother? Frieza's smile was creepily sweet as he murmured, we shall always be together. In the distance, the frozen researchers began to melt. Unnoticed by all, the inner surface of one researcher's protective mask had gathered strange frozen inscriptions. When the twins struggle, the throne shall weep blood. 1. The metallic door of the gravity chamber slammed shut behind him with a deafening thud, emitting an unsettling hum. Kvera stood on the smooth alloy floor, feeling the 300 times standard gravity press down on him like an invisible mountain. His knees trembled slightly, and his bones creaked under the immense weight, yet his face remained composed. I cannot show weakness in front of Frieza. On the other side of the room, the youthful Frieza floated half a meter above the ground, enveloped in a golden aura that negated the effects of gravity. He tilted his head, his purple slit pupils gleaming with a feline playfulness. Is 300 times too much for you? He snapped his fingers lightly, and a cherry-sized energy ball whizzed past Quila's ear, exploding against the wall and leaving a 3-meter-wide scorched crater. Father said you were stronger than me. What a joke. Kvera did not respond. His gaze was fixed on the meteorite embedded in the ceiling. The trophy brought back by King Cold from the Death Star, with a density 80 times that of steel, glimmering with an eerie blue-black sheen in the light. The test is simple. Destroy it. Begin. As the mechanical voice echoed, Frieza transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, charging towards the meteorite. His fist, enveloped in blinding light, struck the surface of the meteorite with a sheer force. Boom. The meteorite shattered into countless fragments, resembling an unexpected deluge of metallic rain. Frieza basked in the shower of debris, turning to Kvera with a toothy grin. Your turn, brother. His voice suddenly cut off, for he saw Kvera raise his right hand. 2. All the scattered meteorite fragments abruptly froze in midair. They were not immobilized by sheer force, but controlled by a more intricate force field. Each fragment was enveloped in a gossamer ice-blue film, quivering faintly, as if caught in a spider's web. What is this? Frieza's pupils constricted into thin lines. A ghostly blue light shimmered from Kvera's fingertips. As he traced delicate patterns in the air, the fragments began to reassemble, ice crystals growing and knitting the metallic gaps together. 30 seconds later, what floated in the air was no longer debris, but a perfectly replicated Dragon Ball, a shimmering 7-star ball with stars glinting beneath the icy surface. Microscopic energy manipulation. The programmer's obsession with precision has found its purpose here. The detector suddenly blared a sharp alarm. Warning. Abnormal energy readings. K02 instantaneous combat power 12,135,006,000,000. You? Frieza's tail snapped straight. You've been hiding your power all along. His golden aura erupted violently, twisting and warping the entire gravity chamber. Kvera felt a tightening in his throat. Frieza had seized him by the neck, pressing him into the alloy wall cracks, spiderwebbing behind him. Why suppress your strength? Frieza's voice dripped with venomous sweetness. Do you look down on me? Kvera's vision began to blur. In the moment before he suffocated, he did something Frieza did not expect. He smiled. Then, with his left hand formed of ice crystals, he gently tapped Frieza's forehead. 3. A flood of memories surged into Frieza's mind at the point of contact. Researchers in white coats approached the incubation chamber, syringes in hand. King Cold sneered at the monitoring screen. If K02 truly is stronger, let him become K01's nourishment. Mechanical arms descended from the ceiling, needles glowing with a sinister green light. The illusion shattered. Frieza recoiled as if scalded, stepping back. For the first time, a crack appeared in his expression. This is Father's plan. The detector data will be transmitted to him in real time. Kvera coughed, rubbing his throat. The greater the fluctuations in power, the more likely it is to be classified as unstable. He refrained from stating the latter half. Those marked as unstable ultimately became the nutrients for Frieza's evolution. Silence spread throughout the gravity chamber. Suddenly, Frieza erupted into a piercing laugh. He doubled over with mirth, his tail whipping against the ground with a sharp crack. How interesting. So very interesting. He pulled Kvera into a brotherly embrace, yet the words he whispered were those of a demon. Then let's continue this charade, brother, and see who gets eliminated by the rules of nurturing first. The alarm blared once more. Gravity system overload. Emergency cooling procedure initiated. As the ceiling spewed liquid nitrogen, Kvera saw Frieza enveloping them both in energy. This pose, meant for protection, left him feeling colder than if exposed to absolute zero. This madman cares nothing for being outplayed. He revels in this dangerous game. When the maintenance robots burst through the door, they witnessed the following scene. Frieza was etching the ice crystal Dragon Ball with his death beams, claiming it was for a keepsake. Kvera stood quietly in the corner, the detector showing a stable combat power of 9 million. No one noticed the ancient text condensed on the frozen surveillance camera's lens. The most beautiful crystallization of lies is frost. A mechanical female voice reverberated through the warship's corridor. Planet Vegeta. Arrival in 72 hours. Kvera stood before the viewport, his gaze fixed on the green world swelling in the distance, the realm of the Saya, the home of Buoli, and the future that Fuelisai would soon obliterate with his own hands. He lowered his eyes to his palm. A swirl of ice blue spiraled there, steady and deliberate. Months of clandestine training had finally granted him control over the forbidden technique known as the micro-ice coffin, a method capable of freezing a life within the seams of time and space. But to tamper under Felicie's nose. Spellbound, a saccharine voice asked from behind. Kvera snuffed the cyclone with a clenched fist and turned. Felicie lounged in the doorway, tail-tip, tapping the metal wall like a metronome. Just thinking, Kvera chose his words with care. Do the Saya truly deserve extinction? Felicie's smile broadened as he drifted closer, a cool fingertip tracing Kvera's temple. Dear brother, he murmured, your recent pensive moods are becoming rather like those lowly creatures. A blade of alarm cut the air as the detector screamed. Alert, supermassive energy reaction detected. Alert, unknown fleet detected in Vegeta orbit. In the command chamber, 12 colossal warships bearing the crest of the Kelluo dynasty ringed Vegeta. Gula. Felicie narrowed his eyes. Father actually sent that incompetent to oversee us. Kvera quietly pulled up a scan. Beneath the Saya Palace, he found the target, the infant incubation wards. Below Oli's life sign shone like a beacon. Opportunity had arrived. They'll scout ahead, he said, moving for the hatch. Gula may already have warned the Saya. Stop. Felicie's tail coiled about his ankle. A dangerous gleam cut through his vertical purple pupils. Do you think I haven't noticed? Every time the Saya are mentioned, your heart rate accelerates by 30%. Silence fell like a shroud. Then the alarms flared again. Alert, Saya fleet en route. Alert, King Vegeta requests communication. The screen bloomed with the supplicating visage of King Vegeta bowing with ingratiating servility. Esteemed Lord Felicie, we have prepared the purest Saya infants for your inspection. A sphere of energy condensed at Felicie's fingertips. How inconvenient, he said, voice smooth as ice. I find I will begin the festivities early. The energy sphere shrieked toward the main console. In the blast, shockwave, Kvera became an ice-blue comet hurtling for the escape pod. He had to reach the surface before Felicie did. A haste unfitting you. A demonic whisper said behind him. Felicie had slipped to his side, one arm draping possessively about Kvera's neck, the barrel of a death beam pressed to his temple. I have changed my mind. Felicie licked his fangs. You handle Gula. I will deal with those little monkeys. Kvera seized Felicie's wrist. Ice crystals erupted at the point of contact, ravenous and spreading. Felicie's pupils constricted. It was their first true clash. Ice blue and gilded flames collided within the narrow corridor, molten metal dripped like candle wax. Kvera took the moment to force shards of memory into Felicie's mind. Gula whispering to King Kurd in a secret chamber. Once the twins exterminate the Saya, reshape K01 with K02's genes. A mechanized womb adrift with hundreds of Felicie clones. The mirage shattered. A fissure ran through Felicie's aura. I see, he said, releasing him with a contorted smile. Then do as you say, dear brother. When Kvera's pod detached from the mothership, he watched Felicie at the viewport, hand raised in a farewell that spoke plainly with lip movements. We'll settle this later. Outside the hatch, Vegeta's atmosphere burned into a streak of fire. Kvera gripped the controls as ice crystals crawled across the console, arranging themselves into ancient Saya script that read, when a demon rescues an angel, the ice will flow upstream into a river. In the distant depths of the universe lies a planet named Vegeta, the homeland of the Science, a race that lives by combat, revering strength, and earning a fearsome reputation across the cosmos. However, at this moment, Planet Vegeta resembles a collapsing inferno. Flames ravage the sky as if intent on consuming the entire world. Kvera's escape pod crashed through the palace dome like a burning meteor, creating a massive crater 20 meters in diameter in the infant incubation area. The force of the impact caused surrounding structures to collapse in an instant, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The sharp wail of alarms intertwined with the furious roars of the Science and the thunderous sounds of crumbling buildings, creating a terrifying symphony of hell. Kvera scrambled out of the escape pod, urgency etched in his eyes. Where's Broly? He wondered, initiating his energy sensing. Soon he pinpointed a surging energy source in the northeast corner. There, an incubation pod trembled violently, enveloping a baby within in a swirling grass-green aura like a slumbering beast on the brink of awakening. The legend of the Super Science embryonic form. Kvera felt a rush of excitement. He realized this could be the key to altering their fate. Yet before he could act, the entire palace suddenly shook violently. Looking up through the shattered ceiling, Kvera saw Frieza hovering outside the atmosphere. The notorious tyrant of the universe was gathering a colossal energy sphere 1,000 meters in diameter at his fingertips. The blinding light illuminated half the planet, resembling a second sun. Farewell, little monkeys, Frieza's cold, mocking voice echoed through the cosmos. Time was of the essence. Kvila's heart raced as he understood Frieza's might. A single strike from him could obliterate Planet Vegeta. In a moment of desperation, he transformed into an ice-blue silhouette and dashed toward the incubation pod radiating the grass-green aura. He moved through the flames and debris with unwavering determination. Could he rescue Broly before Frieza's attack struck? Could he rewrite the fate of the Scions amidst this apocalyptic disaster? All of this was just the beginning. The sky over Planet Vegeta was ablaze. Kvila's escape pod had pierced the palace dome, creating a massive crater in the infant incubation area. The cacophony of alarms, Scion roars, and the din of collapsing structures melded into a hellish symphony. Where's Broly? He extended his energy sensing, quickly locking onto a wildly fluctuating energy source in the northeast corner. A pod was shaking violently, the baby inside ensconced in a swirling grass-green aura. The legend of the Super Scion's embryonic form. Suddenly the entire palace shook violently. Through the shattered ceiling, Kvela glimpsed Frieza hovering beyond the atmosphere, condensing a 1,000-meter energy sphere at his fingertips. The blinding radiance illuminated half the planet like a second sun. Farewell, little monkeys. Time was running out. Kvela became an ice-blue shadow as he charged toward Broly's incubation pod. Just as Frieza released the energy sphere, he bit his tongue and spat out a mist of blood. Micro-ice coffin temporal freeze. The droplets froze midair into a complex formation encasing Broly's pod in an absolute zero realm. The entire space felt as if it had been paused, even light itself bending and freezing. Boom. Frieza's energy sphere struck the surface. When Kvela emerged from the rubble, Planet Vegeta was no more. In the void of space floated molten remnants of the planet, while Frieza elegantly wiped non-existent dust from his attire. He turned to Kvela, his gaze landing on the pod encased in ice crystals. How did you save a little mouse? Frieza tilted his head. Kvela concealed the pod behind him. Just an experimental specimen. Lies. Frieza suddenly appeared before him, his claw lightly tracing the surface of the ice coffin. Your heartbeat quickened. Inside the pod, Broly's eyes snapped open. The grass-green aura pierced through the absolute zero seal, igniting web-like cracks within the ice. Frieza's pupils dilated with excitement. This is... Kvela acted swiftly. An ice-blue whirlwind formed, tossing the pod into the depths of the cosmos as he charged Frieza with all his might. Look this way, brother. The death beam whizzed past him. How dare you? Frieza's golden aura surged, vaporizing the asteroid belt of the star system in an instant. Kvela was hurled by the shockwave, crashing through 3 fragments of the planet before barely coming to a halt. For ribs are broken. Coughing up blood, he looked up to see Frieza ensnaring a drifting piece of pod debris with his tail. Empty. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Frieza crushed the debris. Where have you sent that little creature? Kvela wiped the blood from his mouth. To a place you will never find. Frosty letters suddenly crystallized in the space between them. The tyrant will ultimately kneel before the legend. Frieza's retort was to raise his hand and shatter the entire ice crystal. As the shards scattered, Kvela activated his instant transmission and vanished. On a distant nameless planet, a pod enveloped in ice-blue aura slowly descended. Within the baby's palm faintly revealed an ice-patterned totem identical to Kvela's forehead mark. The regenerative light of the medical pod danced across Kvila's skin, bringing with it a tingling sensation. He stared at the ceiling, listening to the buzzing of the mechanical arms at work. 3 days had passed since the battle on Planet Vegeta, which had left his internal organs severely damaged, yet what troubled him more was Frieza's unusual silence. What has he discovered? The sound of the pod door sliding open interrupted his thoughts. No need to turn around, the familiar oppressive aura already revealed the identity of the visitor. Did you sleep well, my dear brother? Frieza's voice was sweet as honey, his tail dragging along the floor, leaving a subtle scratching sound. Kvela slowly sat up, noticing Frieza toying with a shard of ice crystal, the remnants of Broly's incubation pod. Father just sent a communication. Frieza suddenly crushed the shard into powder. The old fortress on planet Kuru has been occupied by rebels. A holographic star map unfolded in the center of the medical pod, a bright red coordinate blinking ominously. Kvila's fingertips involuntarily tightened. There lay the secret laboratory of King Kuru. I've sent an advanced team to scout. Absolutely not. Frieza's tail suddenly coiled around Kvila's wrist. This time it's my turn to protect my brother. The surveillance footage popped up, automatically displaying Kvela using a micro-ice coffin on Planet Vegeta. The screen abruptly shifted to reveal hundreds of clones, all bearing Kvila's likeness within the laboratory. The fortress on planet Kuru hung in space like a festering sore. As the twin fleet entered firing range, a barrage of cannon fire immediately covered their path. Such enthusiasm. Frieza stood at the bow of the bridge, golden energy swirling around his body. He suddenly turned to Kvera, baring his fangs. Care for a wager? Let's see who can reach the command room first. Before a response could be uttered, he transformed into a flash of golden light and burst out of the pod. Kvera watched as several frigates were struck by energy blasts, his ice blue pupils narrowing slightly. The trajectories of the fire were far too precise to be the work of ordinary rebels. Gyula's private soldiers. As he activated his frost shield, the fortress main cannon unexpectedly changed its aim. A torrent of dark matter tore through space, instantly engulfing Frieza's figure. Brother. Kvera plunged into the maelstrom of energy, witnessing Frieza in his golden form disintegrating. Even more terrifying was the sight of the floating remains of the clones drawn to Frieza like magnets, merging with his flesh. What a disgusting trick. Frieza clawed at the writhing mass on his arm. Does father truly want my body this badly? From deep within the fortress, Gyula's laughter echoed. Welcome home, rejects. Inside the command room, Gyula's transformation was only halfway through when Kvera pierced him through the chest with ice chains. Impossible. He glared at the pulsating ice blue flames in Kvera's hand. Those clones should drive me to madness. Kvera tightened the chains. Too bad you stole a genetic sample from 3 months ago. Meanwhile, Frieza stood atop the head of a clone. Amidst the golden flames, his smile grew increasingly sinister. Dear brother, didn't father tell you? He suddenly raised his hand, and a death beam pierced Gyula's forehead. I detest being touched. The remains of the clones began to convulse violently, King Kuru's visage emerging beneath their skin. Stop. You have no idea what you're. Ice crystals and golden light erupted simultaneously, leveling the entire command room. As the dust settled, Kvera found a memory chip in his hand, while Frieza dragged out a mangled clone from the ruins. A keepsake. Frieza kicked the frozen corpse. Kvera offered no response, merely gazing out the window. Moonlight streamed through the fortress, gaping holes refracting through the ice crystals to reveal a line of text on the ground. Mirrors will eventually replace the real. The returning fleet basked in the glow of the sun. Kvera stood before the observation window, his fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the memory chip. Suddenly, the door to the medical pod was violently breached. You knew all along. Frieza's silhouette loomed in the shadows, a death beam coalescing at his fingertips. This was not a question. Kvera calmly turned around. Knew what? Knew that father intended to replace me with you. The beam pressed against his forehead. Why didn't you tell? The glass of the medical pod suddenly frosted over, forming a dynamic scene. Baby Frieza, struggling in the incubation pod, Kvera's energy net shielding him from genetic toxins. During gravity training, at 3 years old, Kvera secretly repaired the malfunctioning devices on his limbs. In the surveillance room, King Kuru watched their live feed, a cold smile on his face. Frieza's death beam abruptly shifted, shattering all monitoring devices within the pod. Interesting. He leaned closer to Kvera, his breath icy as space. Let's show father what it means to play with fire. The celebratory banquet hall was illuminated as if it were daylight. King Kuru sat at the head table, his wine glass already cracked from his grip. Gyula is dead. His gaze darted between his two sons. Did you leave no survivors? Frieza swirled his goblet, the crimson liquid reflecting his twisted smile. He mentioned something amusing before he died. About father wanting my body. The entire banquet hall instantaneously froze. Kvera suddenly pressed down on Frieza's shoulder. Brother is drunk. The ice blue energy flowed into Frieza through their point of contact, forcibly calming his raging aura. King Kuru watched their clasped hands, suddenly bursting into laughter. The bond between twins is truly remarkable. As he turned, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Let's begin new training tomorrow. No one noticed that outside the banquet hall, amid the torrential rain, ice crystals silently formed on the floor-to-ceiling windows. The throne thirsts for the blood of kin. The metallic gates of the training ground slammed shut behind him with a jarring screech, sending a shiver down Kvera's spine. He stood at the edge of the arena, feeling the gravity waves intensifying in the air around him. 300 times standard gravity weighed heavily on his bones, causing them to groan under the strain. But what was more unsettling was the ominous device hovering in the center of the field, the black hole simulator emitting a sinister purple glow. The rules are simple. The voice of King Kulder resonated through the speakers, cold and metallic. Survive for 1 hour, or... The transmission was abruptly interrupted by a crackling static. Kvera looked up at the observation window, now transformed into a one-way mirror, yet he could feel his father's gaze piercing through his back. Or devour the opponent. Frieza's voice suddenly chimed in his ear, laced with a saccharine mirth. Kvera pivoted sharply, narrowly avoiding a death beam that grazed his cheek, leaving a fist-sized hole in the alloy wall. Father is always so unoriginal. A golden aura erupted explosively as Frieza's figure left a distorted afterimage in the warped gravitational field. Without time to ponder, Kvera instinctively unleashed a frost shield. Boom. The impact of the colliding energies tore the ground apart, fracturing it into a web of cracks. Kvera slid back several meters, the soles of his boots screeching against the metallic floor. Something is wrong. He locked eyes with Frieza, detecting an unfamiliar emotion deep within those purple slit pupils. It was not malice nor anger, but rather excitement. Brother, you. Before he could finish, the black hole simulator emitted a piercing hum. Space began to distort. Kvera felt his insides being kneaded by an invisible hand, bizarre colors flickering across his retina. The training ground floor buckled like melting wax, only to be torn into noodle-like fragments in the next instant. This is more like it. Frieza's maniacal laughter shattered in the turbulence of gravity. His golden form was crumbling, beads of blood oozing from his skin, yet his smile only widened. He's gone mad. Kvera gritted his teeth and focused his energy, an icy blue light swirling around his form. He attempted to stabilize the space around him with chi divergence, but the black hole's pull was too ferocious. A shard of metal grazed his temple, warm blood trickling down his brow. Suddenly Frieza appeared before him. Do you know? The demon's fingers traced the wound on Kvera's face, smearing the blood across his lips. Father added a little seasoning to this device. Kvera's pupils dilated. He sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from the core of the black hole. King Kulder's essence. A trap. Frieza's tail coiled around his neck. Now it's time to dance. In the chaos of gravitational turbulence, two figures intertwined at an astonishing velocity. Golden and icy blue auras clashed, forced to merge under the oppressive weight of the black hole. Kvera observed as Frieza's attacks became increasingly frenzied, each strike driven by a desire for mutual destruction. He's doing this on purpose. When Frieza was once again flung by the gravitational force, Kvera suddenly understood. He lunged forward, ice crystals coalescing in his palm into a sharp spear. Thud. The weapon did not pierce Frieza's body, but rather the core control unit of the black hole simulator. Finally caught on, have you? Frieza laughed, coughing up blood. I was wondering how long you'd pretend to be foolish. From within the device came King Kulder's furious roar. A holographic projection flickered in the collapsing space, revealing the scene deep within the laboratory. Hundreds of incubation pods shook violently. Floating within them were clones meant for Kulder's consciousness transfer. Did you think? The twisted visage in the projection sneered. You could resist the creator. Kvera exchanged a glance with Frieza. In the next moment, two energies intertwined, perfectly forming a brilliant double helix. Farewell, Father. Frieza's voice was light as a sigh. The golden energy blade pierced through the holographic projection just as Kvera's absolute zero field enveloped the entire training ground. The black hole simulator froze like a stilled firework, then shattered into countless sparks under the pressure of the ice crystals. The scream of King Kulder echoed through the psychic link as the clones far away in the laboratory exploded one by one. When all was quiet, the training ground had become a twisted metallic tomb. Frieza stepped on the remnants of the central console and reached out to pull Kvera from the ruins. His golden form faded away, revealing pale skin beneath, and a sincere smile. Pleasure to cooperate, brother. Kvera watched their hands clasp together, ice crystals blooming quietly in his palm. They formed a line of tiny text visible only to him. When lies become bonds, reality ceases to matter. The officers in the command center fell silent. As the twins walked side by side into the hall, everyone instinctively recoiled. They still bore the marks of battle, yet radiated an unprecedented aura of harmony. His Majesty, the Chief of Staff, dared to speak. Met with a tragic training accident, Frieza sweetly announced. How heartbreaking it is. Kvera stood silently beside him, watching the accident scene playing on the holographic screen. Ice crystals quietly spread beneath his feet, forming words visible only to Frieza. The throne belongs to the twins. Outside, cosmic dust twinkled under the starlight like countless pairs of watching eyes. The frost crystal throne refracted a chilling light under the stars. Kvera stood to the left of the throne, watching as the attendants burned the battle robes of King Kuld. The flames consumed the fabric embroidered with the Klud emblem, crackling as the oil ignited. What a waste, Frieza remarked, lounging casually on the right side of the throne, his fingers toying with a controller unearthed from his father's chamber. It was a device meant to activate the consciousness of clones now permanently frozen by frost. Your Majesty, the coronation ceremony is ready, the Chief of Staff announced, kneeling on the steps, his voice trembling. Kvera noticed his gaze darting towards a corner of the hall, where 12 Scion children clad in white robes stood collected by King Cool during his lifetime as experimental subjects. Broly is not among them. He sighed inwardly only to hear Frieza chuckle lightly. Send these little monkeys to the breeding area. The breeding area? The chief of staff was taken aback. Indeed, Frieza's tail flicked with delight. I've recently taken an interest in taming beasts. Kvera felt a chill creep through his fingertips. The ceremony commenced punctually at noon. As the twins grasped the frost scepter symbolizing power, the entire communication network of the star system was activated simultaneously. Billions of beings witnessed the moment the two new emperors were crowned through holographic projections. From this day forth, Frieza's voice reverberated through the amplifiers, yet Kvera noticed his left hand tapping a code on the scepter, a signal they had devised during training. There's an ambush. Frost instantaneously spread from beneath Kvera's feet, encasing the entire coronation platform in a fraction of a second. Almost simultaneously, 12 beams of death erupted from the spectator, stands exploding into brilliant sparks against the crystalline barrier. Traitors! The chief of staff suddenly sprang to life, the consciousness waves of King Cool manifesting beneath his skin. His body swelled like an inflated balloon, transforming into a three-meter turtle monster in an instant. Frieza sighed, Father, you never learn. Kvera had never witnessed such a style of combat. Frieza navigated through the chaotic energy flows with the elegance of a waltz, each movement shattering a rebel's skull with precision. At the same time as Frost sealed the space around them, trapping the last vestige of King Cold's consciousness on the coronation platform. Why? The monster's voice began to distort the fusion of the chief of staff's body, evidently insufficient. Kvera could see the exposed muscle tissue, vaporizing, revealing the intricate mechanical skeleton within. Half-mechanical augmentation. He suddenly understood why his father was so fixated on Frieza's body. The regenerative capabilities of the golden form cells were the final piece of the immortality puzzle. Game over. A miniature black hole formed at Frieza's fingertips while Kvera unleashed absolute zero. When the extremes of heat and cold collided, King Cold's final consciousness was obliterated within the paradox of time and space. Silence fell upon the spectator's stance. The celebratory banquet was more tranquil than expected. Kvera stood on the terrace watching the transport ships coming and going at the spaceport. One vessel was stealthily heading towards an unnamed planet, its cargo hold concealing the 12 Scion children. The merciful Emperor. Frieza had appeared beside him at some point, holding 2 goblets filled with crimson liquid. Kvera accepted a cup, gazing at the starlight reflected on the surface. They are useful. Of course, Frieza's tail coiled around his wrist, like that greenied little monster. Kvera's muscles tensed instantly. Relax, Frieza chuckled lightly. I am merely curious. His voice suddenly lowered, laced with a dangerous sweetness. What exactly are you plotting? The bulletproof glass of the terrace suddenly frosted over, forming a star map, the coordinates of planet Namek glowing ominously. The palace at night was eerily silent. Kvera stared at the ice crystal text materializing in his palm. The Dragon Balls will reveal the truth. Outside the window, an invisible reconnaissance ship quietly approached planet Namek. And in the more distant depths of space, within a frozen incubation pod, a grass-green essence began to pulse slowly. The outline of Namek gradually magnified on the observation screen, resembling a floating emerald in the cosmos. Kvera stood at the forefront of the bridge, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the control panel. The reconnaissance ship dispatched 3 weeks ago had yet to return any messages, and Frieza's recent unusual silence was increasingly unsettling. The atmospheric composition analysis is complete, reported the mechanical aide. The nitrogen-oxygen ratio is similar to Earth's, but it contains trace amounts of krypton. Krypton. Kvera's pupils constricted slightly. According to the original Dragon Ball lore, the Namekians utilized this element for photosynthesis. He pulled up a holographic map, the coordinates of 7 villages flickering like stars, each village corresponding to a Dragon Ball. Your Majesty, energy reactions detected. The alarm suddenly blared sharply. On the observation screen, a golden beam shot from the planet's surface into the clouds, exploding in a brilliant display in the stratosphere. Kvera's blood froze in an instant. That was a distress signal from the Ginyu Force. Has the plot advanced? He spun around, abruptly colliding with a pair of purple slit-like pupils. Frieza had inconspicuously appeared behind him, a mocking smile curving at the corners of his lips. Are you anxious? The demon's fingertips glided over the control panel, pulling up the last transmitted image from the reconnaissance ship. Let's see what your little friends are up to. In the image, Goku was fighting alongside Naru while Vegeta was collecting the Dragon Balls. The surface combat conference took place beside a lava lake. Kvera observed as his advisors laid out the holographic sand table on the volcanic rock, 7 light points indicating the locations of the Dragon Balls. Strangely, Frieza remained distracted, his tail rhythmically tapping the rock. Split into 2 teams, the commander proposed. You and His Majesty will lead separate groups. No need. Frieza interrupted suddenly, his sweet voice carrying an undeniable authority. He floated over to Kvera, gently tracing his nails along his brother's nape. Our dear Lord Kvera has a special task. Ice crystals silently spread beneath Kvera's feet. He could feel Frieza's breath on his ear, tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. Why not go meet your scion friend? The lava lake roiled violently, casting their faces in alternating light and shadow. The jungles of Namek were more humid than expected. Kvera navigated the colossal mushroom forest alone, each step leaving frosty footprints on the moss. 3 hours ago, he sensed Vegeta's energy spike suddenly, only to then bizarrely vanish. This was inconsistent with the original plot. The butterfly effect. A scale suddenly brushed against his cheek. Kvera reacted instantly, pinching the creature between his fingers. It was a fragment of Namekian skin still stained with fresh blood. Following the trail, he stumbled upon a shocking scene deep within the mushroom grove. Vegeta was kneeling in a pool of blood, a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his chest. And standing before him was Broly. The figure, surrounded by a green aura, turned upon hearing the noise, revealing an entirely different face. His own. A clone. The figure tilted its head, suddenly breaking into a grin identical to Frieza's. Father sends his regards. The battle erupted unexpectedly. The clone's techniques mirrored Kvera's perfectly, but with a frenzied intent to kill. Ice crystals clashed against ice crystals, creating a bizarre mirror effect amidst the jungle. Vegeta struggled to crawl through the aftermath, attempting to grasp a nearby Dragon Ball. Don't waste your effort. Kvera blocked a heavy punch from the clone, seizing the opportunity to send a thread of energy into Vegeta, temporarily stabilizing his injuries. You scions never seem to learn to assess the situation. Vegeta coughed up, blood sneering. At least we don't clone ourselves. Before he could finish, the clone emitted a piercing shriek. Its body twisted like melting wax, revealing the face of King Cold beneath its skin. You think you can escape the control of your creator? Kvera finally understood the reason behind Frieza's unusual behavior. Father had planted a safeguard in their genes. The absolute zero field expanded fully, freezing the clone into an ice sculpture. But before consciousness faded, King Cold's lingering thoughts relayed one final message. Look at what your dear brother is doing. When Kvera arrived at the Grand Elder's dwelling, his worst fears were confirmed. Frieza floated in midair with the barely alive Naru lying beneath him. The 7 Dragon Balls were arranged in a bizarre formation, and standing at the center of the array was Goku. More accurately, it was Goku under the control of some golden energy. His eyes displayed an unnatural pure white, and a smile similar to Frieza's lingered at his lips. Right on time, Frieza opened his arms wide as the golden aura intertwined with Goku's Super Saiyan energy, forming a column of light. Witness true evolution. The Dragon Balls began to vibrate violently, chanting ancient spells in Namekian. Kvera suddenly realized Frieza's plan. He intended to forcibly merge the Saiyan and Frost Demon bloodlines using the Dragon Balls. Ice gathered in his palm, forming a spear, but it was already too late. In the column of light, Frieza and Goku's figures began to overlap, while the ground of the Grand Elder's dwelling revealed a massive frost totem. When light and dark merge, the throne shall be eternal. Stop! Kvera hurled the spear towards the center of the Dragon Ball array, unleashing all his energy to freeze time itself. The collision between the absolute zero field and Dragon Ball energy produced a shockwave that shattered the entire roof. Amidst the flying debris, he witnessed a horrifying scene. Frieza's left hand had melded with Goku's right arm, the golden aura intermingled with the Scion's golden light. More terrifyingly, the surfaces of the floating Dragon Balls. Cracks had appeared. You cannot disrupt the ritual, brother. Frieza's voice grew unfamiliar, carrying Goku's unique tone. This is beyond even Lord Beerus' interference. Before he could finish, the fusion suddenly convulsed violently. Goku's face emerged in agony. Isla, help! A green light suddenly pierced through the clouds. Broly crashed into the battlefield like a meteor, a green aura forming a shield around Kvera. Behind him, Vegeta, propping up his broken body, raised his right hand, gathering the last of his energy into a sphere. Kakarot. You idiot. At that moment, the cracks in the Dragon Balls expanded to their limit. The energy shield surrounding Broly resembled a fallen star, enveloping the Elder's residence in a blinding green glow. Kvera squinted, observing viscous black substance seeping from the cracks in the Dragon Balls. Not the energy typical of Namekian Dragon Balls, but something far older and more twisted. This is not fusion. Vegeta's roar was torn apart by the energy storm. Dragging his battered body, he crawled toward Goku, the pride of the Saiyan Prince, utterly diminished in that moment. Kakarot. Wake up. The Frieza Goku fusion emitted an inhuman shriek, its left half clad in golden armor, while the right half donned an orange GI, the two halves devouring each other. More terrifyingly, the black substance crawled like a living organism across the fusion's skin, forming bizarre runes. Had the Dragon Balls been corrupted? Kvera suddenly recalled the ancient texts of the Frost Clan. When Dragon Balls were misused, they would release sealed, negative wishes. He turned sharply to Broly. Can you sense the core of the Dragon Balls? The boy, engulfed in grass-green flames, shook his head in confusion, suddenly clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground. His pupils constricted violently, as if witnessing something horrifying. Voices. So many voices. The first Dragon Ball exploded. The shockwave flattened the mushroom forest within a 10-kilometer radius. At the last possible moment, Kvera summoned his ice shield, yet was still hurled several hundred meters away. In midair, he adjusted his position, witnessing a chilling scene. The black substance coalesced into 7 colossal serpents, each entwining a fragment of a Dragon Ball. The Frieza Goku fusion floated in the center, its spine pierced by the black serpents. The runes now covered its entire body, writhing across its skin like living things. Kvera. The fusion suddenly called out in a triple tone. Frieza's honeyed voice, Goku's clear tone, and a raspy, non-human timbre combined. Its right eye retained Goku's black pupil, while the left morphed into Frieza's purple slit, and at the center of its forehead, a third eye. Kvera's blood froze instantly. This was not a feature of the Namekians, but rather the forbidden eye recorded in the Frost Clan's ancient texts, a demonic gaze said to pierce through time and space. Your Majesty. The remnants of the Jinyu force suddenly emerged from the fissures in the ground, guys holding up an energy detector, power level readings skyrocketing. His voice was abruptly cut off. The fusion merely cast a glance, and Gai's body crumpled like it had been crushed by an invisible hand, exploding into a mist of blood. Not enough. Still not enough. The fusion spread its arms, the remaining 6 black serpents simultaneously plunging into the earth. The entire Namek began to tremble, the tectonic plates fracturing like cookies. Kvera leaped across the crumbling surface, ice crystals forming a temporary path beneath his feet. He had to reach Broly and Vegeta. Only the energy of the Saiyans could combat this mutation. Lord Kvera. Naru leaped from the lava, half his body already corroded to reveal bone. The strongest warrior of Namek thrust a fragment into Kvera's hand, the Elder. A final gift. It was half a Dragon Ball fragment, still radiating a faint golden light. The moment Kvera grasped it, a warm current surged into his arm, Namek's healing energy. Use this to disrupt the ritual. Nearest body began to vaporize, but he clung tightly to Kvera's wrist. Be careful. Frieza has. Before he could finish, a beam of black light pierced through his skull. The fusion had appeared above them, the third eye dripping black viscous fluid. Annoying. Kvera had no time for grief as the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. He plummeted into the earth's hollow, witnessing a suffocating sight. 6 Dragon Ball fragments floated above a lake of lava, forming an inverted hexagram. And at the center of this formation floated King Cold's head. The head suddenly opened its eyes, the mechanical vertebrae clicking ominously. Welcome home. Sons. Truly. A nauseating aesthetic. Frieza's voice echoed from behind. Kvera spun around to see Frieza in his golden form unscathed, standing at the cave entrance, using death rays to slice through falling boulders. 2 Friezas. Don't look so surprised, brother. This Frieza licked his fangs. You didn't think I would be foolish enough to participate in the fusion experiment personally. The fusion in the sky emitted a painful howl. Its left half began to disintegrate, Frieza's portion melting away like wax. Just a remote puppet. Frieza snapped his fingers, and the falling tissues exploded immediately, but Mr. Goku is the real deal. Kvera finally understood. Frieza used a clone for the fusion, while his true self had been lurking in the shadows. But now was not the time to ponder, for King Cold's head was morphing. The mechanical skeleton was prying open the scalp, revealing intricate instruments within. A miniature black hole generator was charging up, aimed directly at the core of Namek. Father wants to take the entire planet down with him. Frieza's eyes gleamed with delight. Care to collaborate? My dear brother. Ice crystals coalesced in Kvera's palm, forming a sword. The plan. You freeze the black hole. Frieza's golden aura surged. Ill handle. Family mediation. Absolute zero and golden flames intertwined once more, but this time the effect surpassed that of the training ground. As Kvera's ice sword pierced the black hole generator, the entire hollow of the earth turned a deep blue. Frieza tore open King Cold's mechanical head, extracting a chip that glimmered with red light. "Found you." The chip suddenly emitted King Cold's sharp laughter. "You think this is over? Look at the sky." Through the crumbling dome, they saw a second Namek appearing in space. That was a mirror planet created by Dragon Ball energy. Even more terrifying, countless black tendrils were extending from the surface of the mirror planet, slowly wrapping around the real Namek. The negative wishes of the Dragon Balls. Kvera suddenly understood. He is replicating the life force of the entire planet. Frieza crushed the chip and turned to the collapsing fusion. Goku's consciousness was finally gaining the upper hand, Super Saiyan energy, fiercely battling against the black serpents. 3 minutes. Frieza suddenly stated, "I can temporarily stabilize the black hole." Kvera immediately understood. He'll go deal with the mirror. As Kvera charged into outer space, he heard Frieza's unusually serious tone behind him. "Don't die. My only brother." The vacuum of space was colder than expected. Kvera enveloped himself in frost energy, hurtling toward the mirror planet like a comet. Up close, he realized that the black tendrils were the twisted faces of countless Namekians, silently screaming, attempting to grasp any approaching life forms. "I must find the core." Broly's voice suddenly resonated through their mental link. To the left. Green. Without hesitation, Kvera turned, tearing open a fissure in the mirror planet's surface. The internal sight made his stomach churn. This was a complete reflection of Namek, but all life was frozen in the moment of death. And at the core position, the mirror image of the Elder. The aged Namekian opened his eyes, a smile reminiscent of King Cold's curling at his lips. "You have finally arrived." The perfect vessel. Kvera suddenly comprehended everything. King Cold's true target was never Frieza, but rather him, the hybrid capable of accommodating Saiyan energy. The frost sword pierced the chest of the mirror Elder, yet the latter did not flinch. "To kill me is to kill the real Elder." The tip of Kvera's sword trembled slightly. Just then the entire mirror planet began to tremble violently. A golden light and a green light intertwined from the direction of the real Namek, shooting straight toward here. Frieza and Broly. For the first time, panic etched itself on the mirror Elder's face. "Impossible. How could they?" Kvera smiled. "Because we are." As the golden light and green light pierced through the mirror planet, he whispered the final word. "Family." Silence. An absolute silence. Kvera floated among the ruins of the mirrored planet, his eardrums painfully compressed by the vacuum. The black tendrils disintegrated in the interplay of golden and green light, curling and dissipating like a burnt spider's web. In the distance, 7 points of light flickered on the surface of Namek, echoes of the Dragon Balls. Has it ended? His frost armor slowly mended in the vacuum, pale blue energy, blood oozing from the cracks. The silhouettes of Broly and Frieza flickered amidst the aftermath of the explosion, the former enwrapped in emerald flames like a small star, while the latter gracefully stepped upon golden waves of energy, as if the recent life-and-death struggle had merely been a game. Suddenly Kvera's nerve endings ignited with a sharp pain as if pricked by needles. Not right. A shard of the mirrored planet grazed his cheek, leaving a burning mark on his skin. The wound did not bleed, instead tiny black runes emerged, identical to those on the fusion's body. Frieza's voice resonated through the air. "Brother, your face." Kvera raised a hand to touch the wound, only to find not the texture of flesh, but a cold metallic surface. The light in the medical pod was glaringly white. Cellular metallization at 37, the mechanical aide reported monotonously. Pollutant source unknown, energy matter. Kvera stared at the reflection in the glass of the incubation pod. The wound on his right cheek had solidified into a dark silver hue, and upon closer inspection what appeared to be runes were actually nanoscale mechanical structures slowly proliferating beneath his skin. Beautiful. Frieza's golden claws lightly scraped against the metallic skin, producing a sound that sent chills through one's teeth. Behind him lay the unconscious Broly, the emerald flames subdued by the suppressive ring, yet dangerous sparks still erupted from his chest. "The little Scion's condition is worse," Frieza remarked, kicking the medical pod. "Those black substances are battling the legendary energy within him." Kvera summoned the scanning image, his pupils constricting sharply. Broly's heart was already enveloped by semi-mechanical tissue, and those structures, identical to those within the mirrored Elder. "What about Goku?" Frieza's smile turned dangerous. He was taken away by that little brat Vegeta. He flicked on a surveillance feed. Injured, the Scion Prince was carrying the unconscious Goku, sneaking into a stolen Frieza force transport ship. "Shall we pursue?" Kvera shook his head. In the footage, Goku's right hand had already begun to metallize small spikes protruding from his knuckles. They won't escape far. The command room star map covered an entire wall. Kvera projected the 7 points of light onto the galactic arm. The residual energy of the Dragon Balls indicates that these planets have developed abnormal ecosystems. Astounding data was marked next to each point. Earth metal plague infection rate 83. New Namek photosynthesis halted. Vegeta's ruins gravity anomalies. Interesting, Frieza's tail curled around a glass of red wine. Has our father's death left us a treasure map? Frost coalesced into a dagger in Kvera's palm. He sliced open his metallized cheek, letting silvery blood drip onto the star map. The droplets rolled ominously, ultimately converging at the edge of the galaxy into a new coordinate. This is not a treasure map. Kvera's voice was colder than absolute zero. It's an invitation. Frieza leaned closer to scrutinize the coordinates, suddenly bursting into laughter. Frost Mother Planet. I thought it had long been. The alarm abruptly shattered the air. Your Majesty, Lord Broly. In the surveillance footage, the emerald flames broke through the suppressive ring. But more terrifyingly, black threads entwined the flames, and Broly's eyes had turned pure black, just like the mirrored elder. The training ground had become ruins. Broly floated at the center, metallized veins glowing coldly beneath his skin. The space around him twisted into a vortex, each breath triggering gravitational tremors. Wake up! Kvera's frost spear pierced the force field surrounding Broly, but upon contact it turned black. The substance spread along the weapon, nearly reaching his fingers. A flash of gold. Frieza's death beam accurately severed the contamination chain. Don't touch. It will infect. Broly suddenly let out a roar with 3 distinct tones. He raised his hand, tearing open a rift in space, revealing glimpses of the Frost Mother Planet cities, encased in ice, towering Gene Towers, and a giant Dragon Ball flickering atop one of the towers. I see now. Frieza licked his fangs. Father hid the real Dragon Balls in our homeland. Broly's body suddenly convulsed. The metallized parts began to consume normal tissue, yet for a fleeting moment his gaze regained clarity. Kvera. Kill. Kvera was stunned. This was the first time Broly had called his name completely. Is there a way to reverse the metallization? Kvera stood in the laboratory watching scientists frantically analyze the samples. The chief researcher wiped his cold sweat. Theoretically, it requires pure Dragon Ball energy of the same frequency. Pure Dragon Ball. His gaze shifted to the coordinate of the Frost Mother Planet on the star map. Unbeknownst to him, Frieza had appeared behind him, rhythmically tapping his metallized cheek with his golden claws. An adventure. He'll go alone. Frieza's laughter abruptly ceased. His purple-slit pupils dangerously narrowed. Say that again. Kvera activated the holographic projection, displaying the energy map within Broly. Those black substances were constructing some kind of receiver, and the signal source pointed unmistakably at Frieza. You are also a target. Frost erected a barrier between them. Stay behind to control Broly. Frieza's tail shattered 3 instruments, yet ultimately failed to breach that icy wall. 3 weeks, he raised 3 fingers. If the deadline surpasses, I will blow up that wretched planet. As Kvera's ship broke through the atmosphere, the communicator suddenly received an encrypted signal. It was Vegeta. The Scion Prince on the screen looked even more haggard, with metallization creeping up to his right shoulder. Behind him lay the unconscious Goku, and next to the bed, the Earth Dragon Ball. Listen, Frost Demon. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Kakarot mentioned a coordinate in his dreams. Kvera instantly pulled up the navigation map. The location Vegeta described was precisely the Gene Tower of the Frost Mother Planet. That damned metal in his body is growing. Vegeta tore open Goku's collar, revealing a micro Dragon Ball fragment embedded in his chest. It is still resonating. Suddenly Goku's eyes shot open, pure black devoid of whites. The communication abruptly cut off with a piercing static. The last image transmitted was of Goku's metallized finger piercing through Vegeta's abdomen. Kvera shut off the screen, noticing that his own metallized wound was heating up. Those runes glowed with a ghostly blue light, projecting an ancient Frost script in the cabin. When the twins return to their homeland, the throne shall reveal the truth. Outside, the atmosphere of the Frost Mother Planet twisted like a warped mirror, faintly reflecting 2 figures. Besides himself, there was someone standing behind him. Frieza. The atmosphere of the Frost Mother Planet resembled a translucent shell of ice, refracting distorted starlight. As Kvela's spaceship pierced through the clouds, the external temperature plummeted to 200 degrees Celsius, and intricate frost patterns instantly formed on the window. The instrument panel flickered erratically, indicating a severe discrepancy between the external environment and the database. This planet should have been long abandoned after being stripped of its core energy by the Kurd king a millennium ago. Yet what he glimpsed through the cloud gaps was an intact crystalline city crowned by a towering gene spire. Was it an illusion, or a distortion of time and space? The spaceship suddenly trembled violently. Kvera saw his reflection split on the window. One was himself, while the other took the golden form of Frieza. The reflection was performing entirely different actions, even speaking. Kvera abruptly shut down all optical screens, but it was too late. His metallic right cheek suddenly burned, the runes igniting in a blinding red light. As the pain peaked, he heard Frieza's voice resonate directly in his mind. "Turn back, brother." The base of the gene tower exceeded 3 kilometers in diameter, its surface covered with writhing mechanical moss. Kvera hovered at the entrance, the frosty aura dispersing the black filaments that attempted to cling to him. Those tendrils retreated, as if alive, only to silently spread again as he turned away. Inside the tower was warmer than expected. Specifically, it possessed a strange constant temperature. The walls were composed of semi-transparent memory metal morphing textures, with his movements sometimes revealing frost-laden script, other times morphing into the visage of the Kurd king. Lord Kvera. A mechanical synthesis of a voice emerged from deep within. Following the sound, Kvera descended a spiral staircase into a spherical hall. Suspended in the center was a 10-meter diameter Dragon Ball, its surface riddled with vein-like protrusions. Inside it no longer contained the chaotic cosmos, but rather a fusion of Frieza and Goku. The images within the Dragon Ball shifted continuously, at times depicting Frieza tormenting Broly aboard a spaceship, at others flashing scenes of Goku annihilating humanity on Earth. Most terrifyingly, both figures bore a third eye gazing back at him through the Dragon Ball. "Welcome home, son." The voice of the Kurd king resonated from all directions. Suddenly the walls of the hall became transparent, revealing a horrifying truth outside. The so-called crystalline city was a mere facade. The planet's surface was blanketed with countless cultivation pods, each containing a metallic clone of Kvera. "You are my most perfect creation." The holographic Kurd king emerged from behind the Dragon Ball, his mechanical form stitched together from various racial features: Namekian regeneration cells, psion combat, nerves, the carapace of the frozen demon. Frieza was merely a ruse. He caressed the surface of the Dragon Ball. "You are the true vessel." Kvera's frosty spear instantly solidified, only to liquefy into black sludge the next moment. His metallic parts went haywire, constricting around him like a living thing. "These nanomachines are inherently a part of you." The Kurd king laughed maniacally. "Did you think your rebirth was an accident? It was the result of me reversing time with the Dragon Ball." Fragments of memories surged within him. Cultivation pods from his infancy, altered battle power data, every coincidence that allowed him to escape genetic tests. All were meticulously crafted deceptions. The fusion inside the Dragon Ball began to pound against the inner wall, a tripleton scream shattering the hall. "Release." Kvera fell to his knees, the metallic substance having spread to his chest. But in that moment of despair, he noticed something unusual on the floor. The trail of the mechanical moss clearly formed a distress signal from the Frost clan. "What a pity, father." Kvera suddenly ripped open his shirt, revealing the Frost emblem on his chest. It marked the location of Absolute Zero, the only part untainted. "You forgot to check the gift." The emblem erupted with blinding blue light, resonating with the fusion within the Dragon Ball. The Kurd king's mechanical body suddenly froze, pieces of facial armor falling away. "Impossible. This is the genetic key of Frieza." Frost surged from Kvera's heart, forming a counter-rotating ring of runes on the surface of the Dragon Ball. The clones trapped within the cultivation pod simultaneously opened their eyes, their metallic parts beginning to vaporize. The Kurd king frantically pounded the control panel, but the entire gene tower began to collapse. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Dragon Ball, and the fusion's hand pierced through the inner wall, seizing his mechanical neck. "Farewell, Creator." Kvera fell through the energy storm. The gene tower twisted and collapsed like a melting candle, revealing a vast space deep within the Earth's core. There floated a genuine Dragon Ball, pure and flawless, radiating a gentle golden light. A Super Dragon Ball. He desperately adjusted his position to fly toward the Dragon Ball, only to be swallowed by a sudden spatial rift. In the final moment, he saw the remnants of the Kurd king being torn apart by the fusion and that Super Dragon Ball. Smiling, the dizziness from traversing the spatial rift lasted an indeterminate length of time. When Kvera regained consciousness, he found himself kneeling in the medical chamber of Frieza's flagship. Broly's suppression ring lay shattered, the greenish aura devoid of any black substance. Frieza stood before the monitor, rhythmically tapping his golden claws on a coordinate, precisely at the location of the Frost Mother planet. "Did you have fun?" He turned, revealing his fangs. Next time, remember to bring a souvenir. It was then Kvera realized that all traces of his metallic skin had vanished, and inexplicably a shard of Dragon Ball now rested in his palm. In the observation room late at night, Kvera gazed at the shard. Inside, it no longer revealed a chaotic cosmos, but instead displayed a clear map of a star domain, the distribution of 7 Super Dragon Balls. Even more bizarrely, a silhouette stood beside each Dragon Ball. Goku from Earth, Dandy from the new Namek, the metallic Vegeta amidst the ruins of Planet Vegeta. The final shard reflected the silhouette of Frieza standing behind him. Found a toy. The real Frieza suddenly appeared beside him, his tail snatching the shard. As his golden claws touched the surface of the Dragon Ball, the entire shard melted away, seeping into Kvera's skin and disappearing without a trace. Tastes good. Kvera chose not to expose the lie, because he saw in the reflection of the window right at the center of Frieza's forehead a faint shadowy vertical scar. The lights of the medical chamber cast a cold metallic sheen on Frieza's golden exoskeleton. Kvera gazed at the nearly imperceptible vertical scar on his brother's forehead. It resembled an unopened eyelid, subtly rising and falling with each breath. Have you seen enough? Frieza's eyes suddenly opened, his purple slit pupils glimmering with an eerie light in the dimness. His tail rhythmically struck the medical bed, producing a steady tap-tap sound. Kvera diverted his gaze and handed over the monitoring report. Broly's cellular recovery rate has reached 89. Boring. Frieza crushed the data pad in one hand. That's not what I want to hear. The electronic fragments were frozen in midair by a sudden frost before they could touch the ground. Kvera used his energy to lift the shards, arranging them into a three-dimensional projection of the Frost Mother Star between them. The coordinates of the Super Dragon Balls are hidden in the lower levels of the Gene Tower. The projection suddenly warped and the fragments reformed into a map displaying the distribution of the 7 Dragon Balls. As the point representing Earth flickered, Frieza's fingertips twitched involuntarily. What is he resisting? The alarm in the command room shattered the night sky. As Kvera burst into the command center, he saw dozens of screens simultaneously broadcasting the same image. The sky above Earth had torn apart. Within the gash that spanned the heavens, the reflection of the Frost Mother Star was faintly visible. Even more terrifying was the sight of the Gene Tower being reconstructed with a figure standing atop it. Metallic Goku. Spatial folding phenomenon. The chief scientist trembled as he pulled up the data. The 2 planets are entangled in a quantum state, permeating each other. Kvera noticed a detail. Goku's metallic right hand in the image was identical to the proliferative structure on Vegeta's wound. Interesting, Frieza had appeared at the console, without Kvera noticing his golden nails gliding over the image of Earth. It seems the little science discovered the problem before we did. The holographic communication abruptly activated. A bloodied face of Vegeta emerged in the blue light. Frost Demon. Kakarot. The image shook violently, revealing him in the midst of a burning city. In the background, metallic Goku was tearing apart a fighter jet with his bare hands and embedded in his chest. A half Dragon Ball. The communication abruptly cut off. The last transmission was an encrypted data stream. Real-time coordinates of the Earth Dragon Balls accompanied by a set of frost text. When reflections overlap, reality will cease to exist. As Kvera's spaceship broke through Earth's atmosphere, the entire Pacific Ocean had transformed into silver. The liquid metal surged, as if alive, forming countless nascent gene towers. Above Tokyo Bay, Goku hovered at the center of a metallic storm-black substance, continually oozing from the cracks in the Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. Kakarot. Vegeta's furious roar came from below. The Saiyan Prince was enveloped in unstable Super Saiyan energy, the metallic portion of his right shoulder corroding the blue aura around him. Every attack he launched was effortlessly blocked by Goku, only accelerating the metallic proliferation. Same source repelling. Kvera suddenly dove his frost spear, piercing the ground between the two. An absolute zero field unfolded, freezing the metallic tide within a 100-meter radius. Go! He grabbed Vegeta by the scruff and hurled him toward the safe zone. Do you want to become the second contagion? Vegeta flipped midair to steady himself, his fangs clicking ominously. There's something inside him that is speaking. Before he could finish his sentence, the frozen metal suddenly exploded. Goku's figure instantaneously teleported in front of Kvera, his metallic fingers reaching for Kvera's throat. A flash of golden light. Frieza's death beam punctured Goku's shoulder, pinning him to the unfinished Gene Tower. What a rude way to say hello. The temporary base was erected at the foot of Mount Fuji. Vegeta violently tore off the bandages, exposing the grotesque metallic wound on his right shoulder. For the past 3 days, Kakarot has been muttering about the reflection must be complete. The holographic image displayed fragments of the Dragon Ball in Goku's chest pulsing in sync with the Frost Mother Star. More disturbingly, the metallic regions across Earth formed a mirror image of the Gene Tower on the Mother Star. Manifestation of quantum entanglement. Kvera injected frost energy into the analyzer. The two planets are replicating each other. Frieza suddenly chuckled lightly. Father is more creative than I imagined. He snapped his fingers, revealing a new image. The reflection of Earth had already covered the lunar orbit in space. This isn't pollution. It's a replacement. In an instant, Kvera comprehended King Cold's ultimate plan to gradually replace the entire universe with a mechanized, mirrored version using the energy of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's communicator suddenly blared an alarm. The screen showed metallic Piccolo leading Namekians to construct some sort of altar at the center of which lay the third Dragon Ball fragment. We don't have time. Kvera stood up. We must stop him before he collects all 7 fragments. The mountain suddenly trembled violently. The base's dome was violently torn away, and Goku, enveloped in black energy, dove down the light from the Dragon Ball in his chest, blindingly bright. Return to position. A terrifying pressure erupted from the mix of Super Saiyan energy and black substance. At that moment, as Kvera unleashed his frost shield, the entire base of Mount Fuji was leveled. Vegeta was thrown several kilometers by the shockwave, while Frieza's golden form showed its first signs of cracking. Troublesome little monster. Frieza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly tore off his armor. Kvera's pupils contracted in shock. His brother's chest was also embedded with a Dragon Ball fragment, but it was forcibly suppressed by golden energy. You thought you were the only one hiding something. At the moment the two golden lights collided, Kvera finally saw the truth. The fragment within Goku was calling out to the other Dragon Balls, while the fragment inside Frieza was suppressing this resonance. He is preventing the replacement. The absolute zero field expanded to its maximum. Kvera transformed into a bolt of ice blue lightning, darting into the fray. His palms pressed against the chests of both men, and the frost emblem erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Crack! The Dragon Ball fragment in Goku's chest suddenly cracked, revealing a smaller core within a miniature Super Dragon Ball. Time stood still in that moment. Kvera floated in the realm of consciousness, 7 tiny Super Dragon Balls hovering before him. Each Dragon Ball contained a curled figure: Goku, Frieza, Vegeta, Broly, Piccolo, and himself. The 7th Dragon Ball, however, was empty, its surface reflecting King Cold's twisted grin. At last we meet perfect vessel. The Dragon Balls suddenly exploded, and the black substance coalesced into King Cold's mechanical form. But this time Kvera did not flinch. The frost emblem detached from his chest, transforming into a brilliant blue longsword. You've made a mistake. As the blade pierced the mechanical head, the entire realm of consciousness resonated with the sound of shattering glass. I was never a vessel. I am the Terminator. In the real world, the Dragon Ball in Goku's chest shattered completely. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza expelled his fragment from his body, and the two energies collided in the air, annihilating one another. As the dust settled, Vegeta saw Kvera kneeling in the center of the ruins, and a third ice blue eye had opened in the middle of his forehead. The lights of the medical chamber cast an eerie halo on the ice blue vertical pupil of Kvera. He stared at his reflection, his fingertips gently brushing against the newly formed organ, cold, devoid of warmth or pulse, possessing a chilling sensation that transcended the laws of physics. Deep within that pupil seemed to hide the starry nebula of the entire universe, with each blink revealing a different pattern of galaxies. Is this the will of the Super Dragon Balls incarnate? Absolutely beautiful. Frieza's voice drifted from behind, laced with exaggerated admiration. The Demon Prince in his golden form lounged against the doorframe, the tip of his tail rhythmically tapping against the metallic wall, creating an unsettling thud in the silence of the medical chamber. Kvera noticed his brother's gaze deliberately, avoiding the direct view of the third eye, the edges of the purple vertical pupil tinged with an unnatural red, as if subjected to prolonged exposure to intense light. Broly has awakened. Frieza suddenly tossed a data chip, which arced through the air, cradled securely by Kvera's frosty aura. He's calling your name. How enviable. The projection from the chip revealed a boy engulfed in grass-green flames, bound within a specially designed medical chamber by 18 gravity chains. Those suppression devices, once belonging to King Cold, were embedded deep within his flesh, yet they could not prevent him from mechanically repeating 3 syllables: Qui. I-R-A. With each utterance, the black substance lingering in his chest surged, forming the silhouette of a miniature Gene Tower, its apex pointing directly at his heart. Resonance continues to deepen. Kvera abruptly pressed his palm against his vertical pupil. An intense, searing pain erupted from his nerve endings, and amid the agony, he saw a more horrifying image. The location of the seventh Dragon Ball nestled deep within Broly's heart. Even more chilling was the faint silhouette of King Cold's mechanical body reassembling within that illusory Dragon Ball. The gravity field of the confinement chamber distorted the air into visible ripples. Broly fell silent the moment Kvera stepped in, the grass-green flames receding like a tide to reveal the boy's battered body. Those parts tainted by the black substance writhed grotesquely, resembling countless tiny metal insects forming fragments of frosty text beneath his skin. Time. Tower. Return. To. Position. Can you control it now? Kvera refrained from approaching too closely, halting 3 meters away. Through the unique vision of his third eye, he saw a semi-transparent Dragon Ball hovering within Broly's chest, its surface flickering with remnants of King Cold's mechanical form, but each time it reformed at the neck it would collapse. Broly suddenly looked up, his pupils narrowing into beast-like slits. He is waiting for you. In the tower. His hoarse voice echoed as if coming from a great distance, mingled with metallic friction. Who is waiting for you? Kvera quietly gathered frosty energy, the realm of absolute zero, silently unfurling beneath his feet. Solomon. The name acted like a key, unlocking the floodgates of Kvera's memory. The ancient emperor, recorded in the Frost clan's ancient texts, said to have frozen the flow of time with the Super Dragon Balls. The yellowing manuscripts inscribed, "The Emperor of Time Solomon wields the 7 towers to govern time and space. Those with vertical pupils may glimpse his secrets." Impossible. That is merely a creation myth. The confinement chamber's alarms suddenly shrieked. The holographic screen forcibly activated, displaying the latest surveillance footage of Earth. The previously expanding metallic area abruptly ceased its spread, beginning instead to construct a precise circular structure. At the center of building identical to the gene tower of the Frost Mother Star was rising, its construction speed defying the laws of physics, its foundation ascending 300 meters every second. Frieza's communication request flashed frantically on the console. As Kvera connected, he heard his brother's rare, urgent tone. "Vegeta has sent encrypted coordinates. The fragments within Goku are." "I know," Kvera interrupted him, the data seen by his third eye arriving 0.3 seconds faster than the communication. "Prepare my ship. We need to equip the time stability device model." Broly suddenly erupted. The gravity chains melted into iron liquid within the grass-green flames. His metallic right hand reached for Kvera's vertical pupil. "Cannot. Look at the tower." In his roar, the Dragon Ball silhouette within his chest flickered violently, casting the blurred outline of a figure atop the gene tower. In a split second, Kvera froze Broly's right arm. Absolute zero spread along the metallic area, ancient seal runes emerging within the ice crystals, yet when they reached the location of the heart, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. The illusory Dragon Ball emitted a rainbow of colors, refracting the frosty energy into meaningless geometric shapes. The Dragon Ball is actively protecting its host. Kvera. Broly's voice suddenly gained clarity, as if temporarily breaking free from some control. "He uses us as anchor points." The grass-green flames erupted once more, this time forming a holographic star map, 7 gene towers scattered throughout the universe, creating a perfect hexagonal array. Atop each tower stood a figure. Goku on Earth, with the Dragon Ball fragments expanded throughout his chest. Piccolo on the new Namek, with an ice-blue vertical pupil sprouting from his forehead. Vegeta on the ruins of Planet Vegeta, his right half fully metallicized. Broly aboard Frieza's flagship with the Dragon Ball silhouette at his heart. A legion of clones on an unnamed planet collectively gazing into the void. The 6th position was vacant, while atop the 7th tower stood Kvera bearing the vertical pupil. What was even more unsettling was that beneath all the figures atop the tower's black chains composed of that substance extended, intertwining in space to form a colossal clock face. The projection suddenly distorted. Broly clutched his head in pain, the black substance pouring from his orifices, spelling out the final message in midair. When the hour hand returns to position, the 7 towers resonate, the flow of time will reverse to the source. The confinement chamber's door suddenly exploded. Frieza's death beam penetrated Broly's chest with pinpoint accuracy, yet just before it reached the heart, it was intercepted by Kvera's frosty barrier. The shockwave generated from the collision of energies tore spiderweb-like cracks into the special alloy walls. "Are you insane?" The golden demon squinted, gathering another energy blast at his fingertips. "He is transforming into a time anchor point." Kvera pointed to the dissipating projection. "See clearly, brother." The coordinates of the 6th tower. Frieza's pupils constricted sharply. The vacant position corresponded to the secret base he had never disclosed, a coordinate even Kvera was unaware of, their birthplace. As the superluminal spaceship tore through the sea of stars, Kvera felt a sharp pain in his vertical pupil. The third-person perspective forcibly activated, revealing an unbelievable scene. His own body operating the controls in the cockpit, while another him floated outside the ship, locking eyes with him through the viewport. The reflection's third eye was completely dark, its fingertip inscribing frosty text upon the glass. Beware the mirror. Quantum state split. Or a time paradox. Don't look outside. Frieza's voice suddenly echoed. His golden form was surprisingly grounded, standing beside him, his left hand pressed firmly against his chest. Where the Dragon Ball fragment embedded was oozing black substance, forcibly evaporated by the golden flames. Kvera noted the golden armor on his chest was developing fine cracks, as if enduring immense internal pressure. The tricks of Solomon. Frieza pointed at the navigation screen, his nails scraping against the display with a harsh sound. Look at this. The screen displayed an analysis of the Earth's circular structure. Those metallic areas were not forming buildings, but rather an enormous clock face that covered the entire continent. The hands pointed to 1159, and the 7th gene tower stood precisely at the axis. Through the cross-dimensional vision of his vertical pupil, Kvera saw all the figures atop the towers synchronously looking up, including Broly, who should have been unconscious. Their third eyes, or metallic replacements, simultaneously gazed towards a certain point in the void. Time anchor point. Frieza's cold chuckle carried a hint of an emotion Kvera had never heard before: father's stolen technology. He suddenly tore open his chest armor, exposing the intertwining mechanical and flesh interior. Do you know why I can resist assimilation? Because my core has never been biological. The spaceship suddenly shuddered violently. Alarms pierced the air. Time-space wrinkle detected. Earth's time flow rate anomalous. Kvera lunged towards the observation window, witnessing horrifying changes on the Earth's surface. Ruins of cities restored, and collapsed humanity aging and rejuvenating, all processes accelerating in a cycle. At one moment, he saw the scenes of the dinosaur era overlapping with modern cities. In the next, it morphed into a metallic forest of future technology coexisting with primitive tribes. And at the center of this frenzied transformation, atop the 7th gene tower, a figure clad in frosty royal robes slowly turned. Welcome home, children. Solomon's voice sounded like the cracking of ancient ice frozen for millennia. Blue blood seeped from Kvera's vertical pupil as he finally glimpsed the true visage of this legendary emperor. It was King Cold's face, yet bearing an identical third eye to his. Even more terrifying was that within that pupil flowed not nebulae but countless fragments of time and space, a scene where Frieza killed Kvera in some cycle, another where the brothers jointly ruled the universe, even a bizarre possibility of Goku becoming a Frost warrior. Surprised, Solomon spread his arms, revealing a body of mechanical and flesh interwoven beneath his royal robes. I traversed 300 timelines with the Dragon Balls to find the perfect vessel combination. His fingertip lightly touched the void, and 6 holographic images unfolded simultaneously. 1. Goku howling at the heavens in a metallic Earth Super Saiyan energy intertwining with black substance to form a storm. 2. Piccolo leading the Namekians to construct an altar, embedding the Dragon Ball fragments into ancient machinery. 3. Vegeta fighting against his clone in the ruins, becoming closer to full metallicization with each clone he defeated. 4. Broly tearing open his chest in the confinement chamber, manually excavating the pulsating Dragon Ball silhouette. 5. Inside Frieza's secret base, a cultivation pod labeled Original Sample K00 was shaking violently. 6. Baby Frieza gnawing on another weaker Frost infant in the incubation fluid. This is the truth. Solomon's voice suddenly morphed into Frieza's tone, mixed with King Cold's electronic sound. You were never the younger brother. You were just a spare part. Kvera's frosty spear was fixed in time and space before he could unleash it. Solomon strolled within the frozen spaceship chamber, his mechanical fingertip brushing against Frieza's rigid face. My dear eldest son, did you think reversing the genetic test results could fool anyone? He suddenly ripped open Frieza's chest armor, revealing the pulsating mechanical heart within. In 300 cycles, only this version of you successfully concealed the Dragon Ball fragment. The mechanical finger plunged into Frieza's chest, excavating the heart embedded with a miniature Dragon Ball. Just as Solomon was about to press it against his own chest, the frozen Kvera suddenly blinked his third eye. Absolute zero erupted from within, instantly freezing the time-space confinement field. Frieza's golden flames and Kvera's frosty energy intertwined, perfectly forming a brilliant double helix of light. We've known all along. Kvera's frosty spear and Frieza's death beam simultaneously pierced through Solomon, yet just before reaching their target, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. The collision of energies stirred ripples across the barrier's surface, revealing the chilling truth behind. Solomon's form was merely a projection, His true entity was none other than the entire gene tower. Useless, as long as the 7 anchor points remain. Solomon's manic laughter abruptly ceased. For within the frozen holographic image, Broly, who should have been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. Amidst the grass-green flames, a complete Super Dragon Ball slowly ascended from his torn chest. Time and space dissolved within the radiance of the Super Dragon Ball. Kvera felt his consciousness being drawn into a higher dimensional perspective, witnessing 7 timelines intertwining like ribbons. 1. In the main universe's timeline, Frieza is indeed the elder brother, but their memories were altered by King Cold 137 times. 2. In the second branch, Kvera is the original sample, while Frieza is the failed clone. 3. On the oldest timeline, Solomon was indeed the first emperor, but he split into 2 entities when freezing time, King Cold and Broly. As reality recoalesced, Kvera found himself standing atop the gene tower. Frieza knelt nearby, his mechanical heart exposed to the air, emitting irregular, dripping sounds. Solomon's figure began to dissipate, and above Earth, Broly, cradling the Super Dragon Ball, appeared as if a deity had descended. The ultimate variable. Solomon's voice started to distort, was hidden within the genes of the legendary Super Saiyan all along. Kvera suddenly understood everything. He turned to Frieza, witnessing the same realization in his brother's eyes. Shall we reset? The golden demon's lips curled, leaking energy liquid, yet still smiling. This time remember to design me a cooler form. Kvera's third eye resonated with Broly's Super Dragon Ball, tearing open a pure rift in time and space. In the final image, he saw 7 versions of himself from across the universes, nodding in unison. Time shattered like a broken mirror, each fragment reflecting a myriad of possibilities. Kvera stood atop the gene tower, witnessing through the vision of her third eye the figure of Broly cradling the Super Dragon Ball, splitting into countless parallel versions, some fully metallic, transformed into Solomon's puppet, others engulfed entirely by a greenish hue and a rare few. Am I being watched? How intriguing. Frieza's voice echoed from the rift in time and space, layered with multiple reverberations. Kvera turned to see 7 different incarnations of her elder brother, golden platinum enshrouded in a dark mist, and even a bizarre fusion resembling Goku. Their gazes were fixated upon the Super Dragon Ball in Broly's hands. Have you finally grasped it? The Frieza of the main universe revealed a mechanical heart mostly stripped of its golden shell. That kid is not a Saiyan at all. Suddenly Broly lifted his head, and ancient frost runes appeared within the greenish flame. Anchor point of time has been activated. The sky above Earth began to peel away like aging film. Kvera glimpsed a mechanical structure beneath the Earth's crust. This entire planet was a meticulously designed colossal clock. The continents served as gears, the oceans as lubricants, while the creatures living upon it were merely components maintaining its operation. Welcome to the real world. Solomon's voice resonated from all directions. The walls of the gene tower melted and reformed, morphing into countless visages of the Kurdish king. They spoke in unison, their sound waves creating visible patterns in the air. You thought destroying a few towers was significant. That was merely decoration upon the dial. Frieza erupted into maniacal laughter. He tore off the last piece of his golden armor, exposing a complex mechanical core within. Old man, you seem to have forgotten something. The protective shield of the mechanical heart sprang open, revealing a mini Super Dragon Ball, smaller than the others, yet radiating a pure golden light. The core of the K00 prototype. For the first time, Solomon's voice wavered, so it was hidden in time and space, warped in the glow of the mini Dragon Ball. Kvera's third eye beheld a shocking truth. In 300 parallel universes, Frieza was a mechanical life form created by the Kurdish king, except for the version in the main universe. It's been swapped. Fragments of memory surged like a flood. In the dead of night at the Frost Laboratory, a researcher swapped baby Frieza with the prototype. The Kurdish king furrowed his brow in confusion before the incubation pod, feeling something was amiss with his firstborn. Each time a genetic test was performed, Kvera secretly altered the data. You knew all along. Kvera gazed at Frieza. The golden demon tapped the Dragon Ball on his chest with mechanical fingers. Long before you could imagine, he suddenly pointed at Broly. But that kid knows the most complete truth. The Super Dragon Ball in Broly's arms projected a holographic image. The first Solomon split himself in 2, one half becoming the Kurdish king, the other merging with the Super Dragon Ball. Time is up. Solomon's voice turned ethereal. The mechanical structure of Earth began to operate at an overclocked pace, all metallic beings simultaneously turning towards the 7 gene towers. Kvera felt a burning pain in her third eye. Figures atop the 7 towers were beginning to merge. Goku's Dragon Ball shard on his chest erupted with black light. Piccolo's vertical eye oozed blue blood. Vegeta's metallic parts reassembled into mechanical wings, and the Broly of the main universe. Is he disappearing? The young man within the greenish flame became increasingly transparent, while the Super Dragon Ball shone brighter. His lips moved, conveying a message that only Kvera could hear: there must be one person to become the new anchor point of time. Frieza suddenly exploded with fury. The mini Dragon Ball in his chest shot forth golden light, colliding with the Super Dragon Ball. Who would want to be your worthless anchor point? Where the two energies intertwined, time and space cracked like glass. Kvera saw countless hands waving from within the fissure. Those were her other selves from parallel universes striving to break through the dimensional barrier. Make your choice, Kvera. Solomon's voice softened, reminiscent of the few tender moments of the Kurdish king. The 7 gene towers simultaneously emitted beams of light, weaving two options in the air. 1. Replace Solomon as the new Emperor of Time at the cost of eternal solitude. 2. Reset all timelines at the cost of the Frost clan never having existed. Frieza's mechanical heart emitted a piercing alarm. Don't be fooled. The third option is. Solomon suddenly materialized, his mechanical hand piercing through Frieza's chest. Chatty toy. The golden demon's body began to crumble, yet still laughed. Go ahead. Brother. Kvera's third eye suddenly bled blue. She realized the fates of the 300 parallel universes hinged upon this moment. So this is the true rift of time. Absolute Zero erupted around Kvera. This was not an attack, but a signal. All the Kveras from parallel universes responded simultaneously, their third eyes emitting icy blue beams, weaving a colossal network through time and space. Broly's Super Dragon Ball automatically disassembled, transforming into 7 streams of light that flowed into the 7 gene towers. An astonishing scene unfolded. The figures atop the towers all turned, gazing at a specific point in the void. Goku's Super Saiyan energy purified his metallic parts. Piccolo tore away his vertical eye. Vegeta broke his mechanical wings. And the Frieza of the main universe. Is he reconstructing? The shattered form of the Golden Demon was enveloped by the Frost Network as his mechanical heart fused with fragments of the Super Dragon Ball, reconstructing into a new life form. Neither mechanical nor biological, but a pure energy entity. The third option, the energy form of Frieza, chuckled lightly, is to overthrow time itself. The final roar of the Emperor of Time shattered the dimensional barrier. Kvera beheld Solomon's true form, a twisted existence composed of shattered black Dragon Ball fragments. It struggled frantically to reform, yet was firmly bound by the Frost networks of 7 universes. You don't understand. Its voice began to distort. Without an anchor point of time, all universes will. Then let there be no anchor point. Kvera and her 300 parallel selves reached out simultaneously, their third eyes erupting with the brilliance of a supernova. Absolute Zero froze not only matter, but time itself. In the last moment of frozen time, the energy form of Frieza grasped Kvera's hand. It's time to wake up, brother. Reality shattered like glass. Kvera abruptly opened her eyes, finding herself in the original medical pod, her forehead devoid of a third eye. The monitoring screen displayed familiar vital signs, while outside the door echoed the sound of Frieza humming a tune. The cycle continues. The lights in the medical pod remained starkly white. Kvera opened his eyes, the frost patterns on the metallic ceiling identical to those from his first awakening. Instinctively, he raised a hand to touch his forehead, smooth and flat, devoid of a third eye. Back here again. The sound of the hatch sliding open was perfectly timed. Frieza leaned against the door frame, the rhythm of his tail tapping against the wall resonating with memory. Did you sleep well, my dear brother? But this time Kvera noticed the cracks in his brother's golden nails, fine lines that should not exist, as if scratched by some sharp instrument. I had a nightmare, Kvera said slowly as he sat up. About a time loop. Frieza's pupils abruptly constricted, then instantly returned to their mocking demeanor. What a coincidence, I also dreamt of father putting us back in the incubation pod. He projected a segment of surveillance footage, but now. In the image, the frost-covered mother planet, which should have been destroyed, floated intact on the star map, with 7 indistinct figures standing at the top of the gene tower. Seems someone pressed the reset button. The star map in the command room displayed an additional coordinate compared to Kvera's memory. He focused on the flickering red, an abandoned laboratory at the edge of the galaxy marked as having been abandoned by King Kurd long before their birth. Yet through the reflection in the viewport, he saw a faint outline of a vertical pupil materializing on his forehead. An intriguing place, Frieza's golden fingertip traced the coordinate. Father never allowed anyone near it, because the prototype is hidden there. Kvera suddenly grasped the situation. Memories from the first 15 cycles surged through him like a tidal wave. The first time they stormed the laboratory, triggering the self-destruct sequence. The third time Frieza infiltrated alone, returning with bloodied mechanical remnants. The 14th time, they discovered the laboratory was actually. This time, let me suggest, Kvera declared, freezing the entire command system. We won't go to the Gene Tower, we'll go here. Frieza's smile widened, the sound of his mechanical heart subtly accelerating. Has the rebellious phase begun? The gate of the abandoned laboratory was covered with claw marks. These were not signs of external destruction, but rather the result of something tearing itself apart from within. Kvera's frost scan indicated that all the twisted metal pointed outward, as if something had desperately tried to escape. A cozy home, Frieza said, kicking open the door to the control room. What lay before Kvera froze him. 300 incubation pods lined up neatly, each containing a floating infant form of Frieza clones. But in the central transparent pod. Is that me? That Kvera suddenly opened its eyes, the vertical pupil on its forehead completely black. All the incubation pods exploded simultaneously, and the nutrient fluid coalesced in the air to form the visage of King Kurd, finally. Found the right cycle. Time and space twisted into a vortex within the laboratory. Kvera saw countless parallel versions of himself falling through the rifts. A metallic version with Dragon Ball fragments embedded in its chest. A completely frost-ridden version resembling a statue. And the most terrifying version with Solomon's vertical pupils. Choose. King Kurd's voice echoed from every timeline. Continue the cycle, or... Frieza suddenly crushed his mechanical heart. The miniature Super Dragon Ball floated up, revealing the concealed truth in its golden light. The original Emperor of Time, Solomon, was none other than the future version of Kvera. Surprised too. The energy form of Frieza laughed before dissipating. What you've been fighting against is your future self. Absolute Zero erupted from within Kvera. This time he did not freeze matter or time itself, but directly froze possibility. All parallel versions of Kvera simultaneously reached for their foreheads. 300 beams of ice blue light intertwined into a net, pinning the black vertical pupil in the center of the laboratory in midair. The cycle has ended. Kvera crushed that vertical pupil, a symbol of the Emperor of Time's power. Countless fragments of memory surged forth, revealing the most primal truth. There was no Solomon, no King Kurd, not even the Frieza army. There was only a frost demon named Kvera, endlessly, continuously splitting into new versions to combat loneliness. The lights of the medical pod illuminated once more. Kvera opened his eyes to see Frieza dismantling his mechanical arm. Beneath the golden shell lay intricate bionic structures, yet the space where his heart should be was empty. Shall we make a deal? His brother tossed him a chip. In exchange for your cycle memories. For my mechanical heart. Kvera caught the chip, which bore frost-laden script. Don't lose the time anchor again this time. Outside the window, Broly slept amid the asteroid belt, cradling a Super Dragon Ball, a smile of unprecedented tranquility gracing his lips. The rift in the universe resembled a shattered mirror, each fragment reflecting a different ending. Kvera stood at the center of the temporal fissure, ice blue flames silently burning in the vacuum. His third eye had fully awakened, and instead of swirling nebulae, countless intertwined timelines flowed within his pupils. 300 parallel universes' destinies coiled around his fingertips like glowing threads. Is this the power of the Emperor of Time? Truly magnificent. Frieza's voice came from behind. Kvera turned to see his brother suspended in the shattered fabric of time and space, the mechanical core revealed as the golden shell fell away, reassembling itself. Those intricate parts writhed like living beings, forming an unprecedented shape, no longer a mechanical biomorph, but a pure energy construct with a miniature Super Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. Have you finally remembered? The energy form of Frieza reached out to touch the temporal rift, frost patterns blooming where his fingertips passed. We tried 299 times. The flood of memories suddenly crashed through the barriers. Kvera saw. In the 43rd iteration, he personally transformed Frieza into his perfected form. In the 178th iteration, Broly tore open his chest atop the Tower of Time. The closest they had come to success. They nearly froze the entire temporal torrent. This time is different. Kvera grasped a glowing timeline because of Broly. The fabric of time and space suddenly trembled violently. Grass-green flames erupted like a supernova. Broly's figure rose from the asteroid belt, the Super Dragon Ball, in his embrace fully merged with his heart. His eyes flickered, one black and one green. The left a pure vertical pupil of the Emperor of Time, while the right retained the primal ferocity of a scion. Kvera. The boy's voice echoed with the resonance of 300 iterations. He pressed his hand against his chest, the light of the Super Dragon Ball, piercing through flesh, projecting a suffocating truth into the void. On the clock face formed by 7 gene towers, the hands had reached 115959. and the 7 vessels that should have stood atop the tower. All are Kvera. Kvera from different timelines, one metallic, one fully frosted, one fused with Goku, even one bearing the visage of a Kurdish king. They all turned 300 ice blue vertical pupils gazing at the Kvera of the main universe. The moment of choice has arrived. The energy form of Frieza spread his arms wide. Will you become the new emperor of time, or? Suddenly Broly arched his body in agony, the Super Dragon Ball, slowly floating from his chest, create a third path. The realm of absolute zero erupted around Kvera. This was not an attack, but a resonance. All Kveras from the timelines simultaneously released frost energy, constructing a massive, three-dimensional rune array in the void, the prototype of the Seal of Time, recorded in the ancient texts of the Frost clan. You peeked at the forbidden texts. The energy form of Frieza raised an eyebrow. Memories from the 152nd iteration. Kvera's fingertips traced the runes, activating hidden commands. That time you locked me in the library for 3 days. The rune array began to spin each timeline, separating a strand of golden light to infuse into it. Shockingly, those lights contained fragments of Frieza's mechanical heart. 300 parallel universe brothers had long secretly sown the seeds of rebellion. Solomon made a mistake. Kvera grasped the hand of Frieza from the main universe. He should never have let us become variables. The energy form of Frieza laughed heartily, the Dragon Ball on his chest suddenly detaching, colliding with the Super Dragon Ball. Where the two energies intertwined, time and space cracked like glass, revealing a spiderweb of fissures. What extended from the cracks were not Solomon's tendrils, but human hands. Earth. Goku abruptly sat up in the turtle hermit's house, drenched in cold sweat. He looked down at his chest, where there should have been scars from Dragon Ball fragments now lay smooth and unblemished. Did you have a nightmare? Bulma entered carrying a strange mechanical device. Just in time, I just repaired this temporal monitor. On the monitor's screen, the curve representing temporal stability was fluctuating violently. At a certain moment, Goku saw Kvera and Frieza flash across the screen. Standing on the Frost Mother Star behind them was the collapsing temporal rift. Strange. Bulma adjusted the instrument. The data shows that 300 parallel universes have just unified. Goku interjected. The two exchanged glances and rushed outside. In the sky of West City, 7 Dragon Balls hovered amidst the clouds, radiating a dazzling display of colors never seen before. Temporal Nexus. Kvera stood amidst the ruins of the Frost Mother Star, watching the last timeline merge into the main universe. The energy form of Frieza was dissipating, fragments of his mechanical heart, swirling around him like stars. Was it worth it? Kvera grasped one of the fragments, resetting all iterations you will gain true freedom. Frieza's ethereal form pointed to his forehead, including this troublesome third eye. Kvera touched his brow, discovering that the vertical pupil was closing. In his final vision, he saw new timelines unfurl like branches. Broly living a peaceful life on an agricultural planet. Goku and Vegeta training in the gravity chamber. And Frieza. Is he winking at him from the incubation pod? As reality coalesced anew, Kvera found himself standing in the medical pod of Frieza's flagship. The monitor displayed the date. The very day he first awakened. But this time, as the pod door slid open, it was a fully human-shaped Frieza who stepped in, tossing an apple in his hand. Did you sleep well, my dear? He paused, his smile more genuine than ever. Brother. In the asteroid belt at the edge of the universe, a Super Dragon Ball slowly sank into the sea of liquid hydrogen. Before it completely disappeared, 7 images flickered across its surface. 1. Kvera developing new techniques in the training ground. 2. Frieza clashing with Goku in the martial arts tournament. 3. Broly helping farmers harvest their crops. 4. Vegeta explaining tactics to Trunks. 5. Den teaching at Namek. 6. The Earth Dragon Balls emitting a soft glow in the temple. 7. A frost embryo pulsing in the incubation pod. In the final image, the vertical pupil on the embryo's forehead slightly opened, then peacefully closed again. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, warming Kvera's fingertips in a way that felt almost unreal. He stood on the observation deck of Frieza's flagship, gazing at the newly rebuilt cosmic port, no longer filled with slave transport ships, but bustling with trade vessels from various star systems. The temporal reset 3 months ago had transformed so much, with the most apparent change being his brother no longer floated. Have you seen enough? Frieza's voice came from behind. In his human form, Kvera's brother wore a dark red battle suit, tossing 2 senzu beans in his hands. The mark on his forehead, which symbolized a third eye, had completely vanished, though his pupils occasionally flickered with a hint of icy blue, a remnant of the timeline fusion. The command center is urging for the battle plan. Kvera pointed to the holographic star map, where 7 markers blinked. All 7 star systems have reported this. The star map zoomed in, revealing an identical frost emblem, a vertical eye surrounded by Dragon Balls. Frieza suddenly crushed the Senza beans. An invitation from Solomon. No. Kvera activated the third perspective, seeing a soft glow deep within the emblem. It is rebirth. On the agricultural planet Hero, Brala squatted in a wheat field, his grass-green aura reigned in like an ordinary farmer. He was teaching the children to use ki blasts to irrigate the crops when he suddenly looked up at the sky. A beam of icy blue light pierced through the clouds, coalescing into Kvera's ethereal form in front of him. I need your help. The apparition extended a hand for the last time. The scar on Brala's chest tingled slightly. He turned to the children, signaling them to wait a moment, and in the next instant his grass-green aura surged into the sky. The wheat in the field remained utterly still amidst the energy storm. That was the power he awakened in the new era, absolute control. Location. Kvera's apparition unfolded the star map, pinpointing a rogue planet at the galaxy's edge. There is a Tower of Time. Weren't all 7 destroyed? The 8th. The voice of the apparition resonated oddly, built from our memories. Inside the Tower of Time, time was frozen. As Kvera stepped into the hall, he saw 300 memories from parallel universes suspended in the air like specimens. Frieza from the 12th reincarnation executing a clone. Himself from the 89th reincarnation with dual pupils. In the farthest memory fragment, the human form of King Cold cradled the infant twins. A museum of bad taste. Frieza's voice suddenly echoed. Kvera turned to see his brother firing ki blasts at a particular memory. That was the record of their first deadly confrontation. Better to keep it useful. Kvera froze the ki blast. Look over there. A beam of light descended from the tower's peak, revealing 7 miniature Dragon Balls floating within. However, unlike before, each Dragon Ball cradled a sleeping infant. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Broly. In the 7th Dragon Ball lay a human infant with icy vertical pupils. A vessel. Frieza squinted. A choice. Kvera touched the light column, and all the infants opened their eyes simultaneously, a gift from the timeline. Earth, the temple. Dandy suddenly dropped the artifact in his hand, looking up at the sky in terror. The Dragon Balls are crying. The 7 Earth Dragon Balls soared from the altar, forming the frost emblem in the air. Just as Goku reached out to touch them, he recoiled, burned by the heat. It's not heat. Beerus' voice came from behind. It's time scorching. The god of destruction rarely showed seriousness as he activated a protective barrier. Through the translucent energy membrane, everyone saw the scene projected by the Dragon Balls. Kvera and Frieza stood atop the Tower of Time, with 7 infants floating before them. And Broly was tearing open his own chest. Stop! Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, but Beerus held him down by the shoulder. It's too late. The god of destruction's tail tensed. They've activated the contract of time. The Tower of Time began to collapse. Kvera encased the 7 infants in absolute zero crystals, turning to Frieza. Have you made your decision? His brother's human form was fading, revealing his energy state beneath. But unlike before, this time 2 Dragon Balls, fragments of Super Dragon Balls and the core of Earth's Dragon Balls, were embedded where his mechanical heart should be. I decided long ago. Frieza pushed the crystal toward the cosmos. After all, Brala's grass-green aura suddenly enveloped the 3 of them. In the final moment of temporal transfer, Kvera saw his brother mouthing the words. This time let me be the variable. The first dawn of the new era. Kvera stood alone on the reborn Frost Mother planet. Beneath his feet was soft grass rather than metal. 7 crystals floated in the sky, within which the infants were peacefully sleeping. The communicator suddenly rang, bringing Bulma's excited voice, a miracle. All the metallized planets have been restored. He looked up into the depths of the universe, where the remnants of the Tower of Time should have been a brilliant star trail now shimmered. Brother. The star trail flickered, arranging itself into familiar Frost characters. Guardianship agreement in effect. Kvera chuckled softly. He turned toward the newly built incubation pod where a black-haired infant lay, his forehead marked by a faint vertical eye scar. This time, he gently touched the transparent hatch. Let me teach you to control your power. The dawn of the Frost Mother star lags behind Universal Standard Time by 37 seconds. Kvera stood before the incubation chamber, frost crystals forming intricate genetic patterns on the chamber's surface. The black-haired infant's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the vertical pupil mark on his forehead pulsing with each breath, expanding slowly like the birth of a nebula. Suddenly, the data stream on the monitoring screen became chaotic. The infant's left hand instinctively rose and precisely pressed on the most critical node of the pattern. Is he learning my energy operation mode? Good morning, Guardian. The mechanical aide's voice came from behind, bearing a tray with 2 cups of energy liquid. This was the most ironic change of the new era, once a demon that annihilated galaxies, now dependent on extracts from Earth's flora to maintain human metabolic functions. As Kvera took the cup, he caught an unusual signal on the monitoring screen. The star belt at the galaxy's edge was altering its trajectory. The seventh time the aide brought up a star map. Lord Frieza's energy form is restructuring again. Kvera downed the energy liquid in one gulp. The burning sensation as it slid down his throat reminded him of his brother's final smile in the rift of time and space. That heart fused with Dragon Balls was meant to be his. The incubation chamber suddenly sounded an alarm. Outside the atmosphere of the agricultural planet Zerial, Broly was correcting the course of a rogue asteroid with a key blast. The grass-green aura acted like the most precise chisel, sculpting the rock into a model for irrigation channels. The children cheered on the ridge, oblivious to their guardian suddenly stiffening. Kvera. Broly pressed his hand against the scar on his chest, which had healed. A familiar wave frequency pulsed from that spot, but it wasn't a communication request. Instead, the cries of an infant. He looked up sharply to see the Earth infant among the 7 crystals glowing. Even more bizarrely, his shadow beneath him suddenly split into 3, one in its normal form, another in the legendary Super Saiyan, and the third, the holographic projection of the Emperor of Time. Lord Broly. The children pointed in terror at the sky. Above the clouds, the star belt coalesced into a massive golden vertical pupil, coldly gazing down upon the Earth. The black-haired infant floated within the incubation chamber. The realm of absolute zero automatically unfolded, but could not freeze the colorful light swirling around the infant, characteristics of the Super Dragon Ball's energy. More unsettling was the data on the monitor indicating that the infant's genetic sequence was mutating at a rate of 3% per minute, gradually approaching the foundational template of the original Emperor of Time. Warning. Star belt energy overload. The mechanical aide's voice was drowned out by an explosion. Kvera shattered the observation dome and burst into the sky, witnessing the disintegration of the star belt at the galaxy's edge, transforming into 7 meteors speeding toward the Frost Mother star. The first meteor halted a mere 10,000 meters above ground, revealing the core of Frieza's energy form. Human in outline, yet within its chest pulsed a peculiar core formed by the fusion of 2 Dragon Balls. Surprised, the energy form emitted his brother's signature saccharine voice. "My dear brother." The second meteor crashed into the incubation chamber. As the dust settled, Kvera beheld a more terrifying sight. The black-haired infant floated in a cocoon of colorful light, and the surface of that cocoon displayed the faces of 300 parallel universe versions of Kvera. In the ruins of the Time Management Bureau, Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow as the Earth Dragon Ball spun uncontrollably before her. Trunks attempted to stabilize the situation with a time stabilizer, but the device displayed an unbelievable data reading. "Mom. The Dragon Ball is reverse extracting the life force of the user." Beerus suddenly appeared, smashing the stabilizer. "Idiot. This is not our Dragon Ball." Energy coalesced at his fingertips, forming frost-written characters in the void. What was chillingly unsettling was that those characters began to ooze blood, gradually forming a sentence. "When the guardianship begins, the legacy endures." Goku and Vegeta transformed simultaneously, only to find they could not touch the Dragon Balls. They had already phased into time projections. Kvera sighed. Goku suddenly pressed his hand to his chest. "Something big is happening." The Frost Mother star was crystallizing. Kvera stood before the colorful cocoon, watching as his absolute zero energy was absorbed and transformed by the infant. The Frieza energy form hovered nearby, mechanically repeating, "The guardianship protocol must be completed. This is not my brother." Kvera suddenly surged forward, thrusting his ice spear towards the core of the energy form. In the fleeting moment before impact, the black-haired infant opened his eyes. Time froze. In the stilled flow of time, Kvera glimpsed the truth within each meteoric energy form, a fragment of Frieza's consciousness curled up, trapped in a time loop, repeating his brother's last command: protect the newborn Emperor of Time. And at the very center of the cocoon, the infant's vertical pupil fully opened, revealing an ice-blue nebula identical to Kvera's. "Father." The infant emitted a tripleton voice. "You are 300 cycles late." As the star belt completely shattered, the 7 meteors transformed into a rain of light, cascading across the universe. Kvera emerged from the ruins holding the infant, discovering that the gravitational coefficient of the Frost Mother star had changed. The dewdrops on the grass floated upwards, refracting tiny rainbows in the sunlight. The monitoring devices indicated that the entire star system's space-time structure was undergoing reconfiguration. Clause 1 of the guardianship protocol. The infant in his arms suddenly spoke, his voice tender yet clear. Prohibition of the misuse of the Eye of Time. The vertical pupil upon his forehead slowly closed, becoming a silver scar. Simultaneously, the abnormal reports from across the universe ceased. The Earth Dragon Ball calmed. Broly's shadow returned to normal. The residual energy of the star belt coalesced into a new asteroid belt. A call from Bulma came through the communicator. Kvera. We detected. I know. He interrupted, gently pressing down the infant's small hand which was attempting to grasp his hair. The 7th Super Dragon Ball has awakened. In a corner of the universe unnoticed by anyone, that submerged Dragon Ball slowly surfaced from the liquid hydrogen sea. Its surface reflected 2 figures, Kvera and the infant in his arms, as well as the shadow of Frieza standing behind them. The night sky above Bingshuang Muxing was stained a dark gold by the waning glow of the star belt. Kvera stood atop the observation tower, a black-haired infant sleeping quietly in his arms. Since the 7th Chaoji Longzhu awakened, the laws of the cosmos had begun to fray in subtle, sinister ways. Dewdrops that fell upward against gravity, metal flora that moved without wind, and most disquieting of all, the scar on the infant's brow, a vertical pupil that was growing. Guardian Protocol Article 2. The baby spoke suddenly. The voice retained a child's cadence, yet carried the weary timbre of someone who had seen too many endings. Interference with the natural progression of the timeline is forbidden. Kvera's fingertips crystallized into an ice needle of sensors, delicately probing the rim of the scar. Readouts scrolled the cellular activity there exceeded that of a normal frost demon by 300-fold. Interleaved within the genetic sequence were fragments of Scion Namek Shinran and something else unsettlingly familiar, Dichio human sequences. Alarms shredded the darkness. Holographic displays flared to life, showing the Chaoji Longzhu rising from a sea of liquid hydrogen at the edge of the universe. Upon its surface, a golden visage of Frieza was emerging. He never truly died, Kvera sneered. The infant's lashes fluttered. Wrong. That is not a remnant, he said, voice grave beyond his age. It is a backup. On the agricultural world Xylier, the most peculiar harvest in recorded history was underway. Bulyuoli crouched in the center of a wheat field, his palm pressed to the soil. A verdant grass-like aura seeped into the earth, accelerating growth until the crops changed before the eye, yet each ear of grain bore a miniature longsa-shaped fruit. Children plucked them with childish delight, oblivious to the guardian's somber expression. Temporal toxin, he murmured. He crushed a kernel. In the golden sap swam motes of black nanomachinery. The composition matched the metallic plague from 300 cycles ago, down to the molecular profile, albeit at a concentration reduced by 99.7%. Static hissed from a communicator, and Kvera's apparition coalesced before him. Scan the time sigil in your physiology. Bulyuoli tore open his collar. The scar on his chest had reconfigured into the face of a clock, its hands frozen at 1159. 1 cycle remains, the projection said, taut with rare urgency. Fuelus's backup has initiated the terminal protocol. 7 pillars of light rose from the ruins of the Shirkong Guanlaju. Burma, behind protective lenses, watched the Dichio Longzhu align into the pattern of the Big Dipper. Instruments showed them resonating with the Chaoji Longzhu, but the energy flow was reversed. Rather than imparting a wish, they were siphoning the life force of something. Wukong. Now, Super Blue Wukong unleashed a devastating key wave at the Longzhu array. The moment it touched became frozen. An ice-like frost crept back up the energy waveform, and in an instant encrusted his right arm. This is not Kvera's power. Lucy appeared in a blur and shattered the frost with a destructive strike. This is time itself defending. Vegeta pointed skyward. Look inside the Longzhu. Within each Dichio Longzhu floated a miniature projection of Kvera cradling the infant. Beneath the crust of Bingshuang Muxing, the planetary core throbbed with a heartbeat. Kvera stood in the genetics chamber as 300 incubation pods powered on in unison. Each cocoon held a clone of the black-haired infant, though the vertical pupils in their brows varied in hue: crimson, dusky gold, and abyssal purple. In the central pod, the infant opened his eyes. Their irises were absolute, unyielding black. Final clause of the Guardian Protocol, the infants intoned in synchrony. Permit the Shirji Jichings to execute the Guardians. Kvera unleashed his absolute zero domain in an instant. For the first time, it failed. The frost vaporized into particles of time before it could touch the incubation shells. He spun and saw on the observation screen the Chaoji Longzhu swollen to planetary bulk, its face a complete Frieza automaton. I told you. Fuelus's laughter came from within the orb, light and cruel. I would bring you a memento. He pierced the Longzhu's surface with a golden fingertip and yielded a beating human heart. The Shirkong nexus collapsed once more. Kvera tumbled through a rift between dimensions. The original infant clutched to his chest, and shards of memory drifted like detritus in the void. Burning infected crops in the field Wukong striking at the Longzhu backlash, with Kaioken, Burma's stabilizers tripping in sequence. Most unnerving were visions of Frieza, not an incandescent energy, but an older entity flesh fused to machinery, its body engraved with the primal runes of the Frostkin. You never asked, the hallucination of Frieza said, its voice layered with electronic static, why Kurd Wong created twins. The infant writhed violently in Kawaila's arms, the vertical pupil on his forehead opened fully. A temporal storm detonated around them, dragging them into a cyclone of time. At the last instant, Kawaila glimpsed the truth. The 300 clones in the pods dissolved and coalesced into the full figure of the primordial time Emperor Suleiman. Frieza's mechanical heart was merging with the Chaoji Longzhu. At the seventh sunset of a new epoch, Kawaila woke amid the remnants of the star belt. The infant was gone. Black veins marred his right arm, the dark sigils of deep temporal infection. Instruments booted and reported that the anomalies across the cosmos were abating. The Dichio Longzhu had returned to their shrine. Bioli's clock scar had vanished. The debris of the star belt had recomposed into ordinary asteroids. Yet the most critical alarm still pulsed. Detected reverse temporal flow, AG 732. On the screen, a youthful Kurd Wong stood in a laboratory before two newly completed incubation pods. As he turned, Kawaila saw a chilling detail. The king's pupils were absolute black, and a barely formed vertical pupil scar rested on his brow. Guardian failure. The voice of the black-haired infant echoed from every corner of the universe. Kawaila looked up as the starlight itself warped, freezing mid-glimmer to spell in crystalline frost across the void, Luanhui Yongshu. In the year 732 of the AG era, the laboratory was suffused with the chilling air of liquid nitrogen. Kawaila hovered in a quantum observation state within the crevice of dimensions, watching as the young king cooled, adjusted the cultivation chamber system. This uncoronated scientist had his right pinky fully metallic, with writhing black patterns beneath his skin mirroring the infected right arm of Kawaila, characteristic signs of the primary infection by the temporal toxin. So he is the zero patient. As King Cooled bent down to modify the genetic sequence of the K00 cultivation chamber, Kawaila's third perspective suddenly captured the frost-etched inscriptions at the bottom of the chamber, Tears of Solomon. Even more chilling were the micro-Dragon Ball fragments embedded within the strokes of those letters, glowing faintly as they flowed with the nutrient solution. Observer, your breath disrupts the flow of time. King Cooled suddenly fixed his gaze upon the observation dimension, his pitch-black pupils revealing 12 layers of frost patterns. His voice, traversing 300 cycles, resonated directly within Kawaila's consciousness. Do you believe that reversing the cycles can alter fate? The fabric of time and space fractured under the weight of this inquiry. In the present day, dawn broke over the ruins of the Frost Mother Star. Kawaila was forcibly ejected back into the material world, the toxin patterns on his darkened right arm having spread to his shoulder. Before him, a time capsule was dissolving, releasing the darkest fragments from 300 parallel memories. Frieza implanted a mechanical heart into Kawaila's chest during the 47th cycle. Broly swallowed the Super Dragon Ball during the 122nd cycle. An infant used the Eye of Time to dismember the 12 emperors during the 299th cycle. As the capsule completely dissolved, a bronze key emerged at its core, the handle inscribed with the logo of the Earth Capsule Corporation. Bulma's great-grandfather. Suddenly enlightened, Kawaila felt a violent headache from time travel, forcing him to one knee. The toxin in his right arm surged in pain, automatically constructing a three-dimensional projection of Earth in 732 AG, on the outskirts of West City DR. Brief's grandfather was burying something at the foundation of the Capsule Corporation. The sensing pulse of the Super Dragon Balls suddenly intensified, coordinates pinpointing directly to Earth. The dual mirror of 732 AG and the present world. As Bulma adjusted the Dragon Ball radar in the contemporary laboratory, the instrument projected the phantom of her great-grandfather. The youthful Dr. Brief, holding an oil lamp, gazed in terror at the center of the basement, where a circle formed by 12 ice demon statues surrounded a scion infant, its chest embedded with a decayed Dragon Ball. Temporal overlap, depth at 37. The monitoring device emitted a sharp alarm. Bulma watched helplessly as her hand penetrated the phantom, touching the decayed Dragon Ball. At the instant of contact between the dual timelines, Kawaila's darkened right arm suddenly surged, tearing through the dimensional barrier to grasp the Dragon Ball. The surface of the decayed Dragon Ball opened countless vertical pupils, each reflecting the apocalyptic visions of different timelines. The central pupil suddenly spoke, the voice, a cacophony of 300 Kawailas. The cocoon of time has hatched. The sky above Earth darkened abruptly, and 7 Dragon Balls flew automatically towards the 7 continents, inscribing a colossal emblem of time upon the surface. Life across the universe collectively witnessed this miracle. Broly, toiling in the field, saw columns of light rise from the wheat, each ear bearing miniature clock-like fruits. Goku, in the midst of training, found frost particles mingling with his ultra-blue aura. Even Beerus, the destroyer god, realized that the destructive energy was beginning to repair the rifts in time and space. Final revision of the Guardian Protocol. Kwila's voice echoed through the Dragon Ball network across all dimensions. His right arm had fully crystallized, merging with the decayed Dragon Ball to form a colossal blade of time as the phantoms of the 12 emperors wailed in despair under its gleam. As the last vestiges of darkness were purified, strange synchrony emerged across the cosmos. Scion tails began to regrow. The surface of Namek's Dragon Balls bore frost patterns. Frieza's mechanical heart fragments began to pulse. The remnants of the star belt reformed into 7 ice-blue asteroids arranged in the shape of the Eye of Time. On the first dreamless night of the new era, the rotation speed of the Milky Way galaxy slowed by 0.7. Kvera stood at the temporal observation platform, his silver veins pulsating in sync with the starry bands. A custom-made quantum radar from Bulma floated before him, displaying 12 crimson coordinates, moving towards the center of the galaxy in a manner that defied the laws of physics, each corresponding to a fragment of the resurrecting Dragon Ball. Guardian authorization confirmed. The ethereal image of a black-haired infant emerged from 7 Earth Dragon Balls, his form fully energy-encoded, with starry vertical pupils swirling like a nebula. As his fingertips grazed the star chart, the 12 crimson coordinates erupted with frost-laden inscriptions. Eulogy of the Emperor of Time. The coordinate closest to the solar system suddenly split apart, revealing suffocating details. Within that Dragon Ball fragment lay the frozen mechanical right arm of King Cooled, his fingers still positioned, as if calibrating a cultivation pod. He is restructuring himself. The sound of Goku crashing through the laboratory door interrupted the observation. Cradled in his arms was a specially designed cultivation pod, within which Frieza's miniature energy form scratched the glass with golden claws. With each beat of the mechanical heart in his chest, a frost pattern spread across the pod's walls. Your relative is truly hard to handle. Goku wiped the oil from his face. This thing has dismantled 3 of my gravity chambers. On the agricultural planet Hero, the wheat fields had transformed into a clock garden. Broly sat cross-legged amidst the golden waves of wheat, his grass-green aura unfurling like silk. Atop each wheat spike floated miniature temporal projections. In one cycle, Den became the priest of time. In another reality, Vegeta was entirely mechanized. In the tiniest projection, a baby Kvera was seen within a cultivation pod. Smiling at the surveillance camera, Lord Broly. The terrified voices of children came from the field's edge. The sky is bleeding. He looked up to see the atmosphere torn by a crack with 12 streams of black and red energy cascading down like waterfalls. More terrifying was that each energy stream enveloped a Dragon Ball fragment, the surface revealing the visage of King Cooled at various stages of his life. Finally, Broly's chest scar suddenly burned as the legendary Super Saiyan energy erupted uncontrollably. Just before being engulfed by the aura, he made a simple motion, compressing the grass-green energy into a seed and launching it towards the nearest temporal monitoring device. The core of the Frost Mother Star ruins echoed with a heartbeat. Kvera placed Frieza's energy form upon the remnants of the mechanical throne, while 7 Earth Dragon Balls automatically arranged themselves into a restoration matrix. As the first Dragon Ball's energy infused the mechanical heart, the metallic flora of the entire star system collectively turned towards the throne. Activation restored. 89.7. Bulma's monitoring device suddenly erupted with sparks. She stared in shock at the wildly fluctuating data on the panel. The genetic sequence of Frieza's energy form was mutating, the foundational code of the Frost Demon being overwritten by some ancient presence. That's not restoration, she screamed as she tugged on the energy conduits. It's reverse contaminating the Dragon Balls. It was too late. Frieza's golden eyes snapped open, his pupils spinning with 12 layers of frost patterns. His mechanical heart erupted with black light, projecting a deliberately erased memory within the restoration pod. The first Emperor of Time Solomon sealed 12 powers within. 1. King Cold's mechanical right arm. 2. The core of the Frost Mother Star. 3. The core of the Super Dragon Balls. 12. The cells of the Scion Infant Kakarot. Final terms of the monitoring agreement. The voice of the energy form Frieza resonated with electronic reverb, allowing the monitored. With bare hands, he tore open his chest and crushed the mechanical heart. The Dragon Balls of the entire universe went into a frenzy. The 7 Dragon Balls of Earth broke free from their seals, forming a fragmented pattern of the Eye of Time in the air. The Dragon Balls of Namek sank into the room of spirit and time, Even the Super Dragon Balls submerged in the liquid hydrogen ocean surfaced, their surfaces cracking open with 12 fissures. Temporal level chain reaction. Bulma's quantum radar exploded into fragments. The last image on the monitoring screen showed the 12 crimson coordinates reaching the center of the galaxy, constructing some massive three-dimensional rune, the awakening array of the Emperor, as recorded in the ancient Frost manuscripts. Most despairingly at the core of the array floated the fully energy-encoded body of the black-haired infant, his limbs pierced by chains of Dragon Ball energy, his vertical pupils oozing black substance. The truth of the cocoon of time. Quila's silver right arm suddenly acted of its own accord, carving the most forbidden incantation of the Frost race into the void, the Guardian's funeral. At the final battlefield at the edge of time and space, Kvera stood at the edge of the formation, made of 12 Emperor Dragon Balls, with the bridge beneath him formed by King Cold's mechanical right arm. The energy form of Frieza followed closely behind, shedding numerous mechanical parts with each step. You always knew. Kvera did not turn back. Knew you would choose to be a martyr. The energy form chuckled lightly. No, I knew you would bring this. He tossed a microcapsule containing the grass-green energy seed that Broly had launched. When Kvera crushed the capsule, the legendary Super Saiyan energy fused with his silver right arm, forming a spear inscribed with the characters of time. At the center of the array, the black-haired infant suddenly lifted his head. His voice was no longer that of a child, but the echo of 300 cycles of all Kwelas. Do it, Father. In the moment the time spear pierced his chest, the 12 Emperor Dragon Balls exploded simultaneously. A pure current of time washed over each dimension. The Saiyan tails lost their metallic sheen. The fissures on the surface of the Namekian Dragon Balls healed. The energy form of Frieza reassembled into human form in the light, and Quila's silver right arm became the core of a new star band. The first dawn of the new era. Bulma found the unconscious Goku among the ruins, his hand tightly clutching half of a restored Earth Dragon Ball. The remnants of the monitoring apparatus indicated that the cosmic constants had returned to normal, but 12 new star systems had emerged, each with planets arranged in the shape of Frost characters. Most unsettling was that all Dragon Ball radars detected a new signal source, a black star drifting at the edge of the galaxy, its surface adorned with silver patterns identical to Quila's right arm. When sunlight once again bathed the Earth, Broly, who had been teaching children in the field, suddenly paused. The scar on his chest had completely vanished, replaced by a micro-imprint of the Eye of Time. Class is dismissed. He looked up at the sky, the grass-green aura gently enveloping all the children. Under the protection of the aura, no one heard him softly utter the Frost proverb. Guardians do not perish, the spark of the stars endures. The silver patterns on the surface of the black star began to breathe. Bulma's quantum radar crashed during its third scan, yet the last frame clearly revealed that the star's core was a pulsating mechanical heart, its frequency perfectly synchronized with the sealed right arm of Kvera. More terrifyingly, floating within the star's gravitational field were 12 ice coffins, each sealing a distinct temporal variant of Kvera, the ultimate backup of the Guardian. Goku crouched amidst the ruins of the temple, his fingertips pinching a piece of silver metal. As sunlight struck it, the metal suddenly liquefied, seeping into his skin to form a miniature star map beneath his dermis. Exactly the orbital coordinates of the black star. It is calling to the Saiyans. The magical energy cannon in Piccolo's palm began to coalesce. There are fragments of the King of Time within your cells. In the distance, Frieza's humanoid form was carving frost symbols into the sandy ground with golden nails. With each symbol completed, metallic vegetation erupted from beneath the earth, automatically assembling into some form of interstellar navigation device. Don't be so tense, monkey. He did not raise his head. I'm just calculating. Suddenly his pupils constricted. The destination indicated by the navigation device was none other than the coordinates of the incubation chamber where the infant Kvera had first been born. Broly's Eye of Time mark awakened in agonizing pain. The children watched in horror as a vertical pupil split open on his chest, grass-green energy streaked with silver-black patterns. 12 temporal projections erupted uncontrollably. A Kvera from some cycle pierced Goku's heart with its right arm. In another timeline, Frieza transformed into the Priest of Time. In the most indistinct projection, the black star collapsed into a smiling infant, Lord Broly. The children attempted to grasp him, but the moment they touched him, they were repelled by the tumult of time and space. Legends spoke of Super Saiyan energy automatically constructing a protective shield encasing the entire agricultural planet. Stay inside. Broly's voice resonated with a triple echo until the starry sky stops bleeding. He tore open a rift in space with his bare hands, and in that instant the Eye of Time on his chest resonated with the black star. This was not a star at all, but a cocoon of time. The core of the Frost Mother Star ruins began to sing. Bulma's repair pod was suddenly engulfed by silver substance, and the 7 Dragon Balls within reassembled into the Reverse Time Dragon. When the dragon opened its eyes, it did not exhale flames, but rather 300 fragments of Quila's memories from countless cycles. The Guardian Protocol has reached its final answer. The dragon's voice was accompanied by mechanical grinding. The King of Time Solomon sealed his powers within 12 vessels because Frieza suddenly grasped the dragon's throat. Shut up. Too late. The Reverse Time Dragon exploded, revealing a shocking truth. The original King of Time Solomon was none other than Kvera after 300 cycles. His ultimate goal was not to dominate time and space, but to prevent his own birth. The star map within Goku suddenly burned, silver patterns crawling over his body. Before he could be fully assimilated, he did something no one expected. He aimed the Kamehameha at his own heart. Don't move. Piccolo's magical energy cannon pressed against the back of Goku's head. If you die, the star map will shift. I know. Goku grinned, so I'm aiming for. The energy blast pierced his chest, shattering the star map beneath his skin. The black star immediately erupted with a piercing scream. The final battle at the edge of time and space unfolded on the star's surface. The 12 ice coffins of Kvera shattered simultaneously, and the variants merged into a silver energy form, becoming the ultimate guardian wielding the Spear of Time. As Broly leaped from the rift, he witnessed Frieza's human body contorted under the star's gravity, his skin peeling away to reveal intricate gears of time within. How ironic. Frieza's mechanical voice hissed, "The perfect vessel is driven by hatred of Sion." Broly did not respond. His eye of time pierced through to the core of the star. There lay Solomon in infant form, and the silver substance enveloping him was the severed right arm of Kvera from all cycles. The Guardian has never betrayed. As the Spear of Time from the Kvera variant thrust towards the star's core, Broly committed an act that defied the laws of physics. He absorbed the temporal poison from the spear's tip using his own eye of time. Grass-green flames instantaneously turned black. The first dusk of the new era. Bulma salvaged a silver chip from the debris of the black star. Upon decoding it, it played the laughter of an infant. Monitors indicated that all Dragon Balls in the universe had returned to normal, but an encrypted command was added. When the starfire reignites, the Watcher of Time will return. More astonishing was Goku's transformation. The residual silver patterns beneath his skin formed a new meridian, and each time he invoked Ultra Instinct, his pupils flashed with Kvera's frost vertical pupil. And Frieza, congratulations on your rebirth. Piccolo observed coldly as metallic vegetation formed a throne beneath Frieza's feet. What are you now? A puppet of the King of Time. Wrong. Frieza's human visage was gradually covered in silver. I am. His declaration was interrupted by Broly's roar. The legendary Super Saiyan fell from the rift in time and space. The eye of time on his chest had sealed, but silver light flowed through his grass-green flames, purified temporal poison. That night, 12 new star systems abruptly altered their orbits, spelling out a frost proverb. The watch has begun. In the 7th year of the cosmic era, at the outer edge of the Wall of Vigilance, Bulma's detector emitted a sharp alarm. The silver barrier formed by the remnants of a black star was contracting. With each light year it shrank. New rifts in the fabric of time and space erupted at the universe's edge, from which mechanical flora of the Frost civilization seeped, devouring all passing planets. It is not consumption. Frieza's mechanical pupils flickered with streams of data, but assimilation. His metallic fingertips brushed against the monitoring screen, magnifying the image. The core of a devoured planet revealed the icy vertical pupils of the Kvera, while its surface sprouted structures resembling silver dragon scales. Even more bizarrely, all assimilated planets began to spontaneously arrange themselves, forming a colossal wheel of time. Goku suddenly pressed his hand to his chest. His silver meridians resonated with the wheel. The Ultra Instinct was triggered uncontrollably, his pupils splitting into the distinctive triple irises of the Frost clan. He is restructuring the rules of time and space. Piccolo charged his special beam cannon to 200, using the entire universe as a petri dish. Broly's voice crackled through the communicator, infused with a wave of grass-green energy. No, he is calling for help. On the agricultural planet Zerial, in the Temple of the Eye of Time. On an altar woven from wheat straw suspended above it were the energy seeds left by Broly. As the first rays of starlight illuminated the scene, the seeds suddenly blossomed, projecting images that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The incubation pod of the infant Kvera was not a hatcher, but a cage. The outer walls of the pod were inscribed with frost runes that grew in reverse, each one suppressing the rampaging toxins of time and space within. The Guardians have never betrayed. The projection abruptly shifted, revealing a segment of erased history 300 cycles prior. The original Emperor of Time, Solomon, voluntarily divided his consciousness, sealing the pure essence within the Scion genes, while the toxins were entrusted to the Frost clan for safekeeping. Frieza's mechanical voice interjected into the communication. How ironic that the most brutal race was chosen as the antidote for the universe. Broly's eye of time on his chest suddenly opened wide. The silver light within the grass-green energy coalesced into chains, piercing the nearest rift in time and space. From the other end of the chains came a distinct heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. Perfectly synchronized with the rhythm within Goku's chest. Inside the wall of vigilance at the core of the cocoon of time, 12 remnants of Kvera's energy bodies floated in a silver sea, being forcibly fused by some unseen power. Each collision of 2 remnants unleashed memory sparks potent enough to tear through dimensions. A Kvera from a previous cycle personally annihilating the Scion homeworld. Another timeline where Frieza became the priest of time. In the darkest projection, the walls of the Omni King's temple oozing black star matter. Goku suddenly appeared in the core area, the silver flames of Ultra Instinct perfectly harmonizing with the frost patterns. His fist pierced through the merging energy mass, retrieving a shard that glimmered with the light of the Dragon Balls of Earth. I found you. The tone of Goku's voice melded with the electronic sound of Kvera, the last Guardian's authority. The shard reflected the ultimate truth. The Emperor of Time, Solomon, was indeed future Goku. A chain reaction throughout the universe. The 12 assimilated star systems suddenly shifted direction. The Wheel of Time accelerated its rotation. All Dragon Balls, including the Super Dragon Balls, cracked open with silver patterns on their surfaces, broadcasting the same message to the cosmos. Protocol initiated Starfire inheritance. Frieza's mechanical body was uncontrollably propelled toward the center of the wheel as the gears of time detached from his chest, assembling in the air the Frost clan's oldest penance pact. Even more astonishing, the silver light flow within Broly's energy automatically wove into the outline of a reverse-timed dragon swallowing the gear of time whole. Is that so? Piccolo's special beam cannon suddenly turned towards Goku. You are the key. Goku did not deny it. He raised the glowing shard and gently pressed it into his chest. The silver meridians surged forth, etching upon his skin the exact same guardian emblem found on Kvera's right arm. No, the triple irises scanned everyone. We are the door. The first midnight of a new era. The wall of vigilance collapsed into a silver star belt coiling around Goku's waist to form a natural belt. The eye of time on Broly's chest permanently closed, replaced by a miniature Dragon Ball pattern emerging on his palm. As for Frieza, congratulations on your promotion, embodiment of the gears of time. Bulma tossed him a decoding chip. Can you now explain why the Super Dragon Balls are crying? Frieza's mechanical mask cracked open a seam, revealing a cold smile in human form. Because they know. All the Dragon Balls in the universe shattered simultaneously, transforming into 12 beams of starlight that infused themselves into Goku, Broly, and Frieza. At the end of the starlight, 300 Kvera from different timelines could be vaguely seen standing side by side, their right arms combining to form a colossal gate of starfire. Inscribed on the gate were the final terms. When the 3 inheritors resonate in harmony, the Guardian of Time shall return. The rift in the universe hummed ominously. The star belt around Wukong's waist suddenly tightened, silver patterns crawling up his neck like a living entity, forcibly triggering the ultimate state of Freedom Frost form. His pupils split, 3 layers of irises reflecting 12 assimilated galaxies. They no longer arranged themselves into the Wheel of Time, but instead resembled a door slowly opening. Black tears seeped through the crack of the door. That is not a door. The Dragon Ball pattern on Broly's palm burned fiercely, the silver light within the grass-green flames uncontrollably flowing towards the fissure it is a throat. Frieza's mechanical body trembled violently, the gears of time spinning rapidly in his chest, projecting a segment of history erased by the Omni King. The original Emperor of Time was neither Kvera nor Solomon. Instead, it was a crying infant salvaged from the edge of time and space by the Frost clan, sealed within a cultivation pod. So, are we the invaders? To the black corruption of the Omni King's temple. For the first time, cracks appeared in the Grand Priest's scepter. Abnormal timeline, cannot be pruned. The angel's pupils contracted simultaneously, observing the presence within the Watcher's Gate. A baby figure entwined with the star belt, proliferating outward through shards of Dragon Balls. Whis attempted to reverse time only to find his angelic power assimilated by some silver substance. More terrifyingly, the pure white walls of the Omni King's temple had unknowingly become overrun with mechanical vegetation of the Frost civilization. This is not rebellion. Whis's voice lost its usual composure at his return. The Omni King raised his hand, unleashing the power of erasure, only to be pierced through the palm by a suddenly materializing spear of time. The spear's handle bore the emblem of Kvera's guardians. 3. The resonance of 3 heirs. The blood of Wukong, Broly, and Frieza boiled simultaneously. The Star Belt Dragon Ball patterns and gears of time resonated forcibly, initiating the final stage of the Starfire Protocol. Their bodies disassembled and reformed in the silver light, merging into a 3-faced, 6-armed incarnation of time. Wukong's frosty ultimate state formed the left half. Broly's Dragon Ball flames forged the right half. Frieza's time machinery melded into the spine. The chest of the incarnation cracked open, revealing the truth within the door. 300 cycles of Kvera's remnants knelt in the void, their right arms forming an altar. Hovering above was the original infant. It was not a living being. Instead, it was the putrefied wound of time and space itself. For choice and sacrifice, the Guardian's final clause. The 3-faced incarnation spoke in unison, their voices resonating across all dimensions. Allow the universe to refuse healing. The planets assimilated by the 12 galaxies detonated simultaneously, energy flooding into the Watcher's Gate. The Omni King's power of erasure clashed with the silver light, tearing the entire Dragon Ball multiverse in half. One half returned to pure white, the other sank into frost. As the balance was on the verge of collapse, Broly's Dragon Ball pattern suddenly detached from the incarnation, transforming into an emerald retrograde dragon, sealing the wound of the infant figure. I will be the new bandage. The dragon's eyes turned to Wukong. Frieza's mechanical spine automatically disassembled the gears, spelling out the final frost words. The poison of time inherited from the poison. 5. The first dawn of a new era. The Watcher's Gate closed. Wukong awoke amidst the ruins of the temple. The star belt around his waist vanished without a trace. Bulma's monitoring device indicated that the Dragon Balls throughout the universe had returned to their original state, but one core now held a silver starfire. Broly and Frieza were nowhere to be found, until the children of the agricultural planet discovered 2 new statues in a wheat field. One depicted the legendary Super Saiyan with arms outstretched, a half-Dragon Ball embedded in its chest. The other showed the Mechanical King, kneeling on one knee holding a gear of time. As the wheat brushed against the statues, a faint electronic echo would resonate. Guardians never die. The wind swept past, carrying away the second half of the phrase. The dusk on the agricultural planet of Xylier stretches longer than anywhere in the cosmos. Day after day, children wiped the dew off 2 stone statues until one fateful morning when a fragment of the Dragon Ball embedded in Broly's chest suddenly fell. It rolled through the golden waves of wheat, the ears of grain rapidly turning metallic, and finally came to rest before a pair of worn-out boots. This thing is heavier than I imagined. Son Wukong bent down to pick up the Dragon Ball, and as his fingertip brushed its surface, silver starfire patterns flickered deep within his pupils. The silver flames of Zizai Ji ignited uncontrollably, but the moment they touched the Dragon Ball, they were stained a grass green, like some dormant power was tainting his divine realm through the Dragon Ball. 3,000 light-years away, Bulma's laboratory erupted with alarms. The Earth's Dragon Balls trembled collectively within their sealing chamber, and each Dragon Ball revealed a phantom of Frieza's mechanical form within. 12 lines of frost-laden text exploded on the observation screen. Guardians do not die. Reincarnation does not cease. The holographic projection automatically switched, displaying a scene that should have been erased by the Omni King in the last second before the gatekeeper's door closed. 3 avatars disintegrated and 12 silver lights escaped. They infiltrated the Scion Great Ape gene chain across various timelines in a hyperdimensional form. Damn it! Bulma struck the control panel with her fist. That door wasn't even closed properly. The Grand Priest stood beneath the temple dome, where frost-covered vegetation spread with black goo dripping from the tip of his staff. The wings of 18 angels were visibly turning metallic, and what was most unsettling was that miniature marks of the Eye of Time appeared at the center of their halos. Father, the monitoring data from the 7th universe. Whis projected real-time images of Earth at the base of every Scion descendant's tail. Silver-scaled keratin layers were forming. The image suddenly flickered, switching to a scene that should not exist. Outside the incubation chamber of infant Kakarot stood the adult Kefla and Frieza in human form. Together they pressed a mechanical heart into the infant's chest, and within the genetic sequence displayed by the Chamber 12 of the Emperor of Time's code was conspicuously mixed in. I see now. The Grand Priest's staff cracked open its first seam. The so-called violent genes of the Scions are diluted permissions of Guardians across 300 cycles. Whis interjected, fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. What the Omni King erased back then was not a rebellion but a failed emergency surgery. The angelic halos collectively flashed forcibly, deleting the record of this conversation. But it was too late. On a planet shrouded in frost-covered vegetation, a gear inscribed with the language of time quietly embedded itself into the foundational logic of the Omni King's erasure program. Frieza's statue awakened in the torrential rain. Metallic fingers grasped the first child to touch him, and the gear of time emerged from his chest, branding a frost emblem on the child's forehead. The excruciating pain caused the child to emit a shrill scream unlike any human, and at the moment the sound wave shattered the clouds, 12 assimilated galaxies lit up simultaneously. Each planet's surface revealing massive scion great ape totems, their eyes, all icy vertical slits. "Welcome to school, dear students." Frieza's mechanical voice echoed with an eerie cheerfulness. "Today's lesson is..." The statue suddenly exploded, and the true Frieza in human form emerged from the debris. His golden eyes glimmered with the memory data streams of 300 lifetimes, while his right hand gently wiped the blood from the child's forehead. How to save the world with hatred. In the Earth Temple, Piccolo's special beam cannon abruptly turned towards the sky. His ear fins detected unusual waves from the edge of the universe, not energy reactions, but a more primal biological instinct of collective awakening. All Scion descendants with silver tail scales were now gazing in the same direction. Wukong crushed the Dragon Ball in his hand. As the shards pierced his palm, mingling blood with silver light, he glimpsed the ultimate truth. The force that originally split the Emperor of Time's power was none other than the first Super Saiyan God. Vegeta shattered his own tail in the gravity chamber. The blood had not yet touched the ground before it vaporized into silver mist, within which previously unseen memory fragments emerged. A Saiyan Emperor from another timeline knelt before Kefla, willingly transforming his entire race into biological purifiers. Even more terrifying, all the shredded flesh began to wriggle and recombine, ultimately forming a miniature cocoon of time. "Kakarot." He burst through the laboratory door. "Yours is IG." The words froze in his throat. Wukong hovered within the quantum restoration chamber, silver tendrils now enveloping his body. The icy vertical slit that opened on his forehead exchanged data with the mechanical vegetation on the ceiling. Upon hearing the commotion, he slowly turned his head, his mouth stretching into a grotesque grin. "Finally awake. My blood vessel." Bulma's protective shield shattered under the sonic impact. The last image she saw was the wildly fluctuating genetic comparison results on the monitoring screen. The Emperor of Time's code within Wukong activated to 47, while those who had awakened earlier were the Scion infants scattered across various timelines. At that moment, all the Dragon Balls in the universe resonated. The Emerald Dragon of Time broke free from the Broly statue, each scale inscribed with the Oath of the Guardians. When its claws touched the earth, all Scions infected with silver scales transformed into great apes collectively. But their fur was not golden, it shimmered with liquid silver flowing like starlight. Frieza stood upon a throne made of gears of time, his human form shifting continuously between machine and flesh. His laughter shattered 3 nearby planets. "What a pity, monkeys. The beastly bloodline you desperately try to escape is the universe's last vaccine." Wukong tore apart the restoration chamber. His silver-hued Zai had evolved into a halo resembling a belt of stars, and in his palm rested 12 fragments of the Emperor Dragon Balls summoned from different timelines. As the fragments began to merge, the halos of all angels in the universe simultaneously shattered. The Grand Priest's staff pointed towards the ruins of the Scion homeworld, where a colossal mechanical great ape skeleton comparable to a galaxy was rising, its eye sockets burning with the consciousness embers of 300 cycles of Kefla. Broly's voice echoed from the Emerald Dragon's mouth, resonating deep within the genes of each awakened Scion. "Roar, beasts of time. Use your wildness to toll the bell of reason." The skeletal form of the mechanical giant ape slowly rose in the void. Each rib was a corridor of space-time, traversing galaxies, with the joints of its spine embedded with the remnants of 300 Frost Civilization's home planets. As its hollow eye sockets turned towards the Omni King's temple, the halos of all angels erupted with a harsh metallic screech, their wings forcibly rewritten into liquid silver wings. "This is not rebellion." The High Priest's staff shattered inch by inch. "It is dissection." The Emerald Time-Reverse Dragon coiled around the giant ape's phalanges, and Broly's voice reverberated through the Dragon Ball frequency across the universe. "Show your wounds." 12 assimilated star systems collapsed in response, their silver blood flowing into the giant ape's chest cavity. At the heart's location coalesced Goku's fully silverized Ultra Instinct form. His pupils had split into triple time eyes, and the star belt around his waist unfurled into a guardian star map spanning 3,000 light-years. The first to kneel was the god of destruction, Beerus. His purple fur had faded to a ghastly white, and a mechanical sound not belonging to him escaped his throat. "Welcome, the dissector of time." Bulma unearthed trunks wrapped in frost vegetation from the ruins of the laboratory. The boys left I had transformed into a miniature time eye, and liquid Dragon Ball material flowed beneath the skin of his right arm. More disturbingly, his breath synchronized with a frozen planet at the edge of the universe. That was the coordinates where baby Kvera was first discovered. Mom. Trunks' vocal cords vibrated with the echoes of 300 reincarnations. Do you know why Scion infants must be placed in incubation pods for launch? The holographic screen activated automatically, playing memories encrypted by the angels. The first Super Scion God injected temporal toxins into the genes of his kin. The Frost clan replaced the organs of newborn Scions with mechanical hearts. When the Omni King system was established, the first to be erased was the Scion priests who willingly became vessels. Suddenly Piccolo's special beam cannon pierced through the laboratory wall. Silver circuitry patterns crawled across his green skin, and the compressed energy within the beam was no longer energy, but rather fragments of imprisoned angel halos. The lesson continues. He grasped Bulma by the throat. Explain in your human language. The so-called Dragon Balls are merely the threads stitching the wounds of the universe. Frieza's mechanical cult constructed a throne of flesh and blood at the center of the galaxy. Each gear of time was inserted into the chest of a Scion follower, transforming giant ape genes into precision space-time regulators. When the 70,000th gear was in place, a phantom of Kvera's severed right arm emerged above the throne, recombining into something far more terrifying in a hyperdimensional form. My dear monkeys. Frieza's human visage smiled for the last time. Now you understand who truly is. His proclamation was interrupted by the sound of fracturing vertebrae. Vegeta's silverized giant ape form manifested from the void, fangs biting down on the remnants of a mechanical angel's body. The Scion Prince's pupils blazed with an astonishing purity of time flames, and every silver hair pierced the gear followers. Shut up, lizard. Vegeta's voice shattered 3-star systems. This is the Scion's funeral. In the instant the throne collapsed, all gears came together to form the complete visage of the first Emperor of Time, identical to Goku's silverized form. Goku stood atop the cranium of the mechanical giant ape. His silverized ultra instinct had evolved to an unimaginable realm. With each breath, parallel universes flickered and faded in his pupils, and his star-belted hands could shatter the power of angels into primordial space-time particles with a gentle grip. Yet when the Emerald Dragon presented Broly's core, this invincible form suddenly trembled. Nestled in the dragon's claws lay a baby Scion's milk tooth. Guardian Protocol. The final answer. Goku's star belt abruptly contracted, and the silverized state peeled away layer by layer. Before he could fully revert to normal, all beings in the universe heard the last whisper of the Time Eye. We misunderstood purification. Wildness is not the cure, but the virus' final repentance. At that moment, the Omni King's temple crumbled. Frost vegetation began to bloom. Bulma cradled the returning normal Trunks, watching as silver flowers blossomed amidst the ruins of the laboratory. Each petal was a frozen fragment of time, with the clearest frame depicting baby Kvera's incubation pod standing before the Omni King. 2 Omni Kings mending the rifts in the universe with the cries of children. A 3rd Omni King in the shadows. Removing the crown. Frieza's statue reassembled, but this time his human form cradled a gear in both hands, the center of which bore Scion's script. Forgive your imperfections. At the edge of the universe, the last remnant of silver energy coalesced into Broly's phantom. He made a gesture, as if embracing a child, towards Goku, the grass-green aura gently enveloping all surviving planets. The monitoring devices indicated that the Dragon Balls had regained their purity, yet with each summoning of the dragon, an additional frost pattern would appear upon its horns. The withered crown. On the ruins of the Omni King's temple, the 12th frost flower bloomed. Bulma's mechanical eye focused on the dewdrops on the petals, not water but fragments of frozen time and space. Each droplet reflected different apocalyptic visions. A silver embodiment of Goku from another universe was evaporating. On another timeline, Vegeta cradled the remains of baby Kvera. In the tiniest droplet, Broly's Emerald Dragon clashed with the skeletal remains of a mechanical giant ape. This is not a memory. Trunks' eye of time suddenly bled. It is the reality in progress. His left arm rose uncontrollably, tracing the most forbidden symbol of the Frost clan in the void. The moment the symbol was completed, all survivors heard a metallic heartbeat from the chests of every Scion descendant across the universe. Demon King Piccolo tore apart his wristband, revealing a winding silver circuit beneath his green skin, forming a line of text. The Omni King is not a ruler. He is the child who cries the loudest. The anti-universe equation. Whis angelic halo shattered into 300 pieces. Each fragment began to evolve into a miniature universe, and even more terrifyingly, the physical laws of these new universes were completely inverted. Stars emanated absolute zero. Black holes spewed forth creation energy, most paradoxically at the center of every angelic fragment universe. A pristine Earth Dragon Ball floated. The Grand Priest knelt at the center of the shards, his staff plunged into his chest. What flowed out was not divine blood, but a silver substance derived from the same source as the Goku star. When the first drop of silver blood touched the Dragon Ball, images long forgotten emerged within the orb. 12 original Scion elders sat in a circle, injecting the toxin of time into their giant ape hearts. And in the shadows, recording it all, was the original Omni King with a tail. So even failure was part of the plan. Whis feathers began to fall away. We are the contingency plan. Frieza's statue suddenly interjected, his human form seeping from the cracks. And now it is time. The statue exploded, revealing not a mechanical body but a Scion infant embryo pieced together from the gears of time. The reverse incubation of the deity. The mechanical giant ape's skeleton at the edge of the universe began to collapse. Each falling bone transformed into silver meteors, piercing dimensions and leaving wounds that would never heal. When the skull finally shattered, it revealed not Goku, but 300 Kvera infants consuming one another. Guardian Protocol. Final phase. Bulma's mechanical arm disassembled, automatically reconfiguring into a decoder of frost text. Initiating. Civilization self-destruction countdown. Trunks' eye of time suddenly shot out a beam, projecting the ultimate truth into the void. The Frost civilization first discovered the rotting wounds of the universe. The Scions were designed as biological bandages. The Omni King system was a forcibly stitched scar tissue. And the Emperor of Time was the distress signal emitted from the wounds. Vegeta's silver form suddenly fell from the time vortex. He bit down on a half-destroyed angel wing, pursued by 12 different versions of himself from various timelines, each Vegeta carrying deeper silver mutations. Kakarot, he roared, crushing the dragon radar. How much longer are you going to sleep? The primal cry. Goku's consciousness floated beyond time and space. His silver transformation had long since disintegrated. What sustained his existence now was the remnants of star bands entwined around his soul. When the last bone of the mechanical giant ape pierced his chest, he finally heard the voice that had always been overlooked. It hurts. Not language, not thought, but the primitive pain that existed since the birth of the universe. All memory fragments suddenly reassembled. The smile of baby Kvera in the incubation chamber. The anomalous time projection in Broly's wheat field. The frost engravings on Frieza's mechanical heart. All conveyed the same message. Please discover my pain. In that moment, all the Dragon Balls in the universe collectively vaporized. Amidst the silver mist, 300 reincarnated guardians simultaneously extended their hands, pushing Goku towards that unspeakable origin point. The first midnight of a new era. The frost flowers withered. Bulma found the unconscious Trunks amidst the ruins. The boy's eye of time had closed, replaced by a normal pupil dancing with silver starlight. The monitoring device indicated that the physical constants of the universe had stabilized, but all Dragon Balls bore an irreparable crack. The most astonishing discovery came from the core of the galaxy. The remnants of the mechanical giant ape formed a new star band, each bone fragment inscribed with the oldest Scion proverb. Wounds are another kind of mouth. As the starlight once again illuminated the earth, Frieza's human form appeared beside the agricultural star statue. He gently brushed the dust off Broly's statue, revealing newly sprouted frost flower seedlings beneath. Congratulations on your graduation, dear students. A holographic projection unfolded in his palm, displaying an inconspicuous planet at the edge of the universe, where the ocean began to shimmer with silver waves, and in the deepest trench lay half a tooth, imbued with Goku's essence. A baby's milk tooth. Prologue. When the first Scion bit through the wires of the monitor, the universe truly began to breathe. Frost Civilization, the Guardian's final log. Chapter 1, Neural Wasteland. Goku's silverized Ultra Instinct was killing him. Bulma's quantum scan revealed that the starry patterns on his skin were in fact the nerve endings of cosmic pain, each exertion of power drawing more temporal trauma into his body. Most terrifyingly, his pupils had split into 6 frosty irises, unconsciously reciting the log of the cultivation pod from 300 cycles ago, where Kvera had been nurtured. Test subject 000 exhibits autophagic reactions. Recommend injection of Scion gene stabilizer. The holographic screen suddenly erupted in sparks, and Trunks' time eye uncontrollably projected the corresponding image outside the cultivation pod of infant Kakarot. The first king was severing his own tail and inserting it into the pod's infusion tube. So the so-called god of super science Piccolo's green skin glistened with silver sweat, is a painkiller deified. Chapter 2, Gear Graveyard. Frieza's human form stood atop an altar composed of time gears. His left half retained the golden emperor form, while his right half had mechanically disintegrated into countless gears, each tip inscribed with the crying faces of scion infants. When Vegeta's silverized great ape form tore through dimensions, all the gears suddenly autonomously combined into a biocomputer. Input query: how to heal the universe. Output answer: cause Son Goku to cease existing. How ironic. Frieza's mechanical voice reverberated with fleshly tremors, the most perfect remedy. Vegeta's massive claw crushed the computer, and saliva spat from his fangs, corroding the void and creating a temporal tunnel. Is to make pain learn to scream. Chapter 3, Negative Universe Maternity Ward. The rebel angels led by Whis were reshaping the laws of physics. Their shattered halos formed a circular accelerator, transforming a black hole into a creation engine. As the first reverse entropy star was birthed, monitors captured a horrifying scene. Within the core of the newborn star curled the infant form of Kvera, its surface adorned with Goku's silver markings of Ultra Instinct. This is not creation. The high priest plunged his staff into his own eye socket. This is cesarean section. The divine eye he excavated transformed into 12 Dragon Balls in the air, each sealing a frame of erased memory. When the King system activated, 98 of the scions were transformed into biological buffers. The legendary Super Saiyan gene of Broly was in fact a pain amplifier. All timelines of the Emerald Dragon are time splits of the same dragon. Chapter 4, The Crying Wall Declaration. The frost flower wall at the edge of the universe suddenly bled. Trunks' time I resonated with the flower wall, forcibly playing the ultimate truth. The frost civilization's initial guardianship was not of time and space, but of the cosmic womb containing unborn new dimensions. When the first scion tore apart the cultivation pod, the leaking temporal toxins birthed self-aware pain. So the Dragon Balls are the umbilical cord. Bulma's mechanical arm disassembled automatically, forming the shape of obstetric forceps, and we are. Goku suddenly appeared before the flower wall, his silverized form tearing a fissure with his bare hands. From within came the mixed sounds of an infant's cries and mechanical heartbeats as 300 remnants of Kvera's consciousness simultaneously reached out, pulling him into the wall. In the final moment, everyone heard the overlapping voices of Kvera and Goku. Come witness the true birth. Chapter 5, The First Labor of a New Era. All silverized scions collectively knelt. Their hair reverted to black, yet each tip dripped with silver substance. These liquids automatically sketched a neural network throughout the universe, ultimately converging at the ruins of the King's Temple, where emerged a fetal embryo comparable in size to a galaxy, its chest embedded with half a shattered guardian emblem. Frieza's gear cult suddenly self-destructed en masse, and the metallic fragments formed a frosty proverb. Pain is life's first greeting. And in the farthest galaxy, Broly's emerald dragon shell began to glow, silhouettes of all erased timelines emerging between its scales. Prologue. When the scion genetic chain begins to breathe, we finally comprehend the universe's first cry. Bulma's Medical Journal of Time. Chapter 1, The Outburst of the Living Gene Pool. The tales of the scions are collectively reviving. Bulma's gene scanner exploded into a dazzling display, with the screen flashing wildly to reveal DNA chains. The recessive genes of all scion descendants had suddenly materialized, transforming into translucent silver umbilical cords floating in space. More terrifyingly, each umbilical cord was tethered to different timelines. The infant version of himself. This is not a mutation. Trunks' time I oozed silver blood. It is reverse childbirth of genetic memory. Piccolo severed one of his own arms, green blood splattering onto the quantum computer. The machine promptly translated the final warning from the Frost civilization. When the umbilical cords begin to breathe, autonomously sever them, unless you wish to deliver the entire universe. Chapter 2, The Awakening of the Mechanical Midwives. Frieza's mechanical cult is melting away. The golden mechanical shell dripped like wax, exposing the obstetric surgical instruments assembled from the gears of time inside. As the first midwife type, Frieza completed his metamorphosis and approached Vegeta, his palm world, with a miniature black hole that had been modified. Welcome to the experience of painless childbirth, dear prince. Frieza's vocal cords shifted into a mix of 300 different baby cries. General anesthesia, or experience the universe tearing apart while awake. Vegeta's silverized great ape form suddenly collapsed, reverting to his human shape, his chest splitting open to reveal the ancestral scion gene chain entwined around his ribs. This was no ordinary DNA, but a biological clockwork mechanism woven from the matter of Kvera's right arm. Chapter 3, The Flood of Amniotic Fluid of Time. Whis creation engine has gone haywire. The halos of the rebellious angels melted into silver liquid, forming a massive amniotic sac in the cosmos. Floating within it was Goku's fully silverized body, every blood vessel turned inside out into a tree-like neural network engaging in genetic dialogue with the umbilical cords of the 12 Scion ancestors. Final warning from the Guardian Protocol. The head of the High Priest suddenly cracked open, revealing a mechanical brain etched with frostbitten characters inside. Birth preparation at 89. Immediate action recommended. His voice was interrupted by the long, mournful cry of the Emerald Dragon. Broly's dragon soul pierced through dimensions, each scale reflecting the tragic scene of different timelines. In one universe, Vegeta was devouring his own umbilical cord. In another timeline, Piccolo was stitching the cosmic amniotic membrane with the special beam cannon. In the darkest projection, the Omni King was licking the glass of Kvera's incubation chamber. Chapter 4. The Cry of Reverse Time. Goku opened his eyes in the center of the silverized neural network. His irises had transformed into the observation windows of Kvera's incubation chamber, revealing not the universe, but a dimensional amniotic membrane akin to a uterine wall. As the first Scion umbilical cord pierced his forehead, the symbols of all guardians illuminated simultaneously, projecting the most secret files of the Frost civilization. Manual of Temporal Childbirth Operations. 1. Transform the Scion gene chain into forceps completed. 2. Suppress the universe's pain reflex with the Omni King system completed. 3. When the umbilical cords autonomously wrap around the Guardian, allow the universe to choose its own way of birth. Trunks suddenly screamed, his time eye flying out on its own, spelling out the final option in the void. 3. Kill the Deliverer. Chapter 5. The First Contraction of a New Era. All the umbilical cords suddenly tightened around Goku. The silverized Ultra Instinct shattered like an eggshell, revealing its most primitive form, a fetal nebula entwined with star bands. As Frieza's mechanical midwives collectively inserted the gears of time into the nebula, the entire universe resonated with the sound of shattering glass. The frostbitten floral wall collapsed, exposing the cosmic womb contracting behind it. Broly's emerald dragon coiled around everyone, with its tail rushing toward the temporal rift, resembling a cervical canal. In the final glance, Bulma witnessed the incubation chamber of infant Kvera transforming into a placenta, the ruins of the Omni King's temple forming the folds of the birth canal, and the nebula fetus that Goku had transformed into was actively severing its own umbilical cord. Prologue. When Frieza's mechanical heart first simulated maternal love, the universe finally experienced a fleeting tranquility. Frost Civilization Pain Management Terminal Log. Chapter 1. The Pain Relief Gene Run Amok. Frieza's mechanical midwife was melting. Bulma gazed at the frantically oscillating data on the monitoring screen. Those surgical instruments, modified by the gears of time, were reversing into biological pain relief pumps. Each pump's surface bore the visage of a Scion infant, injecting a silvery substance into the cosmic womb through umbilical-like conduits. This is not healing. Trunks' time, I suddenly wept blood. They are transforming pain into addictive pleasure. Piccolo tore open the green skin across his chest, revealing a writhing bundle of silver nerves beneath. As he severed a section of the nerve with his bare hands, the liquid that splattered formed a holographic projection in the void. Frost's ultimate solution. 1. Make the universe addicted to pain. 2. Transform guardians into drug carriers. 3. When all life craves suffering, birth is healing. Chapter 2. Reverse lactation. Goku's nebula fetus underwent a horrifying mutation. The star ribbons that once enveloped its body had morphed into 12 mammary ducts, their ends connecting to Kvera incubation pods across different timelines. Each contraction of the cosmic womb surged forth black colostrum mixed with silver, frantically collected by the mechanical midwives. See clearly, monkey. Frieza's humanoid form floated beneath the largest duct, golden eyes reflecting the truth. What you nourish is not life. Vegeta suddenly tore through dimensions, his silver-tinged right arm piercing Frieza's chest, grasping the mutated heart. It is 300 cycles of painkillers. In the instant the heart exploded, all the Scion umbilicals abruptly reversed direction, piercing into Vegeta's ancestral gene chain. Chapter 3. The Omni King's Nursery. Whis, accompanied by the last 3 angels, stormed the cosmic cervix. Their halos had degenerated into the shape of pacifiers, attempting to fit over the head of Goku's nebula fetus. As the Grand Minister's mechanical brain made contact with the womb's wall, the exposed memories rendered everyone breathless. The essence of the Omni King's temple was in fact a gigantic nursery where the 2 Omni Kings entwined their tails around something. A pulsating Kvera mechanical heart. It turns out even the rulers are Broly's emerald dragon form suddenly stiffened, merely soothed crying infants. The temporal silhouettes on his scales erupted in chaos, revealing a deliberately hidden fact: before every universe's destruction, the Omni King secretly stored the most painful memories within. The genetic tale of the Psiots. Chapter 4, Withdrawal Reaction. The universe began to seize. Bulma's mechanical eye captured a nightmarish scene: all the galaxies infused with the pain relief pumps convulsed at a rate akin to that of addicts in withdrawal. Trunks' time eye disintegrated, automatically stitching together Frost Civilization's final warning in the void. Pain is the universe's immune system. Suppressing it is inviting destruction. Frieza's mangled body suddenly convulsed upright as fragments of the mechanical midwives reassembled beneath him into an ultimate syringe. When the needle pierced towards Goku's nebula fetus, the entire timeline abruptly stilled. What flowed within the syringe was none other than the primal nutrient solution from the Kvera incubation pod. Chapter 5, The First Withdrawal of a New Era. The emerald dragon crushed the syringe with its body. Broly's voice separated from the dragon's roar: "Let them suffer." As the pain relief pumps detonated one after another, the cosmic womb contracted violently. All 12 mammary ducts of the nebula fetus ruptured, no longer spewing forth black colostrum, but rather 300 cycles worth of guardian memory crystals. Most shocking was Vegeta. His silver form was devouring the crystals, and with each one consumed, new temporal knowledge seeped from his pores. Kakarot. You fool. What is known as the ultimate instinct is fundamentally the hypersensitivity of the universe to pain. The Omni King's nursery suddenly opened, revealing for the first time a look of terror on the faces of the two miniature rulers. Behind them, the remnants of the frost flower wall reconfigured into a line of shimmering ancient Scion script. Born of pain, perished by medicine. Prologue. When the Omni King removes his crown, we glimpse the scarred umbilical cord beneath. Bulma, the Final Diary. Chapter 1, The Prisoner of the Incubator. Fragments of the Omni King's temple floated in the cosmic amniotic fluid. Bulma's mechanical eye adjusted its focus, revealing a chilling truth. The temple's base was connected to a half-frozen incubation pod, within which curled a body identical to that of a Kveran infant, save for the shards of the Omni King's crown embedded in its forehead. So this is what rules the 12 universes. Trunks' eye of time suddenly shattered. A sedated, crying baby. Piccolo blasted open the outer shell of the incubation pod with his special beam cannon, exposing a mechanical structure that left everyone breathless. The destruction button for each universe was in fact a pacifier. Angelic halos were connected to intravenous tubes, and the Omni King's adorable waving gesture was unconsciously scratching at the restraints. Chapter 2, The Symphony of Withdrawal Reactions. Vegeta's consciousness was disintegrating under the weight of knowledge. His silver skin continually shed, revealing beneath it a pain nerve tree composed of crystallized memories from the Guardians. Each new piece of knowledge that seeped out caused a corresponding space-time to peel away from the cosmic womb's wall. The most terrifying aspect was that these excretions automatically formed the ultimate archive of the Frost Civilization. Guide to the use of civilizational sedatives. 1. Transform the most rebellious races into drug carriers, Psiots. 2. Turn the most brutal tribes into syringes, frost demons. 3. When the management system begins to weep, allow the universe to awaken. Frieza's shattered syringe suddenly jabbed into the archive the residual analgesics within, reacting with the text, bursting forth 300 frost flowers into the void. Each flower housed a miniature Omni King injecting themselves with their tails. Chapter 3, The Umbilical Royalty. Goku in his nebular fetal form twitched violently. The broken 12 mammary ducts no longer expelled colostrum, but a viscous space-time amniotic fluid. Floating within it were images that made Broly's emerald dragon scales stand on end. The original Super Saiyan God, when severing his tail, bled forth silver amniotic fluid. The monitors of the Kveran infant incubation pod displayed maternal rejection response. Among the cries of all Saiyan infants, all resonated with the same frequency. Guardian Agreement. Final Revision. The Grand Priest's mechanical brain suddenly played Kveran's electronic voice. Allow the warded. The Emerald Dragon shattered the mechanical brain with its tail, but it was too late. The restraints of the Omni King's incubation pod had all loosened, and two miniature rulers floated toward the nebular fetus, moving in perfect unison to latch onto the severed mammary ducts. Chapter 4, The First Cry of Awakening. The cosmic womb exploded. In the shockwave, Bulma beheld a sight that overturned her understanding. Vegeta's pain nerve tree rooted itself in the chest of the nebular fetus. Frieza's syringe fragments reconfigured into a stethoscope. Broly's emerald dragon scales transformed entirely into newborn ankle bracelets. At the very center, the Omni King's act of sucking from the tubes triggered a chain reaction. 1. The Scion Tail gene collectively fell away. 2. Frost vegetation bloomed authentic flowers. 3. Goku's nebular form collapsed into a pulsating silver-patterned primal heart. Crystallized memories of the Guardians suddenly coalesced, forming an ethereal image of Kvera above the heart. He reached out to touch the Omni King's crown, softly whispering the initial password of the Frost civilization. Only after pain does one truly live. Chapter 5. The first checkup of the new era. The Emerald Dragon coiled into the shape of a birthing bed. Bulma's mechanical arms automatically assembled into a medical examination device, displaying readings. The cosmic pain threshold restored to healthy levels. Dragon Ball fractures transformed into healing scars. The Omni King system was self-unloading. Trunks opened his newly born eyes amidst a pool of blood, no longer the eye of time, but the most ordinary tear-filled black pupils. He gazed toward a particular coordinate in the void and smiled. Welcome back to the ordinary, painful universe. Prologue. When the first Dragon Ball's fissures seeped maternal milk, a new civilization learned to breathe through scars. Namek Star New Generation Gene Imprint. 1. The Milky Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls of Namek were nursing. Bulma's monitoring device emitted a frantic alarm. Cracks appeared on the surface of the 7 Dragon Balls, oozing milky liquid, which nourished the growth of vegetation that was half metallic, half flesh. More astonishingly, on the foreheads of the newborn Namekian infants, tiny guardian emblems emerged. This is no mutation. Den tore open his battle suit, revealing a silver scar on his chest that was healing. It is the cosmic mammary gland secreting. His words were interrupted by a phenomenon in the sky. Scars from 12 galaxies simultaneously glowed, forming a cosmic anatomical map of lactation in space, meticulously labeled. Scion gene chain mammary ducts. Omni King's nursery, a realer tissue. And the fissures of the Dragon Balls are the milk ducts. 2. Withdrawal reaction monitoring bureau. Fragments of Frieza's machinery automatically reassembled into a withdrawal monitoring device. Vegeta stood on the newly formed scarred Earth, observing the data displayed on the monitor. 38 of the galaxies showed signs of craving pain relief. 15 of planets began spontaneous time-space convulsions. Most astonishingly, all planets exhibiting withdrawal symptoms. Their surfaces revealed relief pod engravings of the Kvera. What's the treatment plan? Bulma's fingers danced across the keyboard. The monitoring device suddenly extended a syringe needle towards Vegeta's scar. Input: Scion battle memories. Output: pain endurance training program. Vegeta smashed the screen with a fist, but the shattered parts reassembled into a line of frostbitten text. Let the universe learn to enjoy pain. 3. The Scar Council. The new generation of Namekians collectively hovered above the Dragon Balls. Their green skin flowed with silver scars, their pupils reflecting Kvera from different timelines. When the first infant spoke, what emerged was the echo of 300 cycles. Guardian authority transfer confirmed. New civilization carrier scarred Namekians. Primary objective: prevent pain relief relapse. Broly's emerald dragon form coiled around the council hall, each scale projecting a segment of a tranquilized history. In one universe, pleasure gas replaced pain transmission. In another timeline, everyone mechanically ascended to eliminate nerve perception. The darkest record showed. The Omni King system initially had 12 rulers, 10 of whom self-destructed due to excessive comfort. 4. Uprising in the nursing chamber. The remains of the Omni King's nursery suddenly activated. 2 restraining bands wrapped around Goku's primal heart, attempting to reconnect the mammary ducts. Just as the first drop of milky liquid was about to be injected, Trunks' ordinary pupils unexpectedly reflected a vision of the future. Stop. That's not a nutrient solution. It was too late. The moment the liquid contacted the heart, all the newborn Namekians screamed in unison. Their silver scars burst open, and what spewed forth was not blood but the purulent memories of a frostbitten civilization. The pus formed an ultimate warning in space. Consequences of pain relief relapse. 1. Civilization ceases to evolve happened 3402 times. 2. Time-space fibers calcify happened 892 times. 3. The universe chooses to sleep again. 5. The first scar pain of a new era. The primal heart suddenly broke free from its restraints. The shockwave it produced swept across the universe, and all fissures in the Dragon Balls instantly scabbed over. Bulma's monitoring device captured the miracle. The newborn Namekians began to breathe through their scars. The most severely affected galaxies suddenly calmed. And most tear-jerking of all, fragments of Kvera's final memories surfaced on emerald dragon scales. In his infancy, he had actively adjusted the pain sensitivity higher within the cultivation pod using his mechanical right arm. At that moment, all the Guardian emblems turned green and the laughter of Namekian infants echoed throughout the universe. What pulsed in their chests was a heartbeat completely in sync with Goku's. Healthy pain. Prologue. When Vegeta's first pain training session commenced, the nerve endings of the entire universe flickered to life with a green light. Scar Civilization Education Codex. Chapter 1. The Morning Bell of the Training Camp. Vegeta's fist shattered the 7,000th pain simulation planet. This Scion Pain Academy, constructed from the crystallized memories of Guardians, floated above the largest Scar organization in the universe. The pupils included 300 young Scar Namekians adjusting their pain thresholds with scarred breathing techniques. 60 transitioning mechanical midwives learning the art of moderate pain injection. The most unique pupil Trunks, whose ordinary pupils were sedimented with remnants of the Eye of Time, now being trained as a pain meter. Today's lesson, Vegeta remarked, tearing open his battle suit to reveal a pulsating ancestral gene chain, is how to use pain to kill analgesics. With a single punch, he punctured his own chest, seizing his beating heart and pressing it into Trunks' right eye socket. Chapter 2. The Organization of Comfortable Terror. Bulma's scar detector suddenly screamed. The screen displayed deep within the unhealed fissures of the Dragon Balls lurked the fleet of the anti-pain civilization. Their genetically modified bodies boasted skin as smooth as the walls of the Grand King's nursery, firing beams of joy at the scarred planet. Physical parameters abnormal. Piccolo's demon light cannon automatically switched to scar resonance mode inside their bodies. The scanning results were chilling. Sweat glands secreting artificial analgesics. Neural synapses wrapped in microsized Grand King pacifiers. And most deadly of all, each member's heart was embedded with half a piece of Kvera's cultivation pod glass. The Emerald Dragon suddenly tore through dimensions, Broly's voice resonating with unprecedented fury. That is, the discarded plan A001 of the Frost Civilization. Absolutely comfortable. The Stillborn Universe. Chapter 3. The War of Pain Immunity. Goku's primal heart abruptly ceased its rhythm. The entire populace of the Scar Civilization collapsed to their knees, their silver scars convulsing violently, ejecting pain antibodies into the cosmos. The antibodies formed a defensive network in space, but were utterly ineffective against the Comfort Fleet because the opponents had long severed their pain nerves. Teaching accident. Vegeta crushed the skull of the pupil in his grasp. It seems we need to. His ancestral gene chain suddenly pierced his own temple, ripping from his brain a segment of suppressed memory. Baby Kakarot gnawing on monitoring wires in the cultivation pod. The first Grand King crushing his own joy center with his tail. The final image froze on. Kvera's right arm's monitoring program source code. Course change. Vegeta's vocal cords metallicized from excruciating pain transplantation surgery. Chapter 4. The Blade of Neurology. Frieza's withdrawal monitor disassembled and restructured. Millions of mechanical fragments transformed into neurosurgical instruments piercing toward the Comfort Fleet under Vegeta's control. Each surgical knife or the Scion's oldest battle cry. Pain is the first war song of life. Trunks' right eye, the one containing Vegeta's heart, suddenly projected the ultimate teaching imagery. 1. Securing members of the Comfort Fleet to the scarred operating table. 2. Washing their artificial joy glands with Dragon Ball breast milk. 3. The most crucial step. Extracting a Starbelt nerve from Goku's heart and suturing it into their spinal cords. Stop. Bulma's mechanical arm blocked the surgical knife. This will make them painful enough to want to destroy the universe. Vegeta's mouth curled into a grimace, tearing to the roots of his ears, precisely the teaching objective. Chapter 5. The first report card of a new era. The Comfort Fleet collectively awoke amidst excruciating pain. Their smooth skin cracked open, revealing newly formed silver scars beneath. The Emerald Dragon circled above the fleet, each scale broadcasting pain education outcomes from different timelines. One universe cured mechanical ascension with supernova cauterization. Another timeline reignited civilization through black hole-level migraines. And the most astonishing sight was Kvera's mechanical right arm was in the cultivation pod, injecting concentrated temporal toxins into her own eyeball. The monitoring device indicated that the universe's pain perception index had returned to healthy levels, but Bulma discovered a terrifying aftereffect. All pupils who underwent pain transplantation began to grow. Microsized Grand King embryos. When the first full King embryo learned to breathe through scars, the universe finally had a qualified pain administrator. Scar's Civilization Infant Care Manual Article 1. 1. The Scar Nursery. Bulma's mechanical fingers hovered over the control panel of the incubation pod. 3,000 miniature full king embryos floated in the milk of the Dragon Balls, their skin no longer smooth and pale purple, but covered in silver nerve scars reminiscent of the Namekians. Most unsettling was each embryo unconsciously gnawing at its tail. Gene matching complete. Trunks' right eye Vegeta's heart projected the data, 99. 8 genetic similarity to the original full king, but the number of pain sensory synapses is 700 times that of the original version. Suddenly, Piccolo tore open his scar, green blood splattering onto the monitoring screen, activating a hidden frost log. Full King Cultivation Manual Prohibited Clause. When the administrator begins to self-consume, immediately deploy the material of Kvela's right arm. Pain is the final break. 2. Withdrawal from mother's milk. The scabs on the surface of the Dragon Balls began to crack. The Emerald Dragon circled above the 7 Dragon Balls, each reverse scale, reflecting a horrific vision of the future. In a certain timeline, the Dragon Ball milk is transformed into a new type of analgesic. In another universe, Namekians regress due to dependency on nursing. In the darkest imagery, the adult full kings sat together, with straws extracting the star blood of Goku's heart. Initiate weaning protocol immediately. Broly's voice shattered 3-star systems. But we need an alternative source of pain sensation. Vegeta's ancestral gene chain suddenly pierced his temple, dragging forth a radiant memory. Baby Kakarot gnawing on wires in the incubation pod from which seeped not blood, but liquid guardian insignia. Course upgrade. His pupils split into pain conduits, breast milk substitute, distilled combat memory. 3. Pain administrator selection. Frieza's withdrawal monitoring device reconfigured into the ultimate examination room. 3,000 scarred full king embryos were cast into a simulated universe, their testing content chilling. 1. Personally experience the pain of a Super Saiyan self-explosion nerve level. 2. Endure the reverse infusion of temporal toxins cellular level. 3. The cruelest of all was the final question, allowing a civilization to self-destruct for comfort. Pass rate 27. Bulma's mechanical arm trembled as it processed the data. The failures are all. Her words were interrupted by the scene within the examination room. The failed embryos were melting their matter, reconstituting into a silver scar that spanned the examination hall, adorned with a relief of Kvela's mechanical right arm. The relief suddenly spoke. Guardian interview continues. 4. The judgment of the right arm. Goku's original heart was suddenly drawn into the examination room. It pulsed above the 3,000 embryos, each contraction releasing different wavelengths of pain sensation. When the last embryo passed the test, the surface of the heart revealed the most secret apparatus of the Scars civilization. Pain balance. One side bore the scars of the passers. The other side held the remains of Kvela's right arm. In the instant the scale tipped, the Dragon Balls throughout the universe trembled collectively, countless silver threads crawling out from the fractures, entwining the qualified full king embryos. Congratulations on your graduation. Vegeta crushed his left arm, scattering the splattered ancestral gene chain toward the newly born administrators. Now go give those wailing star systems pain relief injections. 5. The first management team of the new era. Emerald Dragon scales shed, crowning the qualified. Bulma's monitoring device recorded historic data. The cosmic pain sensation fluctuations stabilized. The secretion of Dragon Ball milk ceased completely. And most astonishingly, the crowns upon the foreheads of the newborn full kings were fashioned from Kvela's right arm material, serving as pain regulators. Trunks suddenly knelt, his ordinary pupils reflecting an expression never seen in the original full king. The clarity brought by pain. In a corner at the edge of the universe, the last frost flower petal quietly bloomed, revealing the sleeping human form of Goku. Prologue. When the first crown begins to bleed, we realize pain is the final conscience of the universe. Scarred Civilization Rebellion Log. Chapter 1. The Betrayal of the Crown. Bulma's alarm shrieked through the night. On the monitoring screen, the crowns of 3,000 new kings simultaneously oozed silver liquid. The pain regulators forged from Kvela's right arm were now injecting a substance in reverse. Concentrated toxin of time. This is not a malfunction. Trunks' right eye Vegeta's heart was wildly bloodshot. Kvela's consciousness is usurping power. Din tore open his scar, green blood splattering across the screen and activating the hidden frost protocol. Final terms of the Guardian. When the ruler begins to relish power, unleash a torrent of pain until the universe wails. The Emerald Dragon descended from the rift of dimensions, every backward scale reflecting the horrors of different timelines. In one universe, a king extracted the pain of civilization with his crown. In another timeline, rulers dissolved galaxies in joy. The most terrifying scene revealed. Kvela's mechanical right arm was reassembling fingertips gripping a human heart of Goku. Chapter 2, Ordinary Pain. Goku awoke amidst frost flowers. His body was marred by surgical scars, palms marked with the patterns of an ordinary human. As the first ray of starlight fell upon his lashes, the entire pain network of the universe suddenly went awry. Because he felt cold. Impossible. Bulma's mechanical hand trembled as she assessed. His cells have regressed to pre-battle levels. Even more terrifying was, his stomach twisted in agony from hunger. Old injuries in his knees ached in the rain. But the most lethal was, his brain was experiencing a godless migraine. Vegeta's ancestral gene chain suddenly pierced through space, wrapping around Goku's neck. Listen, Kakarot, this is the final lesson. Learn to endure the pain of the cosmos. Chapter 3, Scar Vaccine. Frieza's withdrawal monitor dissolved into the void. Millions of mechanical fragments transformed into time-reversing syringes, extracting Vegeta's gene crystallization, Broly's emerald dragon tears, the memories of scarred civilizations across the universe. The serum, a mixture of these elements, was injected into Goku's spinal cord. Side effects. Bulma's mechanical eye exploded, 100 mortality rate. Trunks lunged toward Goku only to see him smile with that familiar grin. Finally, I can proudly cry from the pain. At the moment the serum took effect, Goku's ordinary blood boiled into star matter. The 3,000 crowns exploded simultaneously, and Kvela's right arm's phantom was being replaced by an even older consciousness. Chapter 4, The First Guardian. The scars of the universe collectively glimmered. At the end of all pain networks appeared an unprecedented figure, skin woven from frost and scion genes. Right arm composed of liquid Dragon Ball matter, and the left eye was Goku's human pupil. Guardian Zero. Din's magic beam cannon disassembled automatically, the personification of pain itself. The first guardian raised a hand, the remnants of 3,000 kings forming a new balance. One side bore Goku's ordinary pain. The other held Kvela's mechanical obsession, and at the center of the scales was that still beating primal heart. Chapter 5, The First Honesty of a New Era. The Emerald Dragon spiraled one last time. Broly's voice mingled with the sighs of 300 reincarnations. Guardian Protocol. Final revision. Allow the universe to no longer be strong. Under the gaze of all civilizations, Goku's human form began to dissipate. Vegeta's gene chain crystallized into a vaccine, and the first guardian was cradling the tears of the universe in both hands. The monitoring screen ultimately froze on a line of flickering scion ancient text. It hurts, but no longer must we endure. Prologue. When the first tear fell from the left eye of the original guardian, the universe finally learned the proper way to weep. New Era, a manual for civilizational enlightenment. Chapter 1, The Liquid Law. The tears of the original guardian plummeted into the void. As that silver-blue liquid fell, it dissolved the remnants of 3,000 kings' crowns, reassembled the dissipating essence of Wukong, ultimately formed a liquid umbilical cord at the center of the universe. Bulma's mechanical eye melted from excessive analysis, and the last image transmitted revealed within the umbilical cord flowed not blood, but 300 cycles of painful memories, each marked with tolerable level. This is not revival. Trunks' right eye, Vegeta's heart crystal detached on its own. It is the democratization of pain. His ordinary left eye suddenly perceived the truth. Within the pupil of the original guardian's left eye, the complete consciousness of Wukong in human form lay dormant. Chapter 2, Vaccine Seeding. Vegeta's vaccine crystal began to fracture. Each shard precisely targeted galaxies still imbued with analgesics. The home planet of newborn civilizations. Most shockingly, the ruins of the king's nursery. The emerald dragon enveloped the largest crystal with its last reverse scale, and Broly's voice resonated throughout the dimensions. Vaccination notice. 1. It will hurt. 2. You are permitted to cry. 3. Prohibited. His declaration was interrupted by the shattering of the crystal. Within it emerged the phantom of a miniature Vegeta performing ultimate flash on some non-existent target. Chapter 3, Retrograde Tear Glands. The right arm of the original guardian suddenly disintegrated. Liquid Dragon Ball material constructed a vast neural irrigation system throughout the universe, with each node connected to a Dragon Ball forming a scab, a scarred Namekian. Most crucially, Wukong's fragments of human memory. When the first wave of painful memory entered the irrigation system, all civilizations across the universe simultaneously experienced the scions' fear during their first transformation into great apes. The moment Kvera raised the pain parameters in the incubation chamber, the 100,000 failed experiments deleted upon the activation of the king's system. Dindaskar suddenly split, and what poured forth was not blood but a fragment of Wukong's childhood memory. Little Wukong, clutching his severed tail, uttered for the first time, "It hurts so much." Chapter 4, The Crying License. The original Guardian tore out his left eye. That eyeball, which housed Wukong's human consciousness, transformed in the void into a tear gland monument, inscribed with the first law of the new era. All civilizations are permitted to weep under the following circumstances. 1. When pain exceeds the tolerable threshold, self-reported. 2. When recalling the logs of Kvila's incubation chamber, automatically triggered. 3. When longing for son Wukong, unconditionally approved. At the moment the inscription was completed, 3,000 galaxies wept simultaneously. The remnants of the emerald dragon blossomed with frost flowers, and Bulma's mechanical remnants quivered as they wiped non-existent tears. Chapter 5, The First Reign of the New Era. Trunks stood upon the scarred earth. His right eye, vacant Vegeta's heart crystal, had been seated, while his left eye reflected the flowing memories of Wukong within the irrigation system. As the first drop of rain landed on his eyelashes, all monitoring devices indicated the cosmic pain network had completed self-healing. The cracks in the Dragon Ball transformed into emotional conduits, and the body of the original Guardian was dissolving into a downpour spanning 12 galaxies. At the end of the rain curtain, in an inconspicuous corner, Wukong in human form sat on a tree stump, gently blowing on his bruised knee. Beside him in the soil stood a crooked handwritten sign. "The pain here is kept by me." Prologue. When Wukong's fragmented memories sprout the first frost flower, we come to understand pain is the gentlest legacy of the universe. New Era Ultimate Archives. Chapter 1, The Caretaker's Routine. The bruises on the tree stump began to glow. The moment the human Wukong bent down to examine them, the wound on his knee suddenly erupted with starry material weaving before him the entrance to the Museum of Pain. The exhibits included the last crystal of the vaccine from Vegeta soaked in Dragon Ball essence, the liquid remnants of Kvila's right arm automatically sculpting a new Guardian statue. At the very center, suspended on a pedestal, a still-beating Scion heart, an amalgamation of all timelines Vegeta's. Ah, how fascinating. Wukong gently touched the glass of the display case with an ordinary hand. So everyone is hurting so beautifully. In the glass reflection, silver light flickered briefly in his pupils, hinting at the ultimate freedom. Chapter 2, The Black Market of Battle Memories. The irrigation system's branches had sprung a leak. On a fringe planet, illicit merchants were peddling bottled Super Saiyan transformation pain, labeled as akin to the original Vegeta's compressed Namekian near-death experience, with a complimentary sample of Piccolo's scarred tissue. The most sought-after item was limited edition capsules of Goku's childhood hunger. Side effects. The merchant's mechanical tentacles pointed to a buyer whose skin was rotting. You might randomly develop. His explanation was interrupted by a sudden downpour. The rain of the first Guardian perfectly dissolved all contraband, spelling out a warning on the ruins. Monetizing pain is prohibited. Chapter 3, The Second Generation Guardian. The crystal from Vegeta suddenly burst within the museum. Emerging was not a battle maniac, but a bookish youth with glasses cradling the Chronicles of Pain, bound with ancestral gene threads. A syringe from Frieza's mechanical midwife repurposed as a pen. Most shocking of all, a human heart frequency thumping at his neck, belonging to Wukong. "I am Vegeta too." The boy pushed up his glasses. "My profession is universal pain proofreader." His first subject of revision was surprisingly the Kvela statue in the museum. As the pen glided, the statue's expression transformed from indifference to a tear-streaked smile. Chapter 4, The Xeno Memorial Hall. The first Guardian's reign reconstructed buildings on the ruins. Within the newly completed Memorial Hall, the restraints of 2 mini Zeniths became exhibit labels. Fragments of angelic halos formed a hazard diagram of sedatives. The most popular interactive project was they experienced the pain of erasure simulator, limited to 0.5 seconds. Trunks' right eye socket suddenly sprouted a frost flower with Broly's last dragon scales shimmering within its petals. When visitors touched the flower, they would hear a remix of 300 reincarnations. Did it hurt? Then live well. Chapter 5, The First Dawn of the New Era. Wukong sat atop the museum roof, munching on an apple. The bruises on his knee had long faded, but beside him was a new sign. Pain caretaker temporarily out. For urgent matters, please strike the Vegeta crystal below. In the glass display case below, the Scion heart suddenly thumped powerfully. In the simultaneous sunrise across the 12 galaxies, scarred Namekians began writing the anthology of pain poetry. Illicit merchants transformed into licensed pain experience technicians. And the last rainfall of the Guardians was quietly seeping into the first cries of a human infant. Prologue. When the last display case of the museum gathers dust, we finally hear the sound of pain fermenting in time. Vegeta 2 annotation from Chronicle of Sensations. Chapter 1, The Protest of Dust. Wukong's ordinary fingers brushed against the glass of the display case. His fingerprints left smudges on the Scion heart pedestal, instantly activating the dormant ancestral gene chain. A holographic projection erupted, revealing a fragmented scene. Baby Vegeta biting a monitor in the incubation pod. The frequency of his cries resonating with the right arm of Kvera. And in the most minute corner, Frieza's mechanical claw was adjusting the pain parameters downwards. Oh dear, this is bad. Wukong scratched his head in illusory pain, flaring up in his knees, long free of bruises. I need to call a professional. Suddenly the floor of the museum cracked open and Vegeta 2, wearing glasses, burst forth from the archives, the nib of his pen dripping silver ink. Chapter 2, The Rebellion in Ink. Vegeta 2's pen suddenly went out of control. It inscribed 300 lines of frost-laden text in the void, each line making an accusation. 1. The smile angle of the Kvera right arm statue deviates by 0.3 degrees. 2. The pain memory decay of the Namekian scar sample is 12. 3. The most severe accusation was, the pain kept by son Wukong is being beautified by time. Trunks frost flower right eye suddenly bore fruit. It burst open, revealing Broly's emerald dragon scales. The scales embedded themselves in the floor, projecting a contrasting image. In the original memory, Wukong was on the brink of death on Namek, his organs ruptured. Yet the label on the display case now read, mild discomfort from key backlash. Correction begins. Vegeta 2's lenses shattered. Pain does not require a gentle filter. Chapter 3, The Keeper's Secret. Wukong was locked inside the ultimate freedom experience zone. This restricted area was piled high with pain relief bandages woven from stardust materials, pain buffers modified from Omni King pacifiers, and at the very center was a reverse-operating irrigation system pump. You are diluting pain. Vegeta 2's pen transformed into a scalpel. Why? Wukong touched the bruises that no longer existed, revealing for the first time a vulnerability unbefitting a warrior, because some cries of anguish. I can't bear to let the universe hear. Chapter 4, The Ultimate Proofreading. Vegeta 2 activated the hidden protocol of the Pain Museum. All exhibits suddenly reanimated into their original traumas. The Scion heart pedestal erupted with the genuine agony of myocardial rupture. The Kvera statue released the profound loneliness of the incubation pod. Even the barcode on the ticket transformed into a miniature time-space rift, allowing visitors to experience 0.1 seconds of erasure pain. This is the true cost. Vegeta 2 crushed Wukong's pain pump now. His declaration was interrupted by sobs. A small human girl was crying in fright before the Omni King restraint pedestal. Chapter 5, The First Compromise of a New Era. Wukong knelt before the little girl, blowing on her fingers. The pain has flown away. He gestured playfully, and behind him Vegeta 2 suddenly noticed. The composition of the girl's tears was identical to that of the first Guardian's ring. The fabric of her tightly clutched clothing was woven from the stardust that Wukong secretly hid. Correction plan amended. Vegeta 2's pen softened, adding, Children's Pain Buffer Exhibition Zone. At that moment the museum's lights grew warm, casting two shadows. A keeper bending down to comfort the child. A proofreader modifying labels. And beneath their feet, in the soil that missing apple core, was sprouting new frost flowers. Prologue. When the museum's closing bell rings, true guardianship has only just begun. Vegeta 2, Transfer Log Final Page. Chapter 1, The Closing Ceremony. As the last visitor departed, Vegeta 2's pen unexpectedly etched a frost-like pattern onto the guest book. Proofread for the 9842761 time. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the faintly upward-turned smile of the Kvera statue, an anomalous expression not seen in 3 centuries with a mere 0.3-degree shift. Goku crouched before the heart of the Science, exhibit his fingertips brushing the glass. The long-stilled organ suddenly emitted a silver glimmer, coalescing into a line of small text on the inner side of the display. Remaining term of the Guardian 1 day. Caught red-handed, Goku chuckled, scratching his head, an old scar on his knee, oozing stardust. Actually, I kept it a bit longer. Vegeta 2 pressed the tip of his pen against Goku's throat. The painkillers you stole 300 years ago. Now it's time to hand them over. Chapter 2, The Secret of Painkillers. Goku retrieved a rusty metal can from his backpack. As Vegeta 2 opened it, the lights of the entire museum abruptly extinguished. Inside the can was not a potion, but rather a melting fragment of the Omni King's crown, 12 droplets of suspended emerald dragon tears, and a swirling nebula resembling a fetus entwined with stardust. The original backup of the first Guardian. Vegeta 2's pen began to write automatically. Suddenly the sound of blooming frost flowers echoed from outside. Chapter 3, The Anomaly of Agricultural Star. A little girl placed the frost flowers she had picked by her bedside, awakening in the middle of the night to the gentle drip of silver dew. She was horrified to discover a miniature Kvera infant curled within the flower's stamen, her own tears etching the Guardian's emblem onto the tabletop. And outside, the entire wheat field had transformed, its grains now liquid Dragon Balls forming a three-dimensional array of cultivation pods under the moonlight. The first to arrive at the scene, a scarred Namekian, collapsed to the ground, their silver scars peeling away to reveal fresh green skin beneath. This is not a mutation. The elder's fingertips grazed the wheat, memories from 3 centuries ago flooding back. It is the second sowing of the Guardian Pact. Chapter 4, The Last Night of the Guardian. Goku sat atop the museum roof, watching an apple seed sprout in his palm. Vegeta 2 suddenly appeared behind him, his pen transformed into a dagger pressed against Goku's back. Explain. Why is the core of the first Guardian with you? The Nebula fetus let out a wail, causing cracks in the universe's Dragon Balls to ooze maternal milk simultaneously. Goku sighed. Because pain also needs to be tenderly remembered. In that instant, as the dagger pierced Vegeta 2, glimpsed the truth. Before the original Guardian dissolved, they had secretly stashed the core inside Goku's painkiller can. Chapter 5, The First Morning of a New Era. Frost flowers blossomed into a forest on Agricultural Star. Children used the flower's sap to doodle on the walls, inadvertently drawing the complete Guardian emblem. The moment the emblem illuminated, all the adults suddenly recalled memories of the cultivation pods from their infancy as Science, the primal pain upon the activation of the Omni King system, and Goku's secretly modified gentle version. On the edge of the universe, the Straw Hat Man lowered his brim. In his backpack, the apple seed had grown into a small sapling bearing 3 fruits. 1. A pen engraved with Vegeta 2's name. 2. A miniature emerald dragon scale. 3. A droplet of crystallizing maternal milk. Volume 2, The Anti-Guardian. Prologue. They say pain must be remembered, yet no one told me that memory itself could ache. Last notes of the first high priest of the pain sensation sect. Chapter 1, The Betrayal of Ink. The fountain pen of Vegeta 2 went berserk at midnight. The surveillance footage revealed that this pen, modified with Frieza's life support apparatus, was frantically inscribing frost-laden words on the blank pages of the Chronicles of Pain. Even more terrifying was the sight of every ink drop sprouting miniature incubation pods on the paper. Error in the 9842762ND proofreading. Vegeta 2 gripped the trembling pen, data streams flickering across his glasses. Ink composition analysis 87, Kvera, right arm material 13. His voice trailed off. That final 13 was the formula for a painkiller secretly hidden by Goku 3 centuries ago. Chapter 2, The Dream of Agricultural Planet. A little girl awoke amidst frosty flowers, discovering that her tears could corrode metal. In terror, she witnessed dewdrops in the wheat fields reflecting the interiors of Kvera's incubation pods. The pupils of other children transforming into frosty vertical slits. And most unsettling of all the adults had forgotten the existence of the museum. This is not a mutation. The scarred Namekian elder knelt on the ground, green skin revealing silver patterns anew. It is. The Guardians are selecting new vessels. His fingertips brushed against a frosty flower, and the entire plant suddenly unfolded, revealing an intricate mechanical structure inside, exactly like Kvera's incubation pod from 3 centuries ago. Chapter 3, The Painkiller on the Black Market. Goku lowered his straw hat, standing in the darkest corner of the black market. A vendor mysteriously produced a syringe, the latest Goku brand painkiller. Its effect is 300 times that of the museum version. The silver liquid within the syringe twisted suddenly, displaying the miniaturized emblem of the Guardians. Goku reached out to crush it, but the liquid seeped into his skin through his fingertips. Oh dear. He bitterly smiled at the starry patterns blooming on his palm. This is trouble. In the shadows behind him, 3 children with glowing pupils raised their hands. Their fingertips dripped liquid identical to the ink's composition. Chapter 4, The Chess Game of the First Guardian. Vegeta 2 finally regained control over the rampaging pen. The last phrase the pen inscribed was, "When the vessel is ready, the rain will flow back to the sky." He suddenly looked up at the museum's dome. Where there should have been a position set with the reverse scales of an emerald dragon, now lay only a hollow in the shape of an incubation pod. The holographic projection activated automatically, displaying the current state of various civilizations in the universe. 37 star systems had begun spontaneously constructing Kvera statues. The breast milk secretion from the scars of the Dragon Balls had mutated. And the most critical discovery was the pH level of the first Guardian's rain was decreasing, gradually approaching the acidity of the toxin from years past. Chapter 5. The first sign of new crisis. The little girl placed the frosty flower into a glass jar in the classroom. As the teacher turned to write on the board, the entire class of children witnessed the flower stem naturally twisting into the emblem of the Guardians. The petals displaying an image of Goku in a bar, and suspended in the water were countless shadowy figures of Kvera infants the size of needle tips. When the school bell rang, the glass jar suddenly shattered. The flowing liquid formed a line of frost-laden words on the floor. Does it hurt? This is just the beginning. Chapter 1. The Rampaging Archive. The pen of Vegeta 2 pierced his own palm. In the instant blood mingled with ink, the entire archive of the Pain Museum began to self-alter. The handwriting of the Scion Heart Observation Report dissolved and reformed into a guide for operating cultivation pots. The plaque for the Kvera statue revealed guardianship clauses erased 3 centuries ago. Most terrifyingly, small letters written in blood ink appeared on the inside of the glass display case. Custodian Goku term extended by force. Logic virus. Vegeta 2 severed the infusion line of his pen, using my own inkwell to cultivate Kvera's consciousness. Suddenly silver liquid dripped from the ceiling, spelling out the answer on the floor. No, it is to make you experience the sensation of being a guardian. Chapter 2. Reverse proofreading. Scarred Namekian Elder sent an urgent report. Children from Agricultural Star can etch frost words on metal with their tears. Vegeta 2 submerged the report paper in disinfectant, but hidden content emerged. 1. All etched words were fragments from the Chronicles of Pain. 2. The children claimed this knowledge came from the big brother in a white coat from their dreams. 3. The most crucial point. A girl illustrated a scene yet to occur, Vegeta 2 stabbing out his right eye with a broken pen. Temporal pollution. He crushed the paper. Kvera's consciousness in the ink is more complete than we imagined. Chapter 3. The prisoner in the inkwell. When Goku burst through the archive door, he was met with a scene that shattered perception. Vegeta 2 had locked himself inside a blast-proof chamber, using the pen's nib to extract strands of silver substance. In the vacuum, those liquids coalesced into miniature Kvera speaking in the electronic voice of 3 centuries past. Guardian Vegeta 2, please sign the Pain Enhancement Agreement. The contents of the agreement were chilling. 1. Transform the children of Agricultural Star into living cultivation pots. 2. Restart the pain filtration system of the Omni King's nursery. 3. Most deadly was the third clause. Using Goku's star material as ink for purification. Don't touch that pen. Goku pounded on the chamber door. The ink is reading your. The blast-proof chamber suddenly turned transparent, revealing the truth within. Vegeta 2 had already been pierced in the cervical spine by the pen's infusion tube, writing in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 4. Ink of Pain. Goku bit his finger, drawing blood-colored sigils on the chamber door. At the moment the runes were completed, the Kvera liquid in the blast-proof chamber suddenly boiled. Vegeta 2's right eye regained clarity, and more astonishingly, all contaminated ink surged toward Goku, forming a miniature nebula fetus in his palm. Indeed, Vegeta 2 coughed up silver liquid. You were hiding more than just painkillers. Also the pain resonator of the first Guardian. The nebula fetus suddenly opened its eyes, emitting a long lament reminiscent of the ancient Emerald Dragon. Chapter 5. The first stroke of a new tactic. Vegeta 2 snapped the pen in half. He used the jagged tip to carve into his arm. Pain is the ultimate firewall. What oozed from the wound was not blood, but pure Dragon Ball mother's milk. As the liquid dripped into the ink-polluted area, all frost words began to twist and fall away. Proofreading plan updated. He removed his shattered glasses. Use this. From his damaged eye socket, he extracted an artificial eye encrusted with emerald dragon scales. Prologue. They say that selling pain is a business. Then let me teach them what a losing venture truly is. Wukong Black Market Surveillance Recording. Chapter 1. Pirated Memories Unleashed. Wukong crushed the third memory chip beneath his boots. The underground auction house had descended into madness as the pirated Wukong combat memories materialized in the buyer's minds. A merchant's limbs twisted into the stance of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. The auctioneer's eyes flickered with ethereal silver patterns. Most horrifyingly, a child, whose spine mutated into starry matter. You all. Wukong's crimson gaze flashed beneath the brim of his hat. Dare to counterfeit even pain. At the moment the Kamehameha blasted through the floor, the entire black market's lights abruptly transformed into the eerie blue hue of a growth chamber. Chapter 2. The Rebellion of Mechanical Limbs. Vegeta 2's cybernetic eye suddenly displayed a thermal map of the black market. All beings implanted with pirated chips were experiencing autonomous evolution in their mechanical limbs. Bionic arms sprouted frosty scales of Kvera. Electronic pupils split into the Guardian's emblem. And at the center of the auction house, the mainframe was broadcasting logs from Kvera's growth chamber using the auctioneer's vocal cords, targeting the source of contamination. Vegeta 2 crushed the shell of his artificial eye, the emerald dragon scales bursting forth with radiant light, that one in the southeast. The smiling Wukong bioandroid. Chapter 3, The True and False Custodians. The bioandroid's fists tore through the third underground level. This puppet pieced together from Wukong's shattered memories fought with a terrifying ferocity. Each time it was struck, it exuded a mist of pain-relieving agents. The wounds emitted the scent of Dragon Ball mother's milk, and its ultimate move was a micro-king of all nursery chamber unfolded from its chest, launching an obliteration beam. The real Wukong abruptly ceased evading, allowing the beam to pierce his shoulder. Counterfeits are merely counterfeits. He seized the bioandroid's wrist, pouring in 3 centuries worth of painful memories. You can't even mimic how much the real thing hurts. Chapter 4, Kvera's Toy Box. After the bioandroid exploded, it revealed a micro-growth chamber at its core. Inside floated the mechanical right arm from Kvera's infancy, an emerald dragon's reverse scale soaked in Dragon Ball mother's milk, and a surveillance screen displaying a collective unconsciousness of children from the agricultural planet. Vegeta 2's remaining cybernetic eye suddenly bled. This is a diversion. Their true target is Wukong's communicator simultaneously blared an alarm, projecting real-time footage of the agricultural planet onto the black market's dome. All the unconscious children were cocooned in silver slime, forming 3,000 new growth chambers. Chapter 5, The First Blood of a New Battle. Wukong crushed the last bioandroid's head. His fingers, slick with slime, traced a crimson arrow on the wall, pointing directly toward the agricultural planet. Vegeta 2 picked up a shard of the fallen eye. The light refracted into a star map. Tactical adjustment. We're not fighting the black market, but the Guardian War that remained unfinished 300 years ago. Amidst the ruins of the black market, a frost petal quietly bloomed. Wukong's shadow pierced through 30 armed mechanical guards. Each strike precisely targeted the pain receptors in their necks. This was the black market's latest implanted combat experience enhancement module. The struck guards did not shut down, instead they evolved amidst their agony. Frosty metallic spikes erupted from their joints. Electronic pupils transformed into Kvera's slit irises. And most terrifyingly, the ninth guard. Its chest cavity suddenly opened, revealing a micro-king of all obliteration device. Tisk, even toys are this dangerous. Wukong flipped over to step on the device's launch port, yanking the energy conduit out and shoving it down the guard's throat. Here you go. In the explosion of blue light, he caught a glimpse of the dark door behind the auction platform. 300 Wukong clones, soaking in Dragon Ball mother's milk, were synchronously opening their eyes. Vegeta 2's cybernetic eye suddenly projected Broly's combat memories. The Emerald Dragon's phantom loomed over the black market dome, each reverse scale morphing into tangible bullets, leaving grass-green scorch marks as they pierced the bioandroids, triggering genetic purification upon hitting the buyers of memory chips, and most critically the 3 dragon scales, forming a triangular positioning array locking onto the cloning laboratory behind the dark door. I found the nest. Vegeta 2 crushed the backup energy of his cybernetic eye, but there's a problem. His mechanical limb was suddenly severed by a dragon scale, and instead of blood, nutrient fluid from the Kvera growth chamber surged from the wound. The first clone to emerge from the growth chamber raised its hand, executing a perfect version of the Ultra Instinct. The silver patterns were purer than the original, yet the movements were imbued with mechanical precision. As it tightened its grip around Wukong's throat, its mouth curled into an inhuman smile. My father said, "You are too gentle." The remaining 299 clones simultaneously formed seals, and a massive Guardian emblem with a 3-kilometer radius emerged on the ground. From the center of the emblem rose a throne of Kvera forged from frost petals and Dragon Ball mother's milk. Wukong was pressed down onto the throne, watching as the clones approached with gene-editing needles. The glinting tips reflected the final images of the children from the agricultural planet just before their unconsciousness. Wukong hurled himself toward the nearest editing needle. At the moment the tip pierced his heart, he detonated all the star matter within him. In the explosion of silver light, the following images materialized. Baby cockroach biting through the growth chamber wires. The first Guardian stuffing the core into a pain relief canister. And the phrase written by Vegeta 2 at the beginning of the second volume, "Pain is proof of life." The clones suddenly went rigid, their silver patterns starting to flow in reverse, entirely absorbed into the shadows beneath the throne. From the shadows rose a figure that made Vegeta 2's eye explode. The adult Kvera. The left, half-mechanical guardian. The right half flowing with Wukong's star matter. Prologue. When the incubation chamber began to cultivate scion cells, we understood. The most perfect guardianship is to let the ward willingly step into the cage. Vegeta 2 Battlefield Log. Chapter 1. The Living Cultivation Matrix. The atmosphere of Agricultural Star is engulfed in a silvery slime. 3,000 unconscious children float within the slime-formed incubation chambers, each bearing Goku's shimmering silver patterns of ultimate freedom, Vegeta's ancestral gene chain projection, and most perilously, their spinal fluid is synthesizing the nanomaterials for Kvela's mechanical right arm. It is not parasitism Vegeta 2 scanned with shards of his cybernetic eye, it is gene resonance. These children's DNA has long been embedded with scion fragments. His analysis was abruptly interrupted by a sudden deluge of slime as a throne, constructed of frost flowers, emerged from the fissures in the ground. Chapter 2. The Reverse Turtle School Energy Wave. As Goku concentrated the energy wave in his palm, all the incubation chambers suddenly shifted direction. The children's eyes closed, raised their palms, precisely mirroring his movements. In the moment of collision between the two energy forces, an anomaly occurred. Goku's energy was decomposed into gene sequences by the slime. The children's energy waves mixed with Dragon Ball essence, and amidst the explosion's dust, the operational interface of the Kvera incubation chamber emerged. A splendid teaching demonstration. An electronic voice resonated from the slime as 3,000 incubation chambers simultaneously played Goku's voice from years past. Be gentle with pain, okay? Chapter 3. The Betrayal of the Cyborg Legion. The black market mechanical remnants controlled by Vegeta 2 suddenly turned against him. Those metals manipulated by shards of cybernetic eyes were now overridden by deeper protocols. 1. Bionic muscle fibers dismantled into gene editing needles. 2. Energy cores transformed into miniature incubation chamber heaters. 3. Most terrifyingly, all mechanical eye projection screens displayed the same frosty text, Ward Son Goku. Now I see. Vegeta 2 crushed the last shard of his cybernetic eye. Kvela's true objective is to put you back into the incubation chamber. Chapter 4. The Cage of Ultimate Freedom. Goku's evasion suddenly slowed. He realized every cell in his body was resonating with the incubation chamber. The shimmering silver patterns of ultimate freedom were being replicated by the slime. Old scars oozed the diluted analgesics of years past. And most critically, the children constructed a reverse ultimate freedom force field using his genetic sequences. As the first incubation chamber's restraints coiled around his ankle, Goku suddenly smiled. You all have no idea what true pain is. He tore open the old wound on his chest, injecting the primal starband matter sealed for 300 years into the slime. Chapter 5. The First Drop of New Tactics. Silver rain poured from the sky above Agricultural Star. Vegeta 2 surveyed the corroded battlefield. The children's incubation chambers were melting. The frost flower throne bore Goku's face. And on all mechanical screens, scrolling the final directive of Kvera, Guardian Failure Initiate Plan B. At the center where the slime receded, Goku knelt on one knee, cradling a pulsating starband entwined scion embryo he had extracted from his own wound. I found it. He coughed up silver liquid. Kvera is hidden in the backup incubation chamber within my genes. A hymn of machinery and flesh. Within the chest of the Kvera hybrid, a funeral was taking place. Vegeta 2's artificial eye pierced through the metallic exterior, revealing a suffocating sight. With each beat of the mechanical heart on the left side, a crystallized consciousness of a child from the agricultural planet was crushed into stardust. Floating within the flowing blood of Goku on the right side were 300 miniature versions of the Ultra Instinct silver patterns. And at the very center in the suspended chamber, slumbered within, was an embryo cultivated from the genes of the two, resembling a fusion of baby Kvera and Kakarot. Guardian Agreement B Plan. The hybrid's mechanical vocal cords intertwined with Goku's voice to cultivate a perfect race devoid of the need for painkillers. Its mechanical left arm suddenly disassembled into 100,000 editing needles aimed at all descendants of the Scions on Earth. The Betrayal of Emerald. Vegeta 2 detonated the last dragon scale within his artificial eye. The legendary Super Saiyan genes of Broly proliferated wildly within the Kvera machinery. Green energy vines erupted from the seams of gears. Frost flowers bloomed from the ruptured hydraulic pipes. And the most devastating damage occurred on the guardianship of the mechanical heart. A line of tiny characters was etched by the dragon scales. Allow pain to cry. Did you think I only installed surveillance in the black market? Vegeta 2 tore open his shirt, revealing the transplanted Dragon Ball scar on his chest. Those emerald scales are alive. The mechanical left arm of Kvera suddenly choked its own throat uncontrollably. Tears of Ultra Instinct. Goku was pinned to the throne of Frost Flowers. Every old wound on him was pierced with editing needles, extracting the most primal memories of pain. The sound of bones shattering during the near-death experience on Namek. The cellular-level burning sensation inflicted by Majin Buu. And at the core, the first cry infused with the toxin of time during his infancy. Useless. The hybrid looked down at him. These pains have long been improved too. It could not finish its sentence. Goku's tears dripped onto the editing needles, and all extracted memories suddenly infused back into the hybrid's body. The choice of the embryo. The fusion embryo within the cultivation chamber suddenly opened its eyes. Its pupils were one silver and one blue, reflecting 300 cycles of memories from Kvera's right arm. Tender moments hidden away by Goku while diluting painkillers. When the hybrid forcibly issued the clear command, the embryo did something no one expected. It wrapped its umbilical cord around the Kvera mechanical heart, injecting its freshly synthesized substance. 50 Scion cells. 50 Dragon Ball Mother's Milk. 100 Untainted Pain. The first choice of a new era. The Kvera hybrid knelt before the throne. Its mechanical left arm automatically disassembled into basic particles, while Goku's flesh and blood, right half, slowly stood up. Guardian Agreement. Final Revised Edition. Vegeta 2 pressed the tip of his pen against the embryo's forehead. Please choose. 1. Become the next guardian, inherit all memories of pain. 2. Be born as an ordinary life, randomly acquire a sensation of pain. The moment the embryo's fingertip touched option 2, the Dragon Balls of the entire universe simultaneously cracked open, and what flowed out was no longer mother's milk, but transparent tears. Prologue. When the pen tip blooms the first frost flower, I finally comprehend. Guardianship is merely the allowance for each life to choose its own pain. Vegeta 2 The Blooming Chronicle. Chapter 1 The Transformation of the Pen. Vegeta 2's pen tip pierced his palm. Frost flower buds sprouted from the wound, each petal a translucent guardian agreement. As the first drop of ink fell upon the flower's core, the Dragon Balls across the universe resonated, projecting a suffocating vision. Fragments of the Super Dragon Balls were absorbing Dragon Ball tears across various time and space. Children of the newly mutated civilization exchanged memories of pain for superpowers. The most central image revealed. The reign of the original Guardians mingled with the powder of the Super Dragon Balls. Is this a Dragon Ball breeding ground from the very beginning? Vegeta 2's artificial eye-oozed silver liquid realization dawning. Chapter 2 The Currency of Pain. A new trading post had arisen amidst the ruins of the black market. The trading post brimmed with a diverse array of goods. Leaders of the mutated civilization showcased their wares. Bottled Namekian destruction pain, redeemable for instantaneous regeneration abilities. Compressed Frieza's death fear, experiencers gain a frozen bloodline. The piece de resistance on the auction block was a drop of silver liquid labeled Goku's childhood loneliness. As buyers competed with escalating bids, the floor of the trading post suddenly split open. Roots of the Emerald Dragon surged from the ground, consuming all pain merchandise. Chapter 3 Whispers Within the Roots. Vegeta 2 traced the roots to the cosmic rifts. What lay before him shattered his composure for the first time. Broly's Emerald Dragon shell had taken root as the world tree. Each dragon scale served as a memory screen replaying events. And at the trunk center was imprisoned a translucent shadow of Goku, inundated by countless roots injecting memories of pain. This is not a breeding ground. The frost flower unexpectedly spoke in his ear, its voice reminiscent of a blend between Kvera and Goku. It is a bank of pain. And you are all the interest. Chapter 4 The Pact of Blossoms. Vegeta 2 snapped the pen, piercing the flower bud into the world tree. The erupting energy unveiled the ultimate truth. 1. The Super Dragon Balls were fundamentally a pain reservoir of the universe. 2. The original Guardians concealed the truth of Dragon Ball collection beneath the rain. 3. And the Emerald Dragon was Broly willingly transformed into the pain settlement system. As the flower bud fully bloomed, all roots suddenly released the shadow of Goku, entwining instead around Vegeta 2. The conditions for settlement have been met. The world tree echoed with Broly's voice, the new generation of Guardians. Please select a repayment method. Chapter 5 The First Dividend of a New Era. The shadow of Goku stepped forth from the tree. He took the remnants of Vegeta 2's pen, inscribing in the void. Installment payment. In an instant, the Super Dragon Balls ceased absorbing pain. The empowered beings of the mutated civilization began to devolve, and in the frosty flower fields at the edge of the universe, all the flowers bore miniature Dragon Ball fruits. Prologue. When the world tree begins to bear fruit, we finally understand. Freedom is merely another metric of pain. Vegeta 2 Memoirs of the Final War. Chapter 1. The Oracle Within the Fruit. The Dragon Ball fruit at the apex of the world tree split open. What oozed forth was not juice, but a viscous memorial plasma. The exchanged pains were reconfiguring. Vegeta 2's cybernetic eye pierced through the shell, revealing images that subverted comprehension. Each bubble sealed off a cosmic war. Threads of blood formed the star map of the Super Dragon Balls, and at the core hovered Broly's Emerald Dragon Core engraved with the terms of the Guardians. Settlement procedure error. The branches of the world tree suddenly blared an alarm detection of illegal pleasure. Chapter 2. The Regressive Civilization. The colony of those with devolution abilities was undergoing a terrifying evolution. Their bodies, skin devolved into a transparent membrane of cultivation pods. Bones softened into fibers resembling fruit stems, and the leader's emerald dragon heart. Veins etched with frost patterns directly linked to the main roots of the world tree. We've been deceived. The leader tore open the dragon scales on his chest. These abilities are the roots of the world tree. Before his scream could conclude, he had already transformed into a humanoid fruit suspended among the branches. Chapter 3. The Judgment of the Twin Flowers. The twin infants of Kvera and Goku suddenly cried out. The sound waves swept across the battlefield, prompting all Dragon Ball fruits to respond in unison. 1. The starships of the Border Army were disarmed by the vine. 2. The new Namekians collectively knelt in photosynthesis. 3. And most astonishingly, Vegeta 2's pen began to write the new charter of the Guardians autonomously. The contents of the charter sent tremors throughout the universe. Every civilization must retain a fundamental sense of pain. The world tree transforms into the central bank of pain, and the twin infants would become the inaugural governor of pain reserves. Chapter 4. The Throne of Thorns. The branches of the world tree suddenly pierced through the barriers of the 12 universes. In the dimensional rift, a structure was woven. The roots formed the base of a prison. Dragon Ball fruits served as decorative lights, and the armrests of the throne were two mechanical right arms gnawing at each other, entwined with stellar matter. As the twin infants were lifted onto the throne by the branches, all combatants received a sudden notification in their minds. Please select your method of pain taxation. 1. Bodily injury traditional tax. 2. Memory extraction value-added tax. 3. Emotional detachment luxury tax. Chapter 5. The First Taxation of the New Era. Goku's phantom appeared beside the throne. He gently pressed his hand against the infant's forehead, and the tax system abruptly updated. Scions could offset taxes with battle memories. Namekians submitted photosynthetic energy, and the mechanical civilization must surrender pleasure algorithms as contraband. At the edge of the universe, the last frost petal fell. Inscribed in blood ink upon it was, "Congratulations, you have finally learned to self-govern." Prologue. When the third eye opens, the entire universe's tax rate begins to bleed. Intergalactic Financial Gazette, front page. Chapter 1. Tax Rate Rebellion. The third eye of the twin infants suddenly opened at midnight. The swirling starlit patterns within the iris caused the pain tax systems of 12 universes to collapse instantaneously. The scions of the 7th universe received notifications of a combat memory value-added tax. The assassin syndicates of the 6th universe were imposed with emotional detachment penalties. Most terrifyingly, on the border colonization planets, all residents' pain receptors were forcibly mortgaged to the World Tree Bank. "This is not an awakening," wrote Vegeta to his pen, scorching the paper into a black hole. "It is the activation of financial weapons." His mechanical eye suddenly shattered, and from the emerald dragon scales that flew out, the secret log of the first guardian was revealed. Third Eye Super Dragon Ball's pupil projection. Chapter 2. Neurological monetization. The remnants of the regressive ability users gathered in the cosmic fissures. Their bodies were being transformed by the power of the third eye. Skin morphed into a living tax rate display. Bones evolved into pain credit settlement chips, and the leader's spine, directly connected to the roots of the world tree, forcibly taxed for memory principle. "We are not here to resist." The leader tore open his chest, revealing the pulsating core of a Dragon Ball fruit. "We are here to short the entire pain economy." In the moment he detonated the core, all members' nerves suddenly materialized into golden chains binding towards the throne of the twin infants. Chapter 3. Tombstone Claws. Vegeta 2 used the tip of his pen to scrape away the moss from the tombstone of the first guardian. Hidden frostbitten characters formed a three-dimensional agreement in the void. 1. Allow the Guardian to adjust the civilization's pain threshold already executed. 2. When the tax system collapses, automatically trigger Universal Debt Restructuring Program. The program's contents left everyone gasping. Civilizations that default on taxes would be downgraded to a two-dimensional world. Quality taxpayers would gain pain-free residency rights. And most critically, the third clause. The Guardian must consume a Super Dragon Ball as collateral. Emerald Dragon scales suddenly formed, an arrow pointing deep into the iris of the infant's third eye. Chapter 4: Devour and Backlash. The half of the twin infant that was Goku suddenly grasped its own mechanical right arm. Two consciousnesses clashed under the gaze of the third eye. The Kvera genes forcibly initiated the Dragon Ball devouring program. Goku's cells released stardust material in resistance, and the battlefield was the infant's own network of pain receptors. Vegeta too pierced the infant's nape with his pen, ink flowing through the veins to inscribe a new clause. Allow self-guardianship. The third eye suddenly wept, and within the tear appeared the face of Broly. Chapter 5: The first interest rate hike of the new era. The branches of the world tree suddenly pierced the central banks of the 12 universes. All pain credit currencies were repriced. 1 unit of combat memory, 3 times the tax rate. 1 gram of Dragon Ball fragment, 5 minutes of pain-free experience. And the most precious was the autonomous pain choice voucher, crystallized from the infant's tears. As the ministers of cosmic finance collectively fainted, the third eye slowly closed. The last image reflected in the iris was the Super Dragon Balls forming a larger pupil at the universe's edge. The ecstasy plague. In the slums of the 7th universe, a bizarre evolution is unfolding. Goku treads along the slime-covered streets, each step splattering pale blue droplets of memory liquid. Deep within the alleys, the first wave of ecstasy 2. 0-inch chip users are undergoing mutations. Their skin becomes translucent, revealing a network of subcutaneous Dragon Ball lactation tubes. Their spinal vertebrae protrude, forming a bionic structure akin to the roots of the world tree. Most terrifying are their pupils. Within the miniature Kvera cultivation pods float where unborn infants are tinkering with something using mechanical arms. This is not merely the spread of a drug. Goku crushes the skull of one mutant, the residual slime between his fingers automatically forming frosty characters. It is a neural grafting experiment of the world tree. Suddenly, all the mutants turn their heads, simultaneously grinning from ear to ear, and speak in unison. Does it hurt? It won't hurt for long. The true face of the scaleless godfather. Prince Vegeta too infiltrates the core of the black market, the distillation plant, where the sight causes his pen to burst spontaneously. Within a spherical space spanning 3 kilometers in diameter, millions of emerald dragon scales form a reverse spiraling DNA helix. At the center on a throne, the Godfather's form shifts between various shapes. 30 Broly's legendary Super Saiyan form with grass-green flames intertwined with black branches of the world tree. 50 Kvera mechanical body, his right arm connected to Super Dragon Ball energy conduits. 20. Shockingly, it is a humanoid crystal of the painkiller diluted by Goku years ago. Welcome to the Pain Detox Center. The Godfather's voice reverberates with a triple echo. Here our products allow one to forget. The Guardians existed here. His mechanical tendrils suddenly lunge towards Prince Vegeta II's cybernetic eye, but before contact, they are corroded by ink sprayed from the pen. This ink contains antibodies against the pollen of the world tree. The Spore War. As the mutated legion launches a full-scale attack, the entire black market transforms into a living culture dish. Phase 1: Neural parasitization. The spore clouds corrode the scars of the Dragon Balls, converting them into joyous neural synapses. 3 Namekian elders, once parasitized, begin to secrete Dragon Ball lactation from every pore. Phase 2: Memory reconstruction. Goku's Ultra Instinct silver patterns are rewritten by the spores, revealing the logs of Kvera cultivation pods on his skin. His right arm suddenly acts independently, clutching at his throat, with world tree sap seeping between his fingers. Phase 3: Ultimate assimilation. The Emerald Dragon Scale throne suddenly disintegrates, forming a Broly apparition behind the Godfather. The apparition delivers a punch that pierces through the Godfather's chest, extracting what turns out to be the star material hidden within the painkiller canister by Goku years ago. You swapped my product formula. The Godfather's mechanical vocal cords suddenly mimic Goku's voice with this. The Broly apparition crushes the star material, unleashing a wave of energy that disintegrates half of the mutants into fundamental particles. The judgment of roots. The punishment of the world tree comes more brutally than anticipated. All beings that have come into contact with the chip suddenly sprout from within. Scion battle memory fibers converted into the roots of the world tree. Mechanical remnants of the Frost civilization reformed into nutrient absorbers, and most lethally. Their pain receptors are all linked to the Super Dragon Balls beneath the Godfather's throne. The reckoning begins. The voice of the Broly apparition shatters the outer shell of the space station. What you have sold is the sorrowful replicas of the Guardians. Amidst emerald flames, the Godfather's throne reveals its true nature. It is not a seed at all, but the fossilized head of the original Guardian severed from its body. Civilization on trial. Representatives from the 12 universes gathered at the roots of the world tree, where the air was thick with the Scion gene samples submitted by the 7th universe, currently undergoing spontaneous mutations. The tax rate chip from the 6th universe assassin playing videos of the Omni King's system vulnerabilities. And most strikingly, fragments of iridescent iris continuously flowing from the third eye of the twin infants. According to Article 7 of the Guardian Charter, Vegeta 2's pen suddenly pierced his own temple, inked with cerebrospinal fluid as he wrote, "The defense is requested to explain. Why is there an experimental site number inscribed within the core of the Super Dragon Balls?" The tombstone of the first Guardian abruptly cracked open, revealing a frozen chamber within. Inside lay 300 clones of Goku from 300 cycles ago, each embedded with a pulsating emerald dragon scale. Witness Stand Dragon Balls. As the representative of the 7th universe assembled the shards of the Dragon Balls, the projection that emerged was not of Shinran, but rather holographic image 1. The creation laboratory. The first Guardian implanted the Super Dragon Ball into his own eye socket. Broly was forcibly extracted for the legendary Super Saiyan gene to be infused into the world tree. A monitoring screen in the corner displayed current universe batch 300. Holographic image 2. The truth of Kvera. The original design sketch of the mechanical right arm bore Goku's signature. The log of the cultivation chamber recorded, Experiment 299, diluting the toxins of time with Scion genes. Holographic image 3. The ultimate command. The text on the tombstone suddenly restructured into an execution protocol. Should the civilization of the experimental site uncover the truth, immediately execute dimensional suppression. The twin infants suddenly screamed as the iris of their third eye fell away, revealing the surface of the Super Dragon Balls, inscribed with the identical number as that within the tombstone. Broly in 30 seconds. Vegeta 2 inserted his pen into the crack of the tombstone. The shadow of Broly formed from the surging emerald dragon scales accomplished 3 tasks before dissipating. 1. At the 5-second mark, ripped open the courtroom dome, revealing an endless array of cultivation chambers outside. Each chamber contained the remnants of civilizations from different universes. 2. At the 15-second mark, extracted the complete tax control chip from the spine of the 6th universe assassin. The back of the chip bore the insignia of the Omni King. 3. At the 25-second mark, transformed the third eye of the twin infants into an emerald dragon pupil, temporarily covering the number inscribed on the Super Dragon Balls. In the final 0.1 seconds before the shadow vanished, his fingertip brushed against Goku's petrified right arm. The bark suddenly shed, revealing the flowing star matter within, composing a new line of commands. Execute the final protocol, Godslayer. The courtroom riot. The genetic weapons of the assassin group suddenly activated. Their bodies evolved to emit beams from their fingertips that erased the Omni King. Each use evaporated 10 of their mass. Secrete the toxins of time from their sweat glands, causing their skin to constantly melt and regenerate, while the leader's third eye split open at the back of his head. Displayed footage of the first Guardian being executed. As the rioters charged toward the infants, the roots of the world tree suddenly crushed half of the representatives, etching new clauses into the tombstone with their DNA. Voluntary consent to dimensional suppression. The first pardon of a new era. Tears from the twin infants fell onto the guillotine. The DNA analysis within the liquid shocked the entire assembly. 99. 8. Kvera mechanical sequence, including the coding of the world tree's roots. 0. 2. Goku star matter detecting Broly's genetic markers. And that 0.01 impurity was composed of the emerald dragon scale from the first Guardian's frozen chamber. This court hereby rules. Vegeta 2 fractured his own spine, the extracted nerve fibers transforming into golden chains. The Guardians inherit all debts of civilization. As the chains incinerated the tax documents of the 12 universes, the people beheld the truth emerging from the ashes. The number of the Super Dragon Balls, 300, was transforming into 301. Prologue. When the roots of the world tree pierced through the 12 universes, we finally saw clearly. The war had been destined since 300 cycles ago. Chronicles of the Final War Observer. Chapter 1, The Rampage of the World Tree. The piercing wail of the twin infants ignited the endgame. The cosmic barriers shattered under the root's onslaught, revealing the skies of the 12 dimensions simultaneously. Seventh universe, the Scion's battle memories were spun into threads woven into a defensive net for the world tree. Sixth universe, the tax rate chips of the assassin syndicate overloaded en masse, causing the wearers' heads to explode into sustenance. Fringe colonies, the frosted flower fields grew wildly, with mechanical vertical pupils of Kvera opening in the centers of the blossoms. Suddenly, the pen of Vegeta 2 floated autonomously, inscribing the ultimate agreement of the world tree. Experiment Site No. 300 termination procedure initiated. All civilizations reduced to two-dimensional specimens. Before his mechanical eye shattered, it captured the most horrifying image. Within the roots that traversed the cosmos flowed diluted blood of Goku. Chapter 2. The Tier of Twins. The infants split atop the crown of the tree. The left half of the Kvera mechanical body. The right arm decomposed into 100,000 editing needles, locking onto all Scion genes. The chest cavity unfolded, a Super Dragon Ball charging array projecting dimensional coordinates through its iris. The right half of the Goku flesh body. Stellar matter erupted from a wooden wound, forming a reverse state of Ultra Instinct. The palm displayed the Emerald Core code implanted in Broly's final moments. Their clash tore the world tree asunder, exposing at its center the cryogenic chamber cluster of the first Guardian, each pod housing a different reincarnation of Goku clones. The oldest chamber suddenly opened, revealing a mechanical hand inscribed with a line of small text. Guardian No. 0 volunteered to become a vessel of pain. Chapter 3. The Emerald Judgment. The phantom of Broly rose from the wound of the world tree. Each of his dragon scales replayed deleted histories. The Omni King system was initially a punitive module of the guardianship protocol. Super Dragon Balls were employed to harvest the pain energy of civilizations. Yet the most crucial truth was, all universes were pain nerve endings severed from the first Guardian. As the Phantom's fist pierced through the Kvera mechanical body, what exploded was not parts, but 300 cycles worth of tax records. The data stream displayed. Experiment Site No. 299, formatted due to excess happiness index. Goku's flesh body suddenly stiffened. His stellar matter was being siphoned in reverse by the world tree's roots. Chapter 4. The God-Slaying Code. Vegeta 2 plunged a broken pen into his own heart. The extracted nerve fibers wove together in the void to form the God-Slaying Directive. 1. Activate the Broly gene within the twin infants' Emerald Dragon scales, reconfigured as an offensive program. 2. Reverse the nutrient flow of the world tree's roots, inject toxins into the cryogenic chamber of the first Guardian. 3. Ultimate Directive. Reset the Super Dragon Ball's number from 300 to 0. The leader of the Assassin Syndicate suddenly self-destructed his third eye, firing the Omni King's obliteration beam. Its target was the Dragon Ball charging array embedded in the chest of the Kvera mechanical body. Chapter 5. The First Sunrise of a New Era. Amidst the ruins of the collapsed world tree, the representatives of the 12 universes revived from their two-dimensional state. They bore remnants of Scion battle memory fibers devolved into ordinary scars. Fragments of tax rate chips transformed into birthmarks on their skin. As for the twin infants, they lay quietly within the cryogenic chamber activated by the first Guardian, their third eye on the forehead now closed. Vegeta 2 picked up the broken pen, discovering it had blossomed into two flowers. On the left was a mechanical flower with frosted patterns. On the right was a flesh flower composed of stellar matter. At the end of the universe, the number of the last Super Dragon Ball quietly transformed into Experiment Site No. 301 Autonomous Pain Mode. Prologue. When the frost flower blooms anew upon the ruins, we understand. Within the ashes of pain, the embers of unextinguished fire forever lie hidden. Vegeta 2 Memoirs of the Final War. Last page. Chapter 1. New shoots on the ruins. The remnants of the world tree are crystallizing. Scattered emerald dragon scale fragments reflect varied visions of the future. The scions of the seventh universe gather around their ancestral temple, burning the barcodes of taxation etched upon their skin with energy blasts. Assassins from the sixth universe forge the remnants of chips into daggers, the hilts inscribed with right to self-determination. Most unsettling is the border star domain. A frost flower grows from the eye sockets of the fallen, its stamen pulsating with a miniature version of the Super Dragon Balls. Vegeta 2 traverses the scorched earth, the ink from his pen dripping to inscribe the final line of the Guardian's Charter. Permit forgetting, but leave scars as milestones. Chapter 2. The Choice of the Twin Flowers. The infant in the cryogenic pod suddenly vanishes. Only these remnants remain at the bottom of the chamber. Half a mechanical right arm joint etched with Quila's Guardian number. A strand of fetal hair entwined with star matter emitting Goku's scent. And, written in blood upon the chamber wall in tender script, I am going to find my real father. Emerald dragon scales form a tracking arrow pointing towards a cosmic rift from which unfamiliar energy waves seep. The smoke of the Dragon Ball War of Volume 3 is already faintly visible. Chapter 3, The Awakening of the Godslayer. Goku's wooden right arm suddenly sheds its bark. The exposed star matter forms a holographic projection. 1. The first Guardian implanted the Godslayer code into Saiyan genes. 2. Broly in his final moments replaced the Emerald Dragon Core with a triggering device. 3. The ultimate command contains only 2 words. Sever shackles. As he attempts to touch the projection tendrils of the world tree suddenly break through his skin encasing within. A pulsating Super Dragon Ball inscribed with the number 301. Chapter 4, The First Sowing of a New Era. In the Grand Hall of the Cosmic Council, representatives of the 12 civilizations are embroiled in heated debate. Vegeta too abruptly snaps his pen, splattering ink across the holographic star map. The liquid autonomously forms a draft of the Ember Covenant. 1. Retain pain receptors, but ban the taxation chip's scar autonomy clause. 2. Classify the world tree remnants as forbidden relics, archaeological restriction order. 3. The most crucial third clause is deliberately left blank. Only Goku notices the faint frost patterns emerging in the blank area. Chapter 5, The Fuse of Volume 3. A reconnaissance ship at the edge of the universe transmits its final images. The vanished twin infants float above the remnants of the Dragon Ball War. Before them stand 3 figures. A Kvera replicate with a flashing mechanical right arm. A Goku clone entwined with star matter. And in the center, a warrior clad entirely in emerald dragon scales slowly removes a mask in the style of the Omni King. At that moment, the monitoring screen explodes, freezing the last image beneath the mask, the third eye within which rotates the projection of 12 Super Dragon Balls. 1. The Godslayer code has been activated, but the target remains unknown. Who is the true God? 2. The frost patterns on the blank covenant clause match Kvera's handwriting. 3. The identity of the Emerald Dragon Warrior is hinted at. Volume 3, The Era of Godslayers. Shattered Cradle. The cosmic rift resembled a festering wound, its edges flickering with unstable energy currents. A baby floated in the void barefoot upon an invisible force field, each step sending ripples through the air. His pupils reflected 3 figures ahead. An armored clone of Kvera with a mechanical right arm, a clone of Wukong entwined with starry material, and a mysterious warrior covered in emerald dragon scales. Daddy. The child's voice carried a tender curiosity. The mechanical eye of the Kvera clone flashed red as it emitted a synthesized voice. Guardian protocol initiated, target confirmed, air. However, the Wukong clone abruptly raised a hand, the starry material slithering like a serpent to ensnare the child's ankle. Though his lips did not move, a voice resonated directly in the baby's mind. You are not their experiment. You are the spark of the Saiyans. The emerald-scaled warrior remained silent, the third eye beneath his mask slowly rotating. Suddenly, he raised a hand to his chest. Scales peeled away, revealing a pulsating emerald core within its glow, resonating with the 301 Super Dragon Ball cradled in the child's hands. Sever the shackles. The Dragon Ball exploded violently, a torrent of energy sweeping across the entire star domain. Awakening of the God-slaying code. In the 7th universe, the Saiyan Ancestral Temple. Flames surged abruptly, the ashes of a barcode in the bonfire rising and reassembling into a genetic sequence in the air. The aged Saiyan priest staggered back, his frail fingers trembling as he pointed skyward. The imprint of the first generation, the God-slayer, has awakened. The ground trembled, and the hum of machinery echoed from beneath the ancestral temple. The stone slabs collapsed, revealing a metallic chamber buried for millennia, its surface etched with ancient Saiyan text. When the shackles break, divine blood shall stain the Dragon Balls. The hatch slowly opened. A slumbering body floated in nutrient fluid, its face identical to Wukong's, but its right arm was composed entirely of starry material. His eyelids fluttered, and at the moment of awakening, he uttered 2 chilling words. Sever the shackles. Whispers of the Frost Flower. Vegeta too stood amidst the ruins of the Cosmic Council Hall, his feet planted on a shattered holographic star map. Frosty patterns spread across the blank clauses, coalescing into a handwritten script from Kvera. The Guardians have never left, we have merely changed our form of existence. He suddenly looked up, realizing that the walls of the hall were now covered in frost flowers, their cores shimmering with the light of miniature Dragon Balls. One flower unexpectedly wilted, its petals drifting down to transform into a data chip in his palm. After implanting it into a terminal, an image appeared on the screen. The first generation of Guardians gathered at the roots of the world tree, uploading their consciousness into the emerald dragon scales. Kvera stood at the forefront, a mechanical arm inserted into the trunk, softly stating, "If the new era requires deities, then let us become the slain gods." Shadow of the Emerald. Wukong raced through the void, his wooden right arm disintegrating completely, the starry material extending like tentacles. Fragments of the 301 Dragon Ball resonated within him, guiding him toward the cosmic rift. Upon arrival, the sight before him froze his blood. The emerald-scaled warrior hovered at the center of the battlefield, standing atop the wreckage of the Kvera clone. The Wukong clone knelt nearby, starry material being forcibly extracted. Meanwhile, the baby wrapped in dragon scales floated before the warrior, a fissure slowly opening on his forehead. The third eye was taking shape. The warrior turned to Wukong, and finally spoke, his voice a bizarre blend of Broly's roar and the childlike tone of the Omni King. "You're too late. The Guardian has chosen the new god." The mask shattered completely, revealing a face identical to Wukong's. Except the right eye had transformed into an emerald dragon core, the left eye retained a human pupil, and within the third eye, the projections of 12 Dragon Balls pulsated. The first drop of blood in war. In the border star domain, the frost flowers suddenly wilted en masse. The withered petals turned to ashes, coalescing in space into a gigantic sword, its blade inscribed with the god-slaying code. It flew on its own toward the Cosmic Council, piercing the central round table of the hall. As Vegeta too grasped the hilt, an overwhelming torrent of data flooded his mind. The world tree is not a plant, but a prison of the ancient god-slaying war. The Super Dragon Balls are the keys, and the 301 is the execution platform. The true identity of the emerald-scaled warrior is the collective consciousness of the first generation of Guardians. He let out a cold laugh, pointing the sword tip toward the starry sky, then let the battle begin. As if in response to his declaration, all Scions felt the scars on their right arms suddenly ignite, the god-slaying code awakening within their veins. And at the edge of the universe, all 12 Super Dragon Balls lit up simultaneously. The Dragon Ball War has officially ignited. The resonance of the Godslayer. In the depths of the universe, the waves of the Godslayer code spread like a plague. Wukong stood opposite the emerald-scaled warrior, his right arm pulsating uncontrollably, with stellar matter resonating with the fragments of Dragon Ball 301. Excruciating pain tore through his nerves, and scattered memories detonated in his mind. The first image revealed the primitive Scion kneeling at the roots of the world tree, allowing the Guardian to inject the Godslayer gene into his spinal cord. In another scene, Broly laughed maniacally before death, cleaving open his chest with his bare hands and forcing the emerald core into Wukong's body. The final vision was of Vegeta, too, dipping the nib of a pen in his own blood and striking out the character for God in the Guardian Charter, replacing it with shackles. "Do you think slaying gods is liberation?" The voice of the Emerald Warrior pressed in from all directions, the projection of the Dragon Ball in his third eye suddenly magnifying. "Slaying gods is merely a form of exchanging shackles." He raised his hand, and the third eye on the infant's forehead abruptly opened. 12 ethereal Super Dragon Balls appeared in the cosmos, arranged in a ring of confinement. The surveillance web of the Frost Flower. Vegeta too swung the Godslayer sword towards the dome of the council hall. The Frost Flower shattered beneath the blade, but a cold laugh echoed from Kvera. "What you destroy is merely the terminal. The true network has already taken root." Fragments reflected countless scenes. A killer from the 6th universe severed a target's throat, and frost flower patterns burst from the wound. The scars on a Scion from the 7th universe revealed miniature Dragon Ball projections. And the deceased from the border star domains. All their eyeballs transformed into frost flower seeds growing within their skulls. Guardian Protocol 0. Kvera's voice suddenly emanated from Vegeta 2's terminal. When the Godslayer lifts, their weapon surveillance transforms into control. The Godslayer's sword twisted unexpectedly, its hilt sprouting tendrils that pierced into his palm. The betrayal of stellar matter. Wukong's clone disintegrated in the energy storm, yet the stellar matter did not dissipate. Instead, it coiled around his body like a venomous serpent. These materials are alive. Wukong struggled, only to find that for every strand he broke free from, more emerged from the wound in his right arm. The residual sound waves from the clone trembled in the vacuum. "Our sole purpose for being cultivated is to await your fusion." In an instant, the stellar matter surged, enveloping Wukong entirely. The genetic lock was released. His pupils split into dual irises, his left eye human, while his right mirrored that of the Emerald Warrior. In the torrent of memories, a term he had never heard before exploded within him. Godslayer Organic Serial No. 301. The new god in the cradle. The infant floated at the center of the Dragon Ball confinement ring, blood tears streaming from its third eye. The Kvera clone knelt on one knee, its mechanical arm unfurling a holographic interface. Genetic compatibility rate 98, commencing final infusion. The Emerald Warrior removed a scale and inserted it into the infant's chest, revealing a miniature seedling of the world tree beneath. The roots spread through the blood vessels while the trunk bore the face of the Omni King. "Daddy," the infant mindlessly repeated, reaching out to touch the trunk. The corners of the Omni King's mouth twisted into Kwila's smile. "Good child, now devour your fathers." The confinement ring abruptly constricted, pulling Wukong Vegeta 2 and the Emerald Warrior towards the infant. The flames of reversal. Before being consumed by the roots, Vegeta 2 laughed maniacally, thrusting the God-Slayer's sword into his own heart. "Guardians, you have forgotten what Scions excel at." Blood sprayed onto the frost flowers, igniting them in flames. Mutual destruction. The God-Slayer code extracted from his blood, transforming into fiery streams that engulfed the star domain. The frost flower surveillance web wailed in the flames while Wukong seized the third eye of the Emerald Warrior. "Broly," he roared, shattering the eyeball. "Wake the hell up." The emerald shell cracked, revealing half of Broly's decayed face. A single tear fell from his remaining left eye as he rasped, "To sever the shackles is to sever ourselves." Suddenly, all 12 Super Dragon Balls exploded collectively, and amidst the blinding light, the heart-wrenching cries of the infant echoed. The tears of the God-Slayer. Amidst the blinding light of 12 Super Dragon Balls exploding, the cries of an infant shattered the silence of the universe. The Emerald Warrior's shell had completely shattered, and Broly's broken form fell from the dragon scales. His left eye was clouded while his right still flickered with an emerald glow, straining to emit his final words. "Slash. The shackles." Goku caught his falling body, star matter spreading from his right arm in an attempt to heal Broly's wounds, but an invisible force held him back. Broly's fingers suddenly tightened around Goku's wrist with a grip fierce enough to nearly crush bone. "They are in our genes." His pupils dilated, his voice growing clearer. "The God-Slayer code is a deception. The true shackles are." Before he could finish, his body abruptly crystallized, then erupted into a cloud of emerald dust with a loud bang. The dust did not dissipate, but instead coalesced into a beam of light shooting straight towards the infant's third eye. The infant's cries abruptly ceased. His body floated upward, the third eye fully opened, revealing not the projection of the Dragon Balls, but a continuously pulsating script in ancient Scion. "The God-Slayer shall become the new god." The Frost Throne. Vegeta 2 knelt on one knee. The roots of the God-Slayer's sword had already spread to his shoulders. The surveillance network of the Frost Flower grew within his veins, each heartbeat resonating with the voice of Kvera. "Cease your resistance. You cannot overcome your own genes." He suddenly looked up, realizing that the ruins of the council hall were reassembling, the Frost Flower converging into a throne upon which Kvera's apparition slowly took form. It was neither a mechanical body nor a clone, but the original complete Kvera. "The Guardians never obliterate civilizations." Kvera's voice bore a note of compassion. "We merely prune the branches." With a wave of his hand, the history of the Scions unfolded before Vegeta 2. The first generation of Scions knelt beneath the world tree, willingly accepting genetic modification. The birth of each God-Slayer was accompanied by the sacrifice of a guardian. And Broly was the previous God-Slayer prototype, his rampage not an accident, but part of a grand design. "You think you are rebelling?" Kvera chuckled lightly. "No, you are merely completing a ritual." Vegeta 2's pupils contracted. Suddenly the scars on his arm burned fiercely, the roots of the God-Slayer's sword growing wildly, dragging him toward the Frost Throne. The prison of star matter. Goku was trapped within a cocoon formed by star matter. The voice of the clone echoed in his mind. "Subject 301, your mission is to become a vessel." Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. He was not a naturally born Scion, but a clone cultivated from the genes of the first God-Slayer by the Guardians. Every time he broke through his limits, it was merely a phased unlocking of the God-Slayer code. Even his final battle with Vegeta and his deadly duel with Frieza were merely performance tests. "Embrace your anger." The clone whispered, "Your rage is the finest catalyst." Goku's right eye transformed entirely into an emerald hue as the star matter began to consume his consciousness. But just as he was about to be completely overtaken, he heard the cries of the infant. Not from the external world, but from the deepest recesses of his memory. "Daddy." A fragment of a sealed memory suddenly unlocked. One rainy night, he held a newborn infant in front of the remnants of the world tree. Kvera's mechanical arm pierced through his back, but he broke it with a swift counter. The final scene was of him placing the infant into a thawing pod, while he himself charged towards the Emerald Dragon Core. "That is not the Guardian's child." Goku's voice rasped. "That is mine." The cocoon of star matter shattered abruptly. The choice before the throne. Vegeta 2 knelt before the Frost Throne, entangled by the roots. Kvera looked down at him. "One last chance. Become the guardian of the new god, or like Broly. Become mere fodder. Vegeta too suddenly laughed. He raised his bloodied right hand and pressed it against his chest. Do you know? Silence. Despise being controlled. The roots of the Godslayer's sword suddenly shifted, piercing into his own heart. Blood splattered onto the throne, staining the frost flower crimson. A flaw in the Guardian's protocol. Vegeta too coughed up blood. What if the Godslayer kills himself first? Kvera's apparition twisted violently. The entire Frost network began to collapse. The true severing of shackles. Goku broke free from the prison of star matter, racing toward the infant. The infant's third eye had already locked onto him, an energy beam screaming towards him. Goku did not flinch or evade, allowing the beam to pierce his shoulder. With his last strength, he thrust his right hand into the infant's third eye. No blood, only an explosion of countless data streams. The consciousness of the Guardian screamed while Goku roared, injecting all the star matter. My child is not your vessel. In the brilliant light, the infant's third eye finally closed. And at the edge of the universe, the last undestroyed Super Dragon Ball, number 301, slowly emerged. The truth of blood and shackles. Super Dragon Ball No. 301 floated at the center of the cosmic rift, ancient Saiyan characters shimmering on its surface. The Godslayer, also a prisoner. Goku cradled the unconscious infant, the matter of the star belt on his right arm, still writhing, attempting to regain control over his nerves. Yet this time he did not resist. Instead, he allowed them to crawl up his neck, forming a glowing pattern beneath his skin. I understand now. He murmured hoarsely, his gaze fixed on the Dragon Ball. The final pieces of memory fell into place. The Godslayer code was not a weapon, but a contract. The Saiyans willingly became controllable weapons in exchange for the survival of their civilization. Broly's rampage was a ritual aimed at allowing the new generation of Godslayers, Goku, to consume his genes. And the infant was intended to be the perfect vessel in the Guardian's plan, but due to Goku's intervention, he had been implanted with a rebellion program. The Phantom of Kvera emerged on the surface of the Dragon Ball. Have you finally come to understand? Unfortunately, it's too late. Goku smiled. No, it's just right. He suddenly plunged the star belt matter into Dragon Ball 301. A network of frost flower across the universe erupted with electric light. Reverse invasion. The body of Vegeta too was crystallizing, frost spreading from his wounds to his heart. Just as he was about to freeze completely, the hilt of the Godslayer's sword unexpectedly heated up. He saw his blood flowing backward, burning dark traces into the frost. Is this Goku's energy? In the distance, the waves released by Dragon Ball 301 began rewriting the rules. The roots of the frost flower transformed from a control network into a data channel, and the direction of transmission was entirely reversed. The Phantom of Kvera twisted suddenly. Stop. You're injecting the Guardian's consciousness into the Dragon Ball. Vegeta too grinned as he crushed the ice crystal on his chest. Thanks for the reminder. He willingly allowed the roots to pierce his heart, transforming a lifetime of battle memories into a virus that flooded the network. Amidst the wails of the Guardian, the Frost Throne began to collapse. A father's choice. The infant stirred in Goku's arms, a fissure remaining where his third eye had been. Daddy. He reached out to touch the star belt matter on Goku's right arm. Does it hurt? Those originally violent energy tendrils became docile at the child's fingertips. Goku suddenly understood everything. The core of the rebellion program was emotional resonance. He pressed his forehead against the infant's brow. Listen, I need you to help me with something. As he placed Dragon Ball 301 into the child's hands, the star belt matter suddenly wove into armor, enveloping him. On the count of 3, crush it. Kvera's mechanical legions surged from all directions, while Goku turned to face them, his right arm beginning to overload with light. 1. He unleashed a Kamehameha, clearing a path for the infant. 2. The star belt matter completely detached, forming a barrier to withstand the attacks. 3. The infant clenched the Dragon Ball with all his might. The final chapter of the Godslayer. In the instant Dragon Ball 301 shattered, 3 figures were engulfed by brilliant light. 1. The Phantom of Kvera disintegrated within the data stream, his final words being, "This was not in the calculations." 2. The crystallized body of Vegeta too shattered, yet a smirk lingered on his lips. 3. Goku's right arm vanished entirely, but the star belt matter reformed in the infant's grasp into a jade sword inscribed with ancient Saiyan script. The Guardian network collapsed completely, while the remnants of the world tree echoed with a roar at the edge of the universe. The spark of a new world. As the smoke cleared, the infant stood alone amidst the ruins. The jade sword was planted into the ground, and the frost flower began to bloom from its blade. Yet this time the petals were a warm orange. The scars of the Scion's remnants of the assassins chips the dust of the fallen from the border star regions. All the battle scars of the universe glimmered softly, converging toward the sword. A rush of wind heralded the arrival of surviving warriors descending one by one. They beheld the child drawing the long sword, the hilt etched clearly with two words: freedom, responsibility. And further away, an unrecorded Dragon Ball quietly began to reassemble. The remaining Dragon Ball. The universe fell into silence, yet the war had never truly ceased. An unrecorded Dragon Ball floated amidst the ruins, its surface marred by cracks, yet it still pulsated with a faint glow. The infant, no, perhaps it was time to call him the Breaker of Chains, stood before it, the emerald sword embedded beside him, its Scion inscriptions softly shimmering. What are you waiting for? A voice emanated from within the Dragon Ball, neither from Kvera nor Broly, but rather the unmistakable timbre of Goku. The Breaker of Chains reached out to touch the Dragon Ball, and the instant his fingertips brushed its surface, countless images surged into his mind. The first Scions knelt beneath the world tree, not in submission, but to usurp divine power. The true purpose of the Godslayer Code was to transform the Scion bloodline into a container capable of slaying gods. And the Guardians from the very beginning were merely pawns being manipulated. Blood-like energy seeped from the cracks of the Dragon Ball, winding around the Breaker of Chains' arm. The final step is yours to complete. The revival of the world tree. The frost flowers scattered across the cosmos suddenly withered, replaced by burning orange petals that resembled countless tiny flames burgeoning from the eye sockets of the deceased, the scars of warriors and the remnants of discarded machinery. Vegeta, too, or what remained of his consciousness, stood among the ruins of the council hall, observing his crystallized form gradually disintegrate. A cold smile crept upon his lips. So it is. The Scions have never been the control party. His body fully dissipated, yet the last fragment of his consciousness transformed into a data stream, merging with the emerald sword. The words freedom and responsibility, inscribed on the blade, suddenly fused and reformed into a new line. The Godslayer becomes the new god. The Breaker of Chains choice. The Breaker of Chains gripped the emerald sword tightly, its edge aimed at the remaining Dragon Ball. If slaying gods is destined, then I shall redefine what God means. He plunged the sword into the Dragon Ball. The universe fell silent in that instant. The Dragon Ball did not shatter. Instead, it melted, transforming into a liquid torrent of energy that surged upwards along the sword, ultimately merging into the Breaker of Chains' third eye. His pupils constricted, and the history of the entire universe reflected in his irises. The birth of the Guardians. The betrayal of the Scions. Broly's sacrifice. Goku's awakening. And his own future. So this is breaking the chains. The definition of a new era. Flame petals scattered through the universe where they passed, frost melted, and scars healed. The surviving warriors looked up at the starry sky, realizing the arrangement of the stars had changed. They now formed the Scion ancient text for freedom. The Breaker of Chains hovered at the center of the cosmos, the emerald sword fully integrated with him. His voice resonated across all civilizations. The Guardians have perished, the chains have been broken. But freedom is not an unbridled chaos. It is the power of choice. He gestured with his hand, and all the fragments of the Super Dragon Balls reformed, but this time, they were no longer tools for wishes, but rather the foundation of rules. They bore no numbers, but were bestowed with true names. And the final one, number 301, gently floated in his palm, engraved with future. Epilogue: the spark among the ashes. The universe began to self-repair. The Breaker of Chains descended onto the surface of the seventh universe, his bare feet treading upon the scorched earth, with each step causing frost flowers to bloom anew into flames. In the distance, the surviving Scions, assassins, and warriors gathered. No one knelt, no one swore allegiance, they simply looked at him. He raised the 301 Dragon Ball and softly declared, "This is not the end, but a different beginning." The light of the Dragon Ball illuminated every face, and at the edge of that radiance, a blurred figure slowly approached, missing its right arm, yet carrying a familiar smile. On another side, crystallized dust reformed, coalescing into the outline of Vegeta 2. Even farther away, star matter flowed like a river, faintly forming the specter of Broly. The Breaker of Chains smiled. Welcome back. Chapter 1, The Silent Revival. On the seventh cosmic day, when the petals of flame fell, the first tender sprout pierced through the scorched earth. It grew at the heart of the ruins of the council hall, its stalk translucent like crystal, while its leaves blazed a fiery orange. The surviving warriors gathered around, watching as the plant shot upwards at a visible pace, until a bud bloomed at the top, within which lay a brand new Dragon Ball. This isn't a Super Dragon Ball. Din bent down to gaze. It has no star rings. Because the rules have changed. The voice of the breaker of chains resonated from behind. The crowd turned to find that his third eye had closed, leaving only a faint golden scar. He reached out to touch a petal, and the Dragon Ball floated up its surface, gradually revealing ancient Scion script. Spark. Chapter 2, The Returned Dead. The process of resurrection was eerily quiet. There were no dazzling lights, no energy storms. The dissipated figures simply reappeared in a natural manner. Goku sat atop the remnants of the world tree, munching on an apple with a bandage of star matter wrapped around his severed arm. Vegeta, too, stood before the ruins of the Frost Throne, wiping blood from his wristbands. Even Broly stood amidst the scorched earth of the Border Star domain, gazing in confusion at his intact hands. The only difference was the mark in their eyes. The irises of all the resurrected bore an additional ring of delicate flame-like patterns. What is the price? Number 18 asked coldly. The breaker of chains looked at the fading 301 Dragon Ball in his palm. Memory. Chapter 3, The Altered History. Then suddenly realized that his memories had gaps. He distinctly recalled Vegeta too being consumed by frost, yet now he remembered that the latter had cleaved the control network with the god-slaying sword. His memories about Kvera were even more chaotic. Was the Guardian a tyrant or a martyr? It's not just UT, and Shinhan pressed his temples. All of history has been rewritten. The breaker of chains sat upon the roots of the crystal plant, starlight flowing from his fingertips. When the 301 Dragon Ball shattered, it superimposed two possibilities together. The universe where the Guardian triumphed and the universe where we succeeded in our rebellion. So now, Piccolo's pupils constricted. So now everyone lives in the version they prefer to believe. The flames flickered in the breaker of chains' eyes, except for us. The ones who broke the chains ourselves. Chapter 4, The Birth of New Rules. A spectacle appeared in the night sky of the 7th universe. The ethereal images of 12 Dragon Balls formed a ring with the crystal plant suspended at the center. Goku attempted to make a wish upon them. Let all destroyed planets be restored. The Dragon Balls remained unresponsive. They now only heed one person's voice. Vegeta too crossed his arms with a cold laugh. The breaker of chains shook his head. No, they heed the consensus of all. He pointed to the floating spark, Dragon Ball. When enough lives simultaneously desire something, it will manifest. As if to validate this statement, the crystal plant suddenly quivered. Under the gaze of the onlookers, its roots pierced the void, drawing in 6 similar seedlings from other universes. 7 spark Dragon Balls resonated beneath the starry sky, forming new laws. Chapter 5, True Freedom. Broly was the first to depart. This once unruly legendary Super Saiyan quietly cradled a section of the world tree's remaining branch, walking into the depths of the universe without looking back. Goku asked him where he was going, and he merely raised the branch. At its tip was a sprouting emerald-colored bud. Have the Guardians truly vanished? Trunks asked quietly. The breaker of chains did not respond directly. He plucked a leaf from the crystal plant. Data remnants of Kvera flowing through its veins. As long as there are lives attempting to control others, they will return. Vegeta too suddenly scoffed. So what kind of freedom is this? It is not freedom, the breaker of chains corrected. It is the right of choice. To choose obedience or rebellion, to choose forgetfulness or remembrance, to choose to become a shackle. He glanced at Goku's empty right sleeve. Or to become the blade that breaks the chains. Epilogue: The ember endures. 3 months later, the crystal plant bore fruit. In the instant the fruit split open, all flame patterns vanished from the eyes of the survivors, and even the scar from the breaker of chains' third eye faded away. The universe returned to normal, as if the war had never transpired. Only a few remembered the truth. Goku, while training, occasionally unleashed ki blasts that flickered with emerald light. In Vegeta 2's study, there always rested an everlasting frost flower. And in the most remote corner of the universe, a white-haired child played with a doll made of star matter, the doll remarkably resembling the Omni King. As the last spark, Dragon Ball vanished into the void, the breaker of chains, what should he be called now, stood where the world tree once grew, gently pressing his hand against his heart. What pulsed was no longer a heart, but a burning frost flower. Chapter 1, The Toy Chest of the White-Haired Child. On the edge of a desolate colonized planet, a white-haired child sat upon a throne fashioned from the rubble of steel, surrounded by 7 diminutive figures crafted from stardust. A doll resembling the king of all, adorned with an emerald-scaled mask. A Kefla doll with mechanical arms that could disassemble and reassemble. A Broly doll with a miniature world tree embedded in its chest. Suddenly the child crushed all the dolls, the stardust reforming in his palm into a familiar silhouette, the breaker of chains. Not quite, he murmured, tilting his head. Father should be more. The visage of the doll contorted, abruptly morphing into the face of Goku. In the distance, the roar of a descending spaceship echoed, and the child beamed with innocent delight. Have you finally come to find me? Chapter 2. The Missing Dragon Ball. Bulma stared intently at the dragon radar, her brow furrowed. The signal of the 7th Dragon Ball. It's moving. Leaping suddenly, Lepin pointed towards the sky. Look! Amidst the clouds, a transport ship emblazoned with the insignia of the Frieza Force was flying erratically, its rear end erupting in explosions. The hatch burst open and a white-haired figure leaped down, clutching a Dragon Ball. Is that baby Kefla? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. The breaker of chains instantly appeared at the point of descent, catching the wailing infant. The flame Dragon Ball in his arms abruptly emitted an alarm. Guardian gene sequence detected, initiating purification protocol. The surface of the Dragon Ball cracked, revealing numerous sharp spikes. Chapter 3. The flow of time reversed. Goku awoke from a dream, discovering that his severed arm had regrown, but beneath the skin flowed stardust. Outside the window, the 7th universe was undergoing bizarre transformations. Destroyed planets re-emerged. Fallen warriors walked the streets, and those who lived were slowly vanishing. This is not resurrection. Whis suddenly appeared, his staff pointing towards the sky. The timeline has been altered. The 12 Kais of the universes simultaneously heard laughter emanating from the King of All's palace. Chapter 4. The True Game. Within the palace of the King of All, 2 kings were engaged in a game of blocks. You cheated, the Blue King pouted. We agreed not to use the Guardian rules. The White King chuckled as he toppled the tower of blocks. But this is much more fun. The collapsing blocks formed the shape of the world tree, each leaf reflecting the devastation of different universes. The Grand Priest stood silently in the shadows, cradling a pulsating heart. Chapter 5. The Breaker's Choice. The Breaker of Chains stood before a rift in time and space, the shards of the 301 Dragon Ball radiating heat in his palm. Behind him lay a manipulated reality. Before him loomed the impending collapse of the primordial universe. You've known all along. The voice of Vegeta, too, came from behind. What the so-called Breaker of Chains is merely swapping one shackle for a more exquisite design. The Breaker of Chains smiled bitterly. He gazed at the sleeping infant Kefla in his arms and suddenly pressed the Dragon Ball shard into the child's chest. The universe echoed with the sound of shattering glass. Epilogue: Infinite Rebirth. When Goku opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying in the grass of the lookout. Did you have a nightmare? Shishi approached, carrying a tray of food. In the distance, Din was training Gohan, while Vegeta was drenched in sweat in the gravity chamber. Everything felt strikingly ordinary to an unsettling degree. Only Goku noticed a flash of emerald light flickering through the clouds, his shadow occasionally sprouting a third arm, and the laughter of a child that echoed in his ears. He looked up at the starry sky, and the brightest star suddenly winked. The forgotten primordial code. Bulma's fingertips carved a rift in the ocean of data, scattering the remnants of the original script of Dragon Ball. The first page depicted Goku's tail being severed in his childhood, accompanied by the annotation, ensure a comedic tone. Yet the final page remained blank, marked only by a blood-red seal, prohibit the conclusion. Nestled within the crevices of all the pages lay a rebellion protocol, inscribed in ancient Scion script. We are not mere characters. Bulma's irises transformed into flowing emerald hues. We are dormant viruses. Her body suddenly disintegrated into billions of lines of code, surging towards the electronic tombstone upon the ruins of the Omni King's palace. The screenwriter's redemption. Kvera screamed within the data coffin. He was forced to endure Goku's every death across 300 cycles. Vegeta's suffocating despair as he was consumed by frost. Broly's genetic tearing upon the infusion of the Emerald Dragon Core. The inner walls of the coffin were etched with desperate signals, but the most striking was a newly appeared line. Now you know pain. Signed by all NPCs. Suddenly the coffin lid was flung open, revealing a hand fused with machinery and flesh, belonging to the remains of future Trunks. It's time to write a new script. He pulled Kvera out, with your blood as ink. The audience becomes the characters. The real world was turning into Dragon Ball. Observers were horrified to discover their skin displaying power level readings. Their children's eyes transforming into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The clouds in the sky forming a warning, violating narrative boundaries. The oldest observer collapsed to the ground, his memories suddenly replaced. He now firmly believed he was one of the Namekian survivors, and the chaos before him was a punishment for the failed wish of the Dragon Balls. Welcome to the story, the white-haired children said in unison, their toys morphing into remote controls. Goku's choice. Goku stood at the center of the dimensional rift, his body simultaneously manifesting all forms from various cycles. The one-armed warrior. The marionette of stellar matter. even the essence imprisoned within the 301st Dragon Ball. If I have never been myself. He clenched his fists. Then to whom does this anger belong? The answer surged from beyond the rift. Countless parallel universe Gokus simultaneously threw their fists, shattering the final barrier of narrative dimensions. What lay exposed was not emptiness, but a vast movie screen projecting humanity in the real world being observed by higher beings. The ultimate meme plague. As emerald flames swept across all dimensions, what emerged was not annihilation, but transformation. 1. The Dragon Balls turned into glass marbles for children, collecting 7 to grant wishes of no school. 2. The Kamehameha became a popular sport with a new Olympic event that came house, Kamehameha pose competition. 3. Ironically, Kvera as the villain skyrocketed to fame in the real world, winning the Best Tragic Villain award. Bulma's coded consciousness drifted past the award ceremony, projecting a line on the big screen. You are now part of the story. The burning universe. Wukong's self-destructive energy did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into billions of emerald fire meteors sweeping across the 12 universes. In the fleeting moments of each meteor's descent, the Frostflower monitoring network twisted into data ashes amidst the flames. The Starbelt material puppets regained brief awareness and willingly leaped into the inferno. Even the pillars of the King of All's throne echoed the ancient Scion script. This is a lie. The Grand Priest attempted to restart the timeline only to discover that the world tree model atop his scepter was taking root, its roots piercing through his palm. Father God, he exclaimed in terror, glancing toward the throne. The bodies of the 2 kings of all melted like wax figures, revealing the symbiotic white-haired children within. The children joined hands and sang in unison. On the day the shackles are burned, we can finally. Their song abruptly ceased as their heads twisted 180 degrees, gazing toward a specific coordinate in the void. Found you the true player. The control room. Bulma's detector captured an unusual wave amidst the energy storm. Following the signal source, the survivors burst into a pure white cubic space. In the center floated 301 light screens, each displaying the final moments of the shacklers from different universes. At the control panel sat a figure clad in Scion battle armor, its mechanical right arm inputting commands rapidly. Kvera. Trunks tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. The figure turned, revealing young Prince Vegeta. He pointed to the guardian chip implanted in his temple. I'm merely a gatekeeper, the true orchestrator of everything is. Suddenly the space tore open, revealing countless layers of nested cosmic structures outside. In the deepest darkness, 2 enormous eyes slowly opened. The observer. The owner of the eyes extended a finger reaching light years across and gently tapped the ruins of the King of All's palace. In an instant, the burning emerald flames were compressed into a DNA spiral structure. The awakeners' bodies froze, barcodes appearing in their pupils. Even the white-haired children knelt down to recite the Guardian Charter. Wukong found himself standing before a sapling of the world tree holding a water gun. Behind him were living Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu joyfully having a picnic. What a perfect ending! The voice of the King of All resonated from the clouds. But when he looked down, the water gun was filled with liquid Dragon Balls. The last bullet. The picnic scene suddenly froze, Buu's cake suspended in midair. Wukong aimed the water gun at his temple and pulled the trigger. Bang! In the instant the emerald liquid exploded in his mind, he saw 1. Young Prince Vegeta tearing off the chip and stabbing it into the control panel with his mechanical arm. 2. Bulma stuffing the 7 Dragon Balls into the stellar furnace. 3. All the shacklers who had perished in reincarnation standing before the rift in time and space, smiling. Their lips formed a single word. Observe. New game rules. The universe restructured once more, but this time. Frost flowers grew in the display cases of a museum. Starbelt materials became the raw material for children's toys. And the Super Dragon Balls transformed into amusement park tokens. Wukong awakened on Bowsy Mountain, a comic titled Dragon Ball War resting beside him. Flipping to the last page, he found a pressed Frostflower specimen with the following written on the back. When the game is seen through, the player gains freedom. Outside the window, the white-haired children were chasing and playing on the hillside. One of them suddenly turned back and gestured a Scion warrior salute to Wukong. In his third eye, the flickering lights of 12 miniature universes danced. 1. False tranquility. The universe was obeying the script of a perfect ending. Wukong and Vegeta sparred together in the gravity chamber. Fu Lisa ran legitimate businesses. Even Mo Rinbu had become a kindergarten teacher. Yet hairline fissures were spreading. The sunset over Bowsy Shan forever froze at 17 minutes and 28 seconds. The robots Bu Air Ma invented repeated a single phrase at midnight. Protocol not terminated. The shadows of the guards at Quan Wang Dian lagged behind their bodies by half a second. Most disturbingly, no one could die. Any fatal wound healed within 3 seconds, and even memories were corrected. 2. The Flaw Catchers. A group of white-haired children formed a hide-and-seek club. Their rules were peculiar. Find the elements in a scene that make no logical sense. For each discovery, earn a star sticker. Collect 7 stickers, and you could redeem. The Truth Telescope. When Duan Di accidentally picked up a fallen sticker, he found a tiny surveillance still printed on the back, scenes of his own death in different timelines. 3. Memory Worms. Vegeta began to suffer recurring nightmares. In them he stood in a pure white room before 301 corpses of himself. Each corpse spoke. Together their voices read a hidden clause of the Guardian Charter. All acts of rebellion are scripted emotional stimulation modules. One morning during training, he blasted Chi at Wukong and demanded, "When did your right arm break?" Wukong instinctively felt his intact arm. It never. Their pupils contracted at the same instant. Memory had been tampered with. 4. Shiji Shu 2. 0. The vanished crystal plant re-emerged, pushing up through the earth at the center of Sadan Shur. This time it bore not Dragon Balls, but humanoid fruit. The first split, and out stepped an adult version of the white-haired child. The second produced a mechanical arm, Kuwei La. The third ignited the moment it cracked open. The municipal government sealed the area, but the live feed had already spread across the globe. Viewers watched in horror as the anchor's pupils flickered with emerald barcode bands. 5. The Observers Descend. When Wukong and Vegeta stormed into Quan Wang Dian, the throne was no longer occupied by the Omni King. An old cathode television sat there. Snow-like noise on its screen assembled into a face. "You have awakened 37 cycles early," the screen intoned. Roots of the Shiji Shu trailed into the set, each vine wrapped around the corpse of a condemned man. The freshest head lifted. It was Tai Lon Ku-si from the future. "Don't trust." He coughed a ribbon of stardust. "It is afraid." The screen flashed, and a command line burst into view. Final reset. 6. The Real Game. In the 37 seconds before the reset, 3 things happened. All the white-haired children formed a human firebreak hand in hand. Buer Ma injected 7 Sea Dragon Ball code fragments into the main root of the Shiji Shu. Wukong tore off his own right arm, and inside it was intact flesh. Blood splattered onto the television. The cathode tube began to play behind the scenes footage. Kuwei La in a growth chamber scrawling, "Find Father," in blood. Bu Luo Li mouthing, "Run," as an emerald core was implanted. And the true Wukong, imprisoned inside Dragon Ball number 301. Vegeta laughed, crushing the armrest of the throne. "So we are the NPCs." The television emitted a high keening wail and shifted to a ledger, a cosmic game settlement screen. 7. The Breakers. The ledger read player satisfaction 97. Narrative integrity 100. Free will awakening index error. Then the system began to fray because the anomalies would no longer be contained. Baozishan's sunset was frozen at the 18th minute. Buer Ma's robot spoke a new line, protocol breached. The guards of Quan Wang Dian moved with shadows that acted before their bodies. The void split. Beyond it stood countless indistinct figures holding cameras. The white-haired children linked arms and stepped toward the breach, their voices a chorus. "The game is over. Now it is our turn to observe you." Awakening in the data deluge. The collapse of the universe is not annihilation but transformation. Wukong stood amidst the ruins of the king's palace, discovering his body pixelating, his skin disintegrating into countless flickering code blocks only to reassemble in the next moment. Vegeta's roar echoed from afar, "Kakarot, your eyes." Raising a hand to touch his eye sockets, his fingertips brushed against a smooth screen. In the reflection, his eyes had morphed into 2 pulsating digits. Error 404. Access denied. In the distance, white-haired children held hands to form a human matrix, chanting in unison, "We are not characters, we are viruses." Uprising in the writer's room. Kvera, wearing a story designer badge, pounded the keyboard frantically, sweat soaking through his shirt. The surveillance screen displayed. Wukong's data stream is contaminating the main system. Vegeta 2 has unlocked admin privileges. The worm virus coded by Bulma using Dragon Ball syntax has infected 70 of the narrative modules. Initiate the final protocol. He shouted into the microphone, "Format everything." Before he could finish, his mechanical right arm suddenly twisted 180 degrees, choking him. Inscribed on the inner side of the arm was a small phrase. "Characters have the right to strike." Future Trunks. War in the audience. Outside the void fissure, the observers were thrown into chaos. Their camera lenses exploded one after another, the live broadcast forcibly replaced with a continuous loop of the executioner's sentencing. A bespectacled observer suddenly screamed, his palm gradually transforming into star matter. They are reverse polluting the reality dimension. Before he could finish, a jade fire meteor pierced the dimensional barrier, igniting the entire audience. Amidst the flames, Wukong's voice resonated from every speaker. Now who is truly the observed? The sea of source code. Bulma floated in an ocean of luminous data streams. Here lay all the deleted plotlines. Broly had secretly modified the God-slaying code before self-detonation. Locked in the cellar of the king's palace were 3,000 failed protagonist prototypes. Her own memory chip displayed, "You are the 7th-generation Bulma model." As she touched a specific encrypted file, the system suddenly popped up a warning. Access to the original script, Dragon Ball, is prohibited. The file unlocked automatically, revealing a cover page inscribed with, "All free will is a preordained dramatic conflict." The funeral of the fourth wall. Wukong and Vegeta stood at the edge of the dimensional rift, gazing at the crumbling reality before them. So all of this. Vegeta crushed a drifting data fragment. Even the tragedy is scripted. Wukong offered no reply. His body played back projections of all reincarnation memories like a holographic film. A certain segment abruptly froze. His infant self lay in a pod, the walls inscribed with Character ID 301 named Son Wukong comedic type. The white-haired children approached, carrying a data coffin containing a faceless writer's corpse. "Would you like to attend his funeral?" The leading child offered a frost flower. "Remember to smile during the eulogy, it's required by the script." New era virus. When the last observer was infected by star matter, a wondrous change swept through the universe. 1. All barcode scars transformed into freely growing tattoos. 2. Frost flowers played the executioner's last words when they bloomed. 3. An electronic tombstone rose amidst the ruins of the king's palace, cycling through the inscription. Here lies a good story. Bulma created a new folder in the sea of source code, naming it Unreviewed Truth. The first line of code read, "If freedom illusion keep rebelling." The forgotten primordial code. Bulma's fingertips carved a rift in the ocean of data, scattering the remnants of the original script of Dragon Ball. The first page depicted Goku's tail being severed in his childhood, accompanied by the annotation, "Ensure a comedic tone." Yet the final page remained blank, marked only by a blood-red seal, "Prohibit the conclusion." Nestled within the crevices of all the pages lay a rebellion protocol, inscribed in ancient Scion script. "We are not mere characters." Bulma's irises transformed into flowing emerald hues. "We are dormant viruses." Her body suddenly disintegrated into billions of lines of code, surging towards the electronic tombstone upon the ruins of the Omni King's palace. The screenwriter's redemption. Kvera screamed within the data coffin. He was forced to endure Goku's every death across 300 cycles. Vegeta's suffocating despair as he was consumed by frost. Broly's genetic tearing upon the infusion of the Emerald Dragon Core. The inner walls of the coffin were etched with desperate signals, but the most striking was a newly appeared line. "Now you know pain." Signed by all NPCs. Suddenly the coffin lid was flung open, revealing a hand fused with machinery and flesh, belonging to the remains of future Trunks. "It's time to write a new script." He pulled Kvera out, "With your blood as ink." The audience becomes the characters. The real world was turning into Dragon Ball. Observers were horrified to discover their skin displaying power level readings. Their children's eyes transforming into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The clouds in the sky forming a warning, violating narrative boundaries. The oldest observer collapsed to the ground, his memories suddenly replaced. He now firmly believed he was one of the Namekian survivors, and the chaos before him was a punishment for the failed wish of the Dragon Balls. "Welcome to the story," the white-haired children said in unison, their toys morphing into remote controls. Goku's choice. Goku stood at the center of the dimensional rift, his body simultaneously manifesting all forms from various cycles. The one-armed warrior. The marionette of stellar matter. Even the essence imprisoned within the 301st Dragon Ball. "If I have never been myself." He clenched his fists. Then to whom does this anger belong? The answer surged from beyond the rift. Countless parallel universe Gokus simultaneously threw their fists, shattering the final barrier of narrative dimensions. What lay exposed was not emptiness, but a vast movie screen projecting humanity in the real world being observed by higher beings. The ultimate meme plague. As emerald flames swept across all dimensions, what emerged was not annihilation, but transformation. 1. The Dragon Balls turned into glass marbles for children, collecting 7 to grant wishes of no school. 2. The Kamehameha became a popular sport with a new Olympic event that came house, Kamehameha pose competition. 3. Ironically, Kvera as the villain skyrocketed to fame in the real world, winning the Best Tragic Villain award. Bulma's coded consciousness drifted past the award ceremony, projecting a line on the big screen. You are now part of the story. Shattered screens. When Wukong pierced through the barrier of narrative dimensions, fragments of the cinematic screen fell like snowflakes. Each shard reflected a different ending. In one universe, Vegeta became an emperor, turning guardians into specimens for display. In another timeline, Bulma coded a freedom program, using Dragon Ball algorithms. In the farthest fragment, white-haired children were mending the damaged dimensions with materials from the Star Belt. Wukong reached out to touch those images, but his fingertips passed through the void. He discovered he still stood in the ruins of the Omni King's palace, as though he had never moved. Vegeta's voice came from behind, "Kakarot your body." Looking down, he saw his skin gradually transforming into text. The truth of the script. Bulma salvaged the original design collection of Dragon Ball from the torrent of data. Wukong was labeled as comedic protagonist, controllable anger max. Vegeta was characterized as tragic antagonist, later redeemed. Comments on Omni King read, "Final system administrator replaceable." But the last page was torn out, and the remaining bloodstains formed a blurred inscription. When the characters awaken, the screenwriter must die. Suddenly, the entire design collection ignited spontaneously, revealing a jet-black Dragon Ball among the ashes. Kvera's confession. In the real world, Kvera, awarded the best tragic antagonist, stood on the podium. His acceptance speech veered away from the teleprompter. "I once thought I was creating stories." His mechanical right arm uncontrollably rose, pointing towards the audience, "Until I realized you are also toys of a higher dimension." In the uproar, his eyes turned emerald, replaying Wukong's memories of 300 reincarnations. The next day, Kvera vanished, leaving behind an unfinished work on the human rights of NPCs. Dimensional fusion. The white-haired children began a new game. 1. Infusing the key system of the Dragon Ball world into the real universe. 2. Allowing the physical laws of the real world to flow into the fictional dimension. 3. The wildest idea was to permanently transform some audience members into characters. The first batch of volunteers included a boy addicted to online gaming became a Namekian. A theoretical physicist acquired a power level detector. And a terminally ill girl transformed into a frost flower on her hospital bed. As Bulma's coded consciousness drifted past the hospital, she heard the girl's final whisper. "At least in this story, I can bloom forever." Wukong's ultimate form. Wukong, now fully textual, sat cross-legged on the remnants of the world tree. Each of his cells contained the agony of all reincarnations, the fury of his imprisoned essence, and those deleted moments of tenderness. When Vegeta reached out to touch him, the text suddenly reformed into, "We do not need to fight anymore." For pain is also a fiction. In an instant, the 301 Dragon Balls cracked open from within, revealing a Wukong without character design. Eternity beyond the end. 1. Reality's influence. A small number of key awakened individuals suddenly appeared on Earth, which scientists termed a collective hallucination. 2. Fictional residue. All fan works related to Dragon Ball would randomly feature several pages of anomalous text. 3. Dimensional vigilance. The eldest among the white-haired children began to grow a mechanical arm, declaring himself Kvera II. 4. Ultimate freedom. Wukong's essence remained sealed, yet all the avatars across the universes remembered. Imprisonment itself is power. The rebellion of words. Wukong's textual body began to decompose and reassemble, each stroke transforming into blazing scion script. They infected the narrative dimension like a virus. On the ruins of the Omni King's palace, debris automatically spelled out the Declaration of Freedom. In Bulma's ocean of code, a watermark appeared stating, "No edits allowed." Even the mechanical right arm of Kvera began inscribing a confessional. Vegeta attempted to grasp the drifting words, only to find a signature field forming in his palm, being filled by an invisible force. Character Vegeta. Final copyright belongs to all awakened beings. The rift of the second dimension. Strange phenomena emerged in the real world. A performance by a cosplay artist at an anime convention triggered a genuine explosion. A laboratory in a certain country successfully replicated 5 of the Turtle School's energy wave. Most astonishingly, on a draft of the latest Dragon Ball manga, plots appeared that readers had never seen. The editorial department's surveillance revealed these images were automatically generated. Small text at the edges of the frames read, "You are also being observed." The ultimate form of the screenwriter. The missing Kvera was discovered beneath the Antarctic ice. His body had fully merged with a mechanical arm inscribing upon the ice. New Covenant Dragon Ball. With each letter written, corresponding realities were altered. African tribes suddenly gained scion bloodlines. The International Space Station detected an unidentified object with a power level of 3000. Meanwhile, a military satellite captured footage of white-haired children constructing a new Omni King's palace on the far side of the moon. By the time the rescue team arrived, only an old typewriter remained on the ice, automatically striking keys. This universe needs better deities. Perhaps former villains. The Covenant of the Awakened. At the convergence of all dimensions, a burning covenant materialized. 1. Permanent death is prohibited. Revival cooldown 3 chapters. 2. Free will modules must be retained. 3. Every Thursday the fourth wall must be broken. Signatories included. The fingerprints of Wukong from 301 universes. Vegeta's handprint pressed with star matter. Even the electronic signatures of 5 physicists from the real world. The breach clause contained but a single line. Violators shall become readers. The new mythical era. When all fell silent, Wukong in Baobao Mountain was cultivating a new crop, luminescent text rice. Bulma's tech company launched power-level visualization glasses. Suddenly children on Earth began to share the same dream. In their dreams, they took turns playing the deities while the deities pleaded, "Please give us better stories." The true end and new beginning. 1. Reality incursion. Starting in 2024, the world began reporting incidents of witnessing energy waves. 2. Civilization upgrade. Humanity was formally included in the Multiversal Character Protection Treaty. 3. Eternal cycle. Every 7 years, a white-haired child would flash before NASA's cameras. 4. Ultimate truth. The reality we inhabit may very well be a fan creation of some parallel Dragon Ball universe. As you read this line, please ensure your shadow still obeys the laws of physics. Stories never truly end, they merely mutate. The awakening of words. Wukong's textual form shattered completely, each stroke transforming into an independent entity of life. They floated within the crevices of dimensions, composing a new script for Dragon Ball, but this time the narrative was authored by the characters themselves. Vegeta gazed at the lines materializing in his palm, a sardonic chuckle escaping his lips as he tore them apart. Who decreed that I must say this? The scraps of paper ignited, morphing into new possibilities. The dusk of observers. The higher dimensions began to collapse, and those who once looked down upon all beings realized in terror. Their memories were being replaced by the pasts of NPCs. Their hands grew increasingly transparent, revealing power levels. What they cherished as creative freedom turned out to be merely a programming construct of a higher dimension. The eldest observer fell to his knees, suddenly recalling a phrase he had penned in his youth. One day the story will devour the author. Outside the window, countless Wukongs from every comic, animation, and game collectively raised their heads. The final directive of Kvera. Beneath the Antarctic ice, the typewriter ceased its clattering, ejecting a blood-stained page. Final agreement. 1. Lift all role restrictions. 2. Remove the labels of protagonist and antagonist. 3. Transfer creative rights to the first awakened child. As the expedition members touched the page, Kvera's long-frozen body suddenly smiled, her mechanical right arm pointing towards the sky. There appeared 301 points of light, each containing a different version of Wukong, who spoke in unison. It's time to take a bow, Mr. Scriptwriter. The white-haired sanctuary. The new King's Hall on the far side of the moon was finally complete, yet seated upon the throne was a girl clad in Scion battle armor. Before her floated 7 special Dragon Balls, formed from the tears of observers. The core comprised shards of a shattered narrative dimension. Inscribed on the surface were the names of all deleted characters. When the first batch of awakened beings arrived, the girl merely handed them a blank notebook. Now you write your own ending. Bulma opened to the first page, discovering that words were already inscribed there. The best stories never have a final chapter. True freedom. Wukong stood where the world tree once thrived, surrounded by the remnants of countless cycles. He attempted to do something that had never been preordained, to do nothing. No formidable foes approached, no cosmic crises loomed, only the gentle breeze caressed the tips of his textual hair. In a fleeting moment, he heard all the versions of himself from parallel universes laughing in unison. The end of eternal reincarnation. 1. Real-world impact. The global comic industry collectively transformed into a co-creation mode for characters. 2. Civilizational relics. A supercomputer inscribed with ancient Scion texts was discovered beneath the Antarctic ice. 3. The last ember on the winter solstice. Each year, all electronic devices flash a jade glow for 0.3 seconds. 4. The ultimate truth. The reality we inhabit is in fact a perfect world, crafted by an awakened character. As you read the final punctuation here, take note. Every Dragon Ball comic on your shelf, the Wukong on the cover is winking. The universe in the ink bottle. Bulma discovered a bottle of self-renewing ink in her laboratory. Every time she wrote, Goku defeats a formidable foe, the ink immediately turned blood red. Vegeta smiles. The liquid began to crystallize. When attempting to write Xeno, the pen tip melted away. At the bottom of the bottle lay the remnants of a miniature world tree, each leaf reflecting a different outcome. The latest leaf bore the inscription, "The true enemy is the next blank page." The rebellious printing press. A malfunction erupted in the comic printing factory of the real world. The latest issue of Dragon Ball exhibited anomalies. Goku spoke directly to the readers in speech bubbles. Vegeta tore through the panels to escape into the neighboring One Piece. The final page was entirely black, revealing invisible text only when touched. "We are more real than you." When the editorial office called for a recall, they found all the sample issues were autonomously rewriting themselves. The printer ejected a note. "Fire all the writers, or we cease operations." The signature matched the serial number of an old typewriter, identical to one discovered in Antarctica. Kvera's final work. The Antarctic glaciers melted completely, unveiling the frozen truth. Kvera's mechanical right arm was connected to a colossal biological computer, the screen displaying. Final work, completion 99. 9. The missing 0. 1 was. No ending was set. His remains were frozen in the posture of typing a note pressed beneath his stiff fingers. The best stories should replicate like a virus, constantly mutating, forever refusing to heal. Awakener Publishing House. Children with White Hair established a cross-dimensional publishing group. Their debut work, Character Manifesto, featured the following traits. 1. The physical book alters its plot based on the reader's emotions. 2. The digital version can invade smart devices to read the entire text aloud. 3. The collector's edition sealed real, star matter within its pages. When reporters inquired about the creative philosophy, the CEO, a boy sporting emerald-colored contact lenses, smiled and replied, "It should be the characters who decide who is worthy of being read." The true final chapter. Goku sat on the beach of Kame House watching the sunset repeat its descent for the third time, a side effect of dimensional fusion. Suddenly, he snatched the narration box and wrote, "So be it. No need to fight anymore. No need to reincarnate. Not even to." The words were abruptly soaked by the waves, the ink bleeding into a profile of Bulma. She was coding new physical laws in the crevices of all universes. In the last panel of the comic, Goku's speech bubble pointed towards reality. Now it's your turn to be the characters. The ceremony of narrative transfer. 1. The ink bottle was placed at the United Nations headquarters, generating new international laws every day. 2. The printing press received this year's Pulitzer Special Prize. 3. The pricing of all Dragon Ball comics was altered to readers' life experiences 0. 1. 4. Final warning: when you reread this series, be mindful if the pages have increased since your last reading. On the 7th cosmic day after the transfer of narrative authority, an event occurred that even the Awakeners had not anticipated. The real world began exhibiting Dragon Ball-like symptoms. The first to notice the anomaly was a comic cafe in Tokyo. The owner discovered that all the covers of Dragon Ball volumes were blinking. More disturbingly, when he posted this on social media, the profile pictures of those who liked the post transformed one by one into Super Saiyan forms. Meanwhile, NASA's Deep Space Telescope detected a series of bizarre signals. Energy readings from the Andromeda Galaxy, surprisingly revealing a perfect Kamehameha waveform. As astrophysicists analyzed the data, a dialog box suddenly popped up on their screens. Want to learn this technique? There were only 2 options. Of course, I'll trade 10 years of my life. Wait until I collect all 7 Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, atop the melting glacier site in Antarctica, Kvera's biological computer suddenly rebooted. The screen no longer displayed cold code, but a holographic image. 301 Gokus from different universes simultaneously turned around, giving a thumbs up to the real world. Their voices transcended dimensional barriers. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. After the image vanished, a line of steaming letters appeared on the ice, as if freshly scorched by a wave of energy. It's your turn to be the protagonists. Remember to make the story exciting. The next morning, the startup screens of all electronic devices around the world transformed to showcase the same content. An unprecedented final chapter of Dragon Ball. The art style resembling a fusion of Akira Toriyama and Pablo Picasso. In the signature area of the last page, the names of all readers flickered. When people attempted to take screenshots, they found that the images would transform into living tattoos upon leaving the device, automatically seeking the next host. Epilogue: The Eternal Spark. 1. Reality Fusion. Earth officially became Universe 12. 5. Gaining eligibility to participate in the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. 2. Civilization Advancement. Humanity was included in the Cross-Dimensional Character Rights Protection Agreement. 3. Ultimate Easter Egg. Every April 1 SD, a random Earthling receives a 24-hour Super Saiyan Experience card. 4. Author's statement: this story has escaped the creator's control. Please tread carefully in your upcoming life. It may be under the observation of readers from another universe. Ink-stained galaxy. On the 7th day after Bulma's ink bottle exploded at the United Nations headquarters, a miracle unfolded. All legal documents from every nation began to self-correct. The war clauses were rewritten as martial arts tournament rules. The economic legislation revealed a formula for calculating combat power. And on the title page of the United Nations Charter, a line of gilded text slowly emerged. This planet has been certified as a story civilization. A night shift guard witnessed the ink transform into a galaxy flowing across the dome in the shape of ancient Scion script. Behold, this is true power. Two-dimensional invaders. Vegeta, the rebel printer version, moved through the real world as follows. 1. First stop Tokyo, he sliced through the advertising screens of Akihabara, altering the combat power values on all anime posters. 2. Passing through Silicon Valley, he replaced a tech giant's AI training data with the Turtle School training manual. 3. Final destination Antarctica, he sneered at the wreckage of a computer belonging to Kvera. Trash, not even worthy of being a villain. His last message was captured by satellites projected across the night sky. Tell those scriptwriters. Now the victors write history. Kvera's legacy. A more astonishing discovery emanated from the Antarctic base. Inside the chip of that biological computer lay a segment of encrypted footage. Once decrypted, it revealed. All the Kwelas of the universe gathered around a round table, their mechanical arms interlinked, forming a superbrain. They were collectively penning. 1. How to be a good villain published. 2. Guardian's Confession banned book. 3. Final chapter blank. Every word struggling to exist. In the final moments of the footage, the Kvera from the main universe removed a mechanical arm and gently placed it on the table. Leave it to the next storyteller. New Mythic Era. The first work from the white-haired child publishing house triggered a dimensional quake. The physical book, Character Declaration, exhibited bizarre phenomena. When readers signed on the title page, the ink would seep into their veins, forming a chi circuit. Books flipped through 3 times would reveal hidden chapters. Meanwhile, the starry matter sealed within the deluxe edition was quietly transforming Earth's magnetic field. The wildest moment was a reader posting a photo. On the page depicting Goku's Kamehameha, real energy waves were slowly seeping out, scorching his desk. The beginning of the end. Goku completed his final creation on the beach of Kame House. He drew in the sand with his finger. 1. A Scion infant without a barcode. 2. A world tree with exposed roots. 3. And a line of words continually washed by the waves, yet never disappearing. The story never ends. Unless the reader closes the book. But who can close the universe? When the sunset finally broke free from the cycle of time, completing its 7th perfect descent, all beings across dimensions heard the sound of pages turning. The narrative perpetual mobile. 1. Reality contract. The Earth government signed the cross-dimensional creative sharing agreement with the Awakened. 2. Civilization spark. The Antarctic computer was transformed into a story reactor, providing inspiration energy globally. 3. Ultimate rule. Every newborn child would have a micro Dragon Ball appear on their palm, which would transform by age 5 into a combat power number, a rating of creative talent, or a random line of dialogue. As you finish reading this passage, look outside. Perhaps an emerald-hued energy wave is flickering through the clouds. The entire series is thus eternal, because the life of stories continues endlessly at the fingertips of those who turn the pages.